Well, it's a very good morning from me, Brendan Kelly, joining me in commentary today. Denver Bigs. Denver, I think we are in for an absolute crackerjack day here at the Dunlop Winter Festival at Zwartkops Raceway.
Yes, thank you, Brendan. And it is going to be a cold, fresh day, but the racing will be hot, that is for sure. And we're looking forward to a great day out at the Dunlop Extreme Winter Festival.
Yeah, lots of classes competing. Obviously, the mobile V8 Supercars, the Payar VW Challenge. Then we've got the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series as well. Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch. And then last but not least, the DOA Formula V partnered with CIM Lubritech. So a really full day. And as you mentioned, the wind has got quite a bite to it. Proper winter's morning on the Highveld.
Indeed, and I was just down in my vehicle and the temperature on the gauge actually read 6.5 degrees. So I would say that they put the track temperature around 2.5, somewhere around there. Very cold track, so the guys are going to have to watch it in the first couple of laps just to make sure that their tyres get up to speed. Obviously, they've all got tyre warmers and that sort of thing, but they're going to have to get to race speed and get those tyres up to temperature. We saw in turn 8 in practice a couple of cars coming off there, and that is one thing they're going to have to watch, especially the first left-handed corner, which is turn 8, so that's going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, we saw a couple of cars, a couple of guys came unstuck in practice yesterday. So we've lost a couple of the guys. We'll get to those guys as we go through the various classes. But some of the big hitters that unfortunately dropped out yesterday, a lot of blown motors, gearbox issues as well, especially amongst the BMW guys. But we're already lined up for the first race of the day, and that is the Payar VW Challenge. You want to go through the
grid positions, indeed. And in pole position, it is Peter Hills. Right up next to him is Landy Janssen. And then we have Jonathan Goes and Theodore Vermark in third and fourth on the grid. Then Sean van der Linde on the third row. And right up next to him is Carl Watts. And then we have Richard Carr on the fourth row of the grid. And Brandon Hills up next to him. Then Marcel Bluchnoot, Trevor Hills. Sixth row of the grid is Jaden Tromp. Yanni Geyser next to him. David Austin and Clinton Kane on row 7. I
think you've got the wrong category there, Denver. You on Formula V's. The first up is the Payar Challenge. So let's just know that Wayne Masters on the first row of the grid alongside his brother Bevan, Dean Ross, and then Miguel Dias on the second row, and the third row of the grid, Luigi Ferro. So an action-packed race awaits. We're watching the lights, waiting, the lights go out, and we are good to go for the first race of the day.
And a great start getting there. Looks like the whole shot went to Wayne Masters, and Bevan Masters right up next to him. And then Dean Ross, so they line astern as they head, as the second class heads out. Class B goes off, and then we see the Class C's off under the lights as well. So as they head down into turn 4, whoa, a bit of argy-bargy there between the two Masters brothers, and heading out down that wee bit of a straightaway as they head into that very fast right-hander at the back of the circuit.
Through turn 3 they go, and it's the number 9 of Bevan Masters that has managed to get ahead of Wayne at this stage.
And a little bit of a gap growing between him and Dean Ross, so a gap, and this is the first lap, so bear in mind that a lot of guys are taking a wee bit gingerly.
Sideways.
To that. Absolutely sideways there from Dean Ross as they head down the hill, and now we need to be careful because this will be the first left-hander that they'll be coming to shortly. And as you see, a bit of resulting damage from that argy-bargy in turn 2 as they started.
Stuart Mack carrying some damage. It's Bevan Masters that has come undone. That's a rare mistake there from Bevan Masters. I managed to... It's still very, very cold track conditions, and you can see it's evident from the guys going through the corner sideways, a couple of them going through there. So I managed to catch up with Wayne Masters. He just gave me a heads up as to what's happening in the series. Guys are running flowed heads now, and especially amongst the Group A guys, so matching up on the heads, just trying to level the playing fields there a little bit to keep this as competitive as possible.
And in Class C, we saw as they came through, it was Andy Gosman leading it out in the Class Cs. Now we're going to start to see a bit of a gap developing in the Class A cars because Bevan Masters lost it on that left-hander that we were warning about. That's a left-hander going onto the straight with the cold tyres. And yeah, he lost it on there. So we are up and running into the main part of the race now. We're on to lap 2, and in front we still see Wayne Masters, and he's followed by Luigi Ferro, and then Dean Ross holding on to that third. He is now taken that place from Bevan Masters. Second. Luigi Ferro took second from Bevan Masters, and then Dean Ross has slotted himself into third with Miguel Diaz in fourth.
There's actually been a change of positions in the A-Class. The run in there, Wayne Masters that leads. Dean Ross having now got into second. Miguel Diaz is third. Bevan Masters having recovered up to fourth place. Then in fifth, it's Nicole Lombard. And then the B-Class, it's Stuart Mack that leads from Jacques Hayes. And then Shirin Rajpal, followed by Devil Turon in fourth. Straight on to the C-Class we go. It is Judd Berthold, young Judd Berthold, the man from the Polo Rookie Cup that just been overtaken. Chris Tate having gone into the lead there. Andy Gossman in third, followed by Mitch Kutsia down in fourth place.
So Luigi Ferro having a great race out, and there they are out in the front there. Luigi Ferro in car number 10, and there's a bit of a, it looks like somebody's slowing down there. Who is that? We try and catch a number, and that is the number 29, and that's of...
It's Miguel Diaz.
Yeah, Miguel Diaz.
In the 29 car.
And he was in fourth place, so I'm just wondering what is wrong with his car. He had his hazards on, so it looks like he'll be pulling into the pits. So that means that Bevan Masters is going to inherit that fourth place back from him. So Bevan Masters now trying to make inroads now after that wee bit of an off that he had, because he is used to being out in the front, and out in front is where he wants to be.
It's our Class A battle that we were watching coming down the main straight down into turn 1. We can see the front bumper from that Stuart Max front bumper line on the side of the track from that early little bit of argy-bargy that we saw. So it's Luigi Ferro that leads out from Wayne Masters, Dean Ross, and then Bevan Masters having got back up to fourth place ahead of Stuart Mack.
And as we see that battle going on in Class B, that one is getting very tight. So that's a good battle going on in Class B between those three cars. It is
Stuart Mack that leads out Class B with Jacques Hayes just behind him, followed by Shirin Rajpal. Oh, bumper to bumper, side by side stuff, touching wing mirrors as they came through there.
And battle is in between number 58 Ivitha Kutsia and number 69 with Jacques Hayes. And that's a very close tussle between them as they head up to the top of the circuit, hard braking into that very tight right-hander, that double set of right-handers as they go through past the Mercedes-Benz Driving Academy. That's a good race, and they are starting to catch up behind them as well. So all the B cars are starting to become a bit of a close formation. So it's a good dice going on there for Class B.
Stuart Mackin's still enjoying things out in front. Just having a look at the live timing, that just not quite matching what's on the screen at the moment. The B class, it looks like it's Shiran Rajpal. Okay, that's the battle for second place in Class B. That's what's happened there. Stuart Mack having broken away and opened up quite a nice big lead over Shiran Rajpal, and Jacques Hayes down in third place, followed by Devil Turon.
Yes, and Josh Wolford also getting amongst that battle there. So that battle for Class B is very tight, while out in the front there, that battle for Class A is quite open now. It's Wayne Masters ahead of Luigi Ferro, and there's quite a big gap between them and third place man. That's Dean Ross in Class A, and he's third on the track as well. Bevan Masters, as we mentioned before, he had that off in the last corner onto the straight, so he's trying to make inroads there, but these cars are very evenly matched in Class A. And someone off the track there, Brendan, it's hard to pick up from here, but that's in turn 4.
Just trying to pick up the number of that car. I don't quite get the number, but we saw a moment ago, we saw the size lead that Stuart Mack has got over Shiran Rajpal in the B class. That's our race leader in Class B. Opened up quite a substantial lead and surprisingly big lead in Class B. The guys are normally a lot closer.
But look at that class. Keep your eye on number 60 in Class B as well. That's Devil Turon. Devil Turon's looking very quick out there, and he looks like he wants to get past the rest of these guys that are ahead of him. And, well, Stuart Mackey's not going to catch. As we mentioned, he's way out in front in Class B. But Shiran Rajpal and Jacques Hayes better keep their eyes open, because Devil Turon is coming.
Onto the Class C battle we go, and still enjoying over the lead there. Chris Tate leading Judd Berthold. Berthold down to second. Andy Gosman running in third, followed by Mitch Kutsia.
And Andy Gosman also used to running at the front of Class C, so keep an eye on that car of his. That's car number 31. He's normally leading that battle for Class C, so he's one to watch in that class.
Wayne Masters now the lead that he has got just 0.085 out in front over second place man Dean Ross. So things are going to start getting quite tight as we start running out of laps in race number 1. This is a Payar VW Challenge at the Dunlop Winter Extreme Festival.
Yeah, and you saw a lot of smoke coming off the back of Bevan Masters' tyres as you brake for that corner, so you can make sure that he is trying to make inroads onto that podium place in front of him, and that person who holds the last spot on the podium place is Dean Ross.
Onto the C-Class battle we go, and there, as you see, that Chris Tate, his left-hand wing mirror dangling on the side of the car, so the action certainly hotting up right throughout all of the classes A, B and C in Payar VW Challenge. Luigi Ferro well positioned there. He's, I wouldn't say an experimental car, but that is a VW Polo Cup spec car that he is testing. They've turned down, they've no boost allowed, but they've just turned down the settings to match that car to the rest of the cars and see where it slots in. So a bit of an experimental drive for Luigi Ferro in the number 10 car.
And the front of that A group race has bunched up a bit now. And we see Wayne Masters really trying hard now because smoke coming billowing off his brakes as he tries to hold that place that he's got out in the front of this race. And it's very tight between him, Luigi Ferro in that second car, and Dean Ross in the third. So keep an eye on that race. That's going to go all the way down the wire. As Brendan mentioned, that Luigi Ferro, so he's classified as a Class X car, which classifies him as basically an experimental car. But you'll see that car getting inaugurated into the series, I'm sure, next year.
Unfortunately, the second of the cars got written off yesterday. There was a big accident in practice yesterday. 5 cars involved, and then unfortunately two of the cars are complete write-offs. I just managed to chat to Josh Wilford yesterday. He was one of the guys that managed to get out of it unscathed. I think it was Mike Bagaglio that lost it, and just the knock-on effect from that. So having lost 2 of the competitors early yesterday in practice.
Right, and that battle is going to go down to the wire. That's a battle in Class A between those 3, Wayne Masters and Dean Ross and Luigi Ferrero. That's first, second and third. Those are your podium sitters in Class A in this VW Challenge, and it's going to really go down the wire. And you can see Wayne Masters really having to block and duck and dive to keep that spot that he's got, and that's the top of the podium as we stand on the track.
Stuart Mack still enjoying the lead in Class B in the 51 car. Gap of, where are we, just on 7 seconds that he has got over the second place man, Shirin Rajpal, but absolutely nothing in it between the Class A battle up front there. Wayne Masters just 0.0758 lead over Dean Ross.
And there's nothing in it, as we mentioned, and Stuart Mack holding on to the front of that Class B battle, and looks like nothing's going to touch him. He is way out in front of that Class B battle, but the battle is raging for that second place on the podium in the Class Bs. And keep an eye on it. That's between Shirin Rafal and Jacques Haynes. Deval Tehran also amongst that, with that bumper still lying on the outside of the turn, and that was the first lap incident that got left behind.
Still absolutely nothing in the Class C battle as well. Chris Tate with a 0.333 lead over Andy Gosman. So with where are we? Just, I think there's 2 laps left in the race. We just update the timing screen here.
As we look at the front of the C battle heading through, and there was C43 having an epic dice.
Looks like we've got a change of position possibly happening there. That's the C-Class battle, and Andy Gosman going into the lead. We are actually on the last lap of the race. Chris Tate looks like he's managed to hold on to that lead, but that one going to go right down to the very last as they start coming towards the checkered flag now.
Heading down towards that left-hander that leads onto the straightaway, and coming up to some of the back markers are race leaders, and there's still Wayne Masters in car number 4, and it looks like he's going to hold it. Yes, he manages to hold on to it. So Wayne Masters taking it away from Luigi Ferro, and
fantastic recovery drive there from Bevan Masters to get back up to second place.
Yeah,
we didn't see that overtake move where he managed to do that, but somehow pulling a rabbit out of a hat there across the line. Bevan Masters gets second, Dean Ross finishes in third, and Nicole Lombard rounds out Class A. In the Class B battles, Stuart Mack coming through now, still under immense pressure, but getting across the line just ahead of Shiran Rajpal. Jacques Hayes finishing in third, and then Dieval Turan is fourth in Class B. Onto the Class C battle we go. Chris Tate managed to break away a little bit now from Andy Gossman. Looks like he's got it in the bag in the 42 car. Checkered flag out, and it is indeed Chris Tate that takes the Class C win from Andy Gosman. Kyle Peterson will get third place. Judd Berthold dropped out of proceedings, drops down to fifth there. Mitch Kutsia taking fourth, and then Philip Cruiser finishing in sixth, followed by Cody Peterson in seventh place, and then in eighth it's the 24 car of Dimitri Zaferio, followed by Tyron Pillay in ninth place. Right, folks, this is what our official program looks like. We've already had race one, the Payar VW Challenge. Coming up next, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series classes D and E. And joining me in commentary for this one will be Bernard de Gavea, one of our regular competitors in the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, the man that actually is in the hot seat. So he's going to move into position shortly, and then we'll get going with the second race of the day. We caught up with a couple of the drivers before we let's have a look at those interviews. We caught up with a couple of drivers yesterday, and Dave Peterson chatted to a few guys.
Class E. How's it going this weekend?
Yeah, good. Chasing a bit behind for the morning, but arriving now. Engine's just been rebuilt, so it's a bit of a take it easy day today, and then hopefully tomorrow for qualifying I can be on it and up there with the top of D guys, you know. So let's hold thumbs and hope for the best.
We've been watching a bit of the practice. Looks like there's quite a traffic jam out there.
Yeah, it looks like D's getting more guys breaking in. I've seen already this morning one of the E guys broke in. I don't know if any others did, and the times were extremely fast so far this morning, so I hope I can keep up with them.
Olarato Sakuru, Class C competitor in the BMW category. How's it going this weekend?
Yeah, no, it's going all good. Hey, having a fantastic practice. It's just a little bit cold, but no complaints. It's going all well.
And a lot of cars on track, eh?
Oh no, definitely. The competition is really high here. There's a lot of cars. We're all super close, so I'm looking forward to close racing on Saturday.
Michael Frobler, new to Class E with a new car. First time here at Zwartkops. What's it going like?
It's going very well. Coming from a front wheel 111 Golf, going over to rear wheel drive BMW. It's a bit of a challenge, but it's going well.
Totally different driving style.
Completely different, completely different. I'm trying this weekend, I'm competing in both classes, so it's quite a mind shift to get from the front wheel to the rear wheel all in one day.
Right, joining me in the commentary box now, Bernard de Gouveia, as we mentioned. Bernard, welcome. We should be in for another absolute humdinger here in the BMW M Performance Parts Series.
Hi, Brendan. Actually, I should say welcome to you, because it's your first time commentating with us. So welcome.
It's not quite my first time. I had a short stint with Greg Maloney at Kyalami. It was my introduction to the BMW class, and I'll tell you what a baptism of fire it was. I think there were 48 cars out on track, all running together. 50 something. There's a correction there.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of a baptism of fire. But just having spent some time with the guys in the pits yesterday, what a fantastic bunch of guys, and the camaraderie and just the gees amongst the guys certainly stands out.
Yes, definitely. You'll notice a lot of the guys, if they have issues, they help each other. I mean, yesterday, Uncle Mike Robler, he didn't even come to practice because he stayed at the workshop, and guys were going there. Eddie had to change his gearbox, and he did it. He only arrived today, Uncle Mike. So there's all that camaraderie. The guys help each other. Got issues, and they sort the cars out. So there's a few broken cars from yesterday.
Yeah, we unfortunately missing a couple of the heavy hitters. Reinhard Miller, unfortunately, gearbox issue. He's replaced it.
All the way to Vereniging, I think. Went to the workshop, replaced the gearbox. Got here, I think 9 o'clock last night. I was still here. I saw the truck coming in with the car on top. So he did qualify. So
brilliant stuff there. And unfortunately, Trevor Long battling with pneumonia, I do believe. So all the best for him. Wish him a speedy recovery. And then Benny late as well, unfortunately having blown his motor.
Yeah, I was coming around turn 8. And as I was coming around, I just checked smoke, and then I saw 21. I was like, oh, it's Benny, and he's got the same car as me. I feel bad for the guy. It's not nice seeing that, but it is what it is. But he's optimistic. He'll be back. Get the car sorted, and he should go to Cape Town. I don't think.
Great stuff. And then one of the Group A cars, Bob Neal, unfortunately having withdrawn as well.
Yeah, I think it's just after effects of that big shunt he had in November, and something wasn't lack with the motor, and during practice on last week Wednesday, I think it was, he ran bearings that changed the motor, but it wasn't happy, so he had to withdraw, unfortunately.
So let's have a look at the lineup, the guys that we should be watching now in this race coming up. Pole position, Kobus Boma.
Yeah, he's actually done quite well. I think he started racing last year, if I recall correctly, and he's moved up into Class D, and now he's a front runner in Class D. Him and especially Nicholas Herbst, they have a good ding-dong battle, the two E90 330s. And then we can't discount George Economides. We'll call him the Zwartkops specialist. So I think he came in, I was watching quali, he came in sort of with 5 minutes left, and then Kobus Boma banked in at quick time. So I thought he probably thought he had the pole position. And then we've got some new guys that have joined the series recently, like Roland Hopkins. He's doing well. Finished, if I recall, second in the last race that we had. And one of his friends, Michael Grobler, also from Rand Francisco Fontaine. They've also joined the series. He's also racing in 111, so he's also joined the series. It's his first time out in a beautiful E30 with a 328i motor in it. So we're going to be a bit confused with all these Groblers. We've got Shane Grobler, we've got Mike Grobler, which is Shane's father, and now we've got a Michael Grobler. So there's two Mikes. So one I'm going to keep calling Mike, and the other one Michael.
The 77 car of Eddie Rodriguez. He also battled with gearbox issues. He got it all sorted and ready to roll.
He went to Grobler Motorsport yesterday, like I said. He's also relatively new to the series. He joined this year. Brand new build by Grobler Motorsport. It's a E46 330. So, yeah, he's improved, and he actually broke out yesterday from Class E into Class D. And we also had another breakout. Ole Sekudu. He's also new to the series. His first race was at Kyalami, and he broke out from E into D, just broke out. So well done to him, and I think you'll find it better in Class D because you'll progress and go quicker and quicker as he learns.
He's in the BMW E36, the 328i.
Correct.
Quite an impressive looking machine
that's
that he
him
has
coming
got
out
there.
now. That greyish, whitish looking car with a pink on the side.
The 122 car there.
Correct. That's Ole. He comes from a karting background, and he wanted to get into the long circuit. So yeah, looks like they're quite keen on the BMW Race Series, and hopefully they'll be around for a while.
The 122 car of Olareto Sekudu. Just the name doesn't sound familiar from karting days, so we'll obviously be watching with great anticipation to see how he progresses. The 735 car, Dave Reese.
Yeah, he's yet to withdraw. I just bumped into him now when I came up. He's not feeling well, flu symptoms and stuff, so he's opted to rather sit out. He's really not feeling well. So we wish him well and that he recovers soon. That 140, we're just out of shot now. That was the Michael Grobe, one of the new guys that's joined the series now. This is his first race with us.
I must say there are some really, really impressive cars out there. I managed to get up close and personal to a lot of them during the course of practice yesterday, and quite a wide variety of weapons of choice out there on the circuit. So I think we are set for yet another humdinger.
Yeah, look, even the quality of the cars, the way they look and all that, we've upped the game. The guys are really putting effort into their cars. They're looking good. You know, as you know, we started as a club series and have grown over the years. We officially now the biggest category in the country. So we've grown over time, and yeah, it's gone well.
Yeah, by far the biggest category running in the country at the moment, and I mean massive crowd support wherever the series goes as well. But I think a lot of it has to do with what I mentioned earlier on, just the camaraderie and the gees amongst the guys out there, and the bright yellow taxi going past there as well now. Matt Wadley in the.
It's amazing how famous that car's become. You get people coming to take pictures of that car now. It's a wagon. Who would have thought? And yeah, it's got an appeal to it.
Yeah, lots going on behind the scenes as well with Dunlop. It's their charity drive, and just a massive shout out to the VW Challenge guys. They have collected 230 blankets already. There's still more to come. Dunlop with their charity drive, collecting blankets, jackets, tinned food, lots of activation going on in the Dunlop pit. They've got I guess the number of balloons in the car and simulators, so get along there. There comes the taxi into shot once again, the 330 car of Matt Wadley.
And just in front of him, or in front of Ziad, there was, we call him now Bond, Mike Bond.
Mike Bond in
Mike
the
Grobler.
Z3.
And also from our side, we'd also like to thank Dunlop for all the efforts they've put into this event here today. So well done to them, great initiative, and yeah, looking forward to the whole day with all the hot laps. The taxi's going to be doing some duties later, and hopefully some people have some fun in the car.
Yeah, great initiative with the Dunlop charity drive. There will be, I think they said, mainly teenage boys going out for hot laps around the circuit later on. We've got two hot lap sessions during the course of the day. So another fantastic initiative from Dunlop with their charity drive.
Yeah, and we do that as well at our track days. Our taxi gets used to take kids from charities and all that. So, and yeah, we're going to start the race. We're just waiting for the lights to go out, and there they go. Who's got the whole shot? Kurbis has got the whole shot.
Looks like Kurbis Boma there as they head down turn 1, down the hill into turn 1. Kurbis Boma with the whole shot as they start peeling through. All neatly through so far.
Yeah, so we've got a rule with the white line rule where the guy's front bumper can't be past the guy in front of you's back bumper. Simply because of that, we'd rather have them go through turn 2 cleanly than bashing into each other and wiping out all the cars. And that's that rule that worked there.
And is that just a first lap rule, or does that apply for the
first lap? That lap.
They'll go through, diving through on the inside.
Oh, sideways.
Once again, cold tires, cold track, but he's managed to make it work.
Like I said, yeah, George is a Zwartkops specialist around here.
Looks like a George Economides snatching the lead there from Kurbis Boma, the 104 car.
104 is Steph Cavalieri. He's actually rented that car. If you recall, that car alarm, he had a big shunt. Same corner that Michael had his shunt, and we hope that he's doing well and recovering well. But yes, Steph also went off there, and they had to rebuild a new car. So he's hired that car from Shane.
The number 3 car going through there, Ari van Heerden, beautifully prepared little car, the BMW Z3.
No, that's E30.
Oh, it's an E30, sorry. I mean the Z3 and E30, the box-shaped BMW.
There's the Z3.
There comes the Z3 now.
I think George has maintained the lead over Kurbis, followed by Nicholas at 2 Herbsts, then Ran Francisco Fontaine. In picture now we've got Dewald Smith from Amtech Fuels in a beautifully prepared M3 Turbo.
Economides running a little bit wide there, as does the 514 car of Kurbis Boma. The 130 car having gone through Dewald Smith, also very, very neat, well-prepared car. And these guys certainly put a lot of effort into the preparation of the car, and they certainly look the part.
I see Tian has moved up. Looks like he's sitting in second in Class E, and he started way down, if I recall correctly. Where did he actually start? But yeah, it looks like he's moved up second in Class E at the moment. He's just following Johan Miller, who had an extremely great race at the last event. That man was smiling from ear to ear.
Sahir Sadat in the 32 car, currently in 3rd place in the Class E battle. It is Johan Miller that leads it from Tian van Rooyen in 2nd. Back to the front we go. George Economides, a nice little lead that he's now starting to eke out there.
I see Shane is blocking the M3 there into turn 4. Maintain his position, but I think the turbo now, just watch that turbo. He'll probably come past now.
See the longer legs there as the turbo kicks in. It is still George Economides from Kurbis Boma, Nicholas Herbst 3rd, Craig Herbst in 4th, followed by Roland Hopkins in 5th, and then Eddie Rodriguez sitting in 6th place at the moment, ahead of Claudio Jardim.
Yeah, we've got the Portuguese battle coming up now. See, Ola is just in front of the last man in Class D, which is Steph Cavalieri. I think he's just battling a bit with that car. Obviously, it's a rental, so just getting to grips with it, because it is a bit different to his original car that he had.
Absolute procession as they come down the hill, head back down to turn 1.
We've got Ari going through, and Ola is coming through now, followed by Steph again. There's the leader of Class E, Johan Miller. I think Michael Froblo, if I'm not mistaken, is sitting in 3rd now, the new guy. So welcome, Mike. He's sitting in the podium position.
Eddie Rodriguez in the 77 car under pressure. Moves across. It looks like there could be an overtake move coming up there.
Oh, Roland a bit sideways, but he caught it nicely.
Back to the lead we go. Roland Hopkins completely out of shape there. Just drifting the back end of the car off the circuit. Hopkins still holding on to 5th place at the moment, as the procession once again comes down the hill. George Economides leads from Kurbis Boma. Nicholas Herbst, Craig Herbst, Roland Hopkins in 5th, followed by Eddie Rodriguez. That's how the cross to complete another lap of the race. We have completed 4 out of these 6 laps.
And yeah, we got the leader now going through. George Economides in
6 laps
first place.
to go. Sorry, I'm get that corrected. 6 laps left in the race. Just having a look across the track there, you can almost feel how cold it is out there. The winter chill, as we mentioned earlier on.
I stuck my hand out the window after qualifying. Yes, it was cold. So yeah, it is quite cold out there today, but it's hopefully warming up. We've got another move there coming from Claudio Giardino on Eddie. I wonder if he made it stick. We'll see now. No, still slotted in behind him, taking it a bit wide there, but safe. Yesterday, Claudio did quite well. He did some great times yesterday. I think he got into the low 111s, if I recall correctly. No, it was quicker. It was 109s. There goes a track taxi. He's chasing now, so you see that. He actually maintained the lead for the first 3 rounds of the series. He relinquished it recently. So, yeah, he's also doing quite well. He's a regular now of the series. So you see that. They used to partake here and there, but now they're regulars. The bug bit.
Bug bit, and it bitten properly. It is still Johan Miller that leads that Class E battle. George Economides leading the front, the battle out at front. Here comes the number 3 car now. Ari van Heerden sitting in 10th place.
And he's trying to catch up to the other boxies so they can have a bit of a boxing match now. So yeah, let's see how that pans out.
That very impressive 31 car. The color scheme on that thing certainly makes it stand out.
Sideways through turn 7, but well caught. I've got a feeling there's going to be a nice little fight coming up now between him and Kobus Boma. And then they've got the E46 of Roland Hopkins just behind them.
Nicholas Herbst had just set the quickest lap time in that car there, the 31 car, but now having been just eclipsed by George Economides, having gone quickest at 1:12.42. So time's now starting to drop as they get some heat into those tires out on the very cold track.
I see Craig dropped a few position and he's lost touch with that group. They seem to have broken away from him. There's that beautiful taxi trying to chase down Zaire.
Sitting right in his slipstream as they go down the hill.
So Matthew Wadley's in the car again today. He will also be piloting the car at Killarney when we go there for our next round. And then the round after that is Zwartkops, and then we've got Kyalami late in the year where Hans Bose from ATS and Dunlop, he'll be piloting the car at Kyalami. We've got a move here from Roland Hopkins.
Under pressure, Hopkins around the outside looks for a way through there, but Craig Herbst closes the door on him.
They've slowed themselves down and Craig caught up right up to them.
Just saw that Eddie Rodriguez just running a slightly off the circuit there, just running a bit wide, exiting that turn as the focus once again on the 31 car.
You'll notice as I go through that turn 1, there's that slight little bump there. That just Roland has gone farming. He thinks he's in Randfontein.
Roland Hopkins diving off the circuit. That was from 4th place. So there's going to be
so well. And there he goes off. Hopefully you can catch up and just stay amongst the rear end of the Class D guys.
Matt Wadley still involved in that ding-dong battle. Further on down the field, Zahir Sadat in front of him.
George going a bit wide, but he's got it well under control. And they've now opened up a bit of a gap now. As you can see, Roland has gone missing. And the two Herbst, son and father, have 3rd and 4th place in this race.
That's our leader coming through, leading Class D.
That's another beautifully prepared car in the Fina colours, which was an original
classic
back in the day.
Fina.
So it's a very well prepared car, well maintained by by George and Craig.
Well, top two having broken away completely now. Economides and Boma.
A bit disappointing. I was hoping that Nicholas would be in amongst them there, because they normally have, like I said, quite a ding-dong battle. So hopefully Craig or Nicholas can catch up.
Back down to the E-Class battle. Johan Miller still with the advantage over Tiaan van Rooyen, and then Michael Grobler, the quickest of the Group E cars at the moment, down in third place. So with we have got just 2 laps left in the race. We're on the penultimate lap now as we focus on the 116 car coming through. That is Roland Hopkins, who's got back onto the circuit after that spin, but finds himself way down. There was possibly a move there from the 112 car of Johan Miller.
And there's now a Class E and a Class D fighting it out. So the tail end of Class D with the front end of Class E.
Johan Miller looking quite comfortable there with the gap that he has got in Class D. Tiaan van Rooyen, as we said, still in second place, followed by Michael Grobler in third.
Got a bit of a look-see there from Johan Miller, but he maintains his position. That 125 of Tiaan van Rooyen, that's the next guy that I expect to probably break out into D. He's been flying, and I think soon he'll be breaking out.
Onto the last lap we go, and it's still all about George Economides that's out in front. The gap that he has got 1.1 second over Kobus Boma.
Almost a flag-to-flag win if he wins this one. Oh, there's Steph in the kitty litter, unfortunately. I think a bit of pressure maybe from Johan Miller. And lost it in turn 2. I think he actually lost it there yesterday as well. No, sorry, it was turn 4 yesterday. He lost during practice.
George Economides coming through now.
Checkered flag.
Takes the checkered flag. Takes the Class D win. Kobus Boma in second. Finished, followed by...
Oh, Eddie's also off.
Turn 4 off as well. That's the 77 car.
Eddie Rodriguez.
Of Eddie Rodriguez that's gone off as well. So, yeah, guys leaving it down to the last lap to go farming.
I see Michael Grobler's got past Tiaan van Rooyen as well, and he's now chasing down Johan Miller, but he won't make it in time now. They're almost at the finish line. And there you go, Class E winner. Again, he's going to have a big smile, old man, Johan Miller. He comes from drag racing, and he's loving circuit racing at the moment.
That's absolutely fantastic, as we see the stricken 104 car parked in the kitty litter there.
It's Steph Cavalieri.
So the Class E battle, winning it Johan Miller, followed by Michael Grobler, Tiaan van Rooyen finishing in third, fourth Zahir Sidat, and then in fifth place Matthew Wadley, followed by Ziad Ismail, and then Mike Grobler and Karen Ninaber.
And just well done to Michael Grobler, coming second in his first race with the BMWs in Class E, so very well done.
Right, that concludes the first of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series races. Great action there. If I speak under correction, it was 10 laps in race number 1, and then race number 2 will be 12.
No, it's all 10 laps.
All 10 laps today.
10 laps, yeah.
Okay, all 10 laps. Yeah. I did see somewhere that there was possibly going to be 12 laps.
No, that's the V8s. V8s do 12 laps. We do 10. All of us, all of our races are 10.
On to the next class we go, and it's the DOE Formula V partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. Bernard, we'll catch up with you a little bit later. Jumping back into the hot seat will be Denver Biggs.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
Right, there will possibly be a slight delay. A couple of cars need to be recovered. There's one of them, that's the 104. Needs to be just towed out of the kitty litter there by the look of things. Stefano Cavalieri having beached it properly. Right, the DOE Formula V is up next, and Dave caught up with a couple of the drivers yesterday.
Chloe Stewart, how's it going this weekend?
It's going pretty well. The track's pretty decent. It was quite cold in the first session, but it's a lot better now.
Is the cold weather having much effect on the grip of these cars?
A little bit, but it's starting to warm up with the tires, so it's okay now.
And are the boys treating you gently?
Yes, very gently. I'm whipping them.
I see you got a halo on your Formula V. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was a long project that we wanted to do, because we used to race in 2006 to 2013, and then my dad had this idea, look, we need to modernize these cars, it's a safety thing. And last year, after one of the F1 guys, Lendl had a bad accident and his roll bar hoop collapsed. We thought it was going to be a good addition for these race cars. So it was probably a 6-year long project, but we had got it done, and the halo is on, and actually the car looks fantastic. We get a lot of compliments on it, and even while driving it, you don't actually see it, so your mind just blocks it out. But it's a nice
a sense of safety when you get in the car, because it's just something else, and just you feel like you're in an F1 car.
How's it going in the Formula V's this weekend?
Alright, had a good start, a bit cold this morning, track was very slippery. Other than that, car's feeling good. We're getting a bit more to grip with the front end. The front end's a lot better after a bit of work on the front end, so feeling happy with the car, the way it's feeling currently. So we'll see now the last session today, and then give our best tomorrow morning in qualifying the 2 races and see how it goes.
Right, you heard it from a couple of competitors out there as they head down onto the grid to form up a grid. And in pole position is Peter Hills in the Formula V, partner with the CLM Lubrifuel. Second on the grid is Lionel Janssen. Then second row of the grid, Johan Groos and Theodore Vermaak. Sean van der Linde is third on the grid with Kyle Watt. And then in the fourth row, Richard Carr and Brandon Hills. Then on the fifth row is Marcel Bluchner, Trevor Hills, Jaden Tromp and Yanni Kaiser on the sixth row of the grid. David Austin, Clinton Kane, seventh. Millet Stewart, Chloe Stewart, eighth row. Then Blaine Million, Hella Gavea, they're on the ninth row. And then we have Reynard van der Linden and Casper de Beer up behind them. Right, they all settling into their grid positions, and they'll be under starters' orders soon. This is a 10-lap race.
Should be 10 laps of action in the DOE Formula V and CIM lubricants. Race number 1, red flag still up, under starters' orders we go. A couple of the cars still getting into place at the back of the grid, and should be a really, really interesting race. Let's see what Peter Hills can do from the front row of the grid in that Mangaza Racing Rima 2 that he is in. He'll be alongside Lendl Janssen in the Bull Security Rima 2 as well, and very, very neat little racing cars. Really is a fun class running on the Volkswagen Formula, the Volkswagen front suspension. Just went and had a look at the couple of the cars in the pits yesterday, and incredible to see how these cars have started evolving over the years. And relatively
right, there we have the red lights, and under the starters orders they're going off, and let's just see if Peter Hills manages to get that. Yes, and he does. He gets that whole shot. Peter Hills does, but it looked like Reynard van der Linden managed to sneak through into that second place. Watch these cold tyres on this cold track in that second turn, that right-hander, as we look, and they seem to be all safely through thus far. And you do not want to touch your tyres in an open-wheeler car, because that just ends up in disaster. As turn 3 they head down, and into turn 4 they're already going under full race speed. Peter Hills got the whole shot. Let's see what's going to happen. Heading up the hill towards turn 5, he holds on to it, and it's between Lionel Janssen and Johan Groos as the battle starts settling down as they head down towards that left-hander.
One of the cars actually rolled in practice yesterday. Luckily the driver managed to escape it unscathed, but can't say the same about the cars. We've got one of the cars running incredibly wide there.
Yeah, as we said, cold track, so these guys having to be a bit ginger in their first couple of laps, especially around this left-hander that we spoke to now. It's the second of the left-handers coming onto the pit straight, and there's still Peter Hills out in front, and the field still, there's some smoke coming off the tyres of that car as he heads down into that left-handed onto the straight. That's turn number 8. Through they go as Peter Hills ahead of Lionel Janssen. Then Sean van der Linden has got himself into that third place with Brandon Hills in 4th, Theodore Vermaak, and he is in that 5th place with Johan Groos holding on to 6.
David Austin in the number 13 car down in 11th place. He's managed to make up one place. Mike Stewart having also made up a place in the number 13 car. We've got somebody that's gone off the circuit.
Yeah, one of the cars rolling to a stop. It looks mechanical.
Looks like a mechanical issue there as Peter Hills leads them through once again.
Through that very fast right-handed turn. That is turn 4 as they head up the hill. Peter Hills has got his hand full. Lionel Janssen really wants that place as they go under braking for that right-handed. Turn 5, and Peter Hills holding on to it. Lendl Janssen looks very hungry for that second place. It looks like a move coming from Brandon Hills on the inside on the Sean van der Linde.
Taking Sean van der Linde on the inside there. We'll see when they come down the hill if he managed to make that move stick. Jaden Trump in the number 50 car, just having gone out of shot there. But it looks like we have had a change of position.
Yeah, Sean van der Linde did manage to get into that third place as they head across the start and finish line into that turn 1, that very fast left-handed sweep. And it looks like a bit of a gap opening up there, Brendan, with Peter Hills and Lendl Janssen, and then there's a bit of a gap down to Sean van der Linde, but that was a result of that tussle that he had with Brandon Hills.
Yeah,
so let's see if he manages to make up that ground.
That gap sitting at just 0.2 of a second, and Lendl Janssen looked like he actually closed up even more. So certainly under threat is our race leader, Peter Hills, and looks the problem there for that Sean van der Linde, I think it was, that put his hand up.
Yes, and there's a swapping of places there. So Brandon Hills is, yellow flags. Okay, so the guys are going to have to be very careful not to overtake, because remember, you get penalised if you undertake.
That was obviously what the hand was up in the air for.
Yeah, so it is Sean van der Linde still in that third place, so he managed to wrestle that back from Brandon Hills, but that's a good tussle that's going on between them.
We can see the car on the far right of the screen there, buried deep in the kitty litter. The driver out of the car already.
And it looks like they under safety car. The driver's all slowing down. They need to get that car out of the kitty litter for safe racing. So we'll see the safety car coming onto the circuit. Yes, we see the SC sign, which means safety car is hanging out in the start control. So we'll have the safety car out while they clear that car, but it should be pretty quick to clear out of that turn 5. We see the Toyota Gazoo Racing safety car out there. I think that's Pretoria North one, as we see Peter Hills line up behind him, and they'll all be following the safety car. There's a recovery vehicle out in the kitty litter clearing that car in that right-hander turn 5 by the Mercedes Academy. A great job of work being done as always by the marshals, and a big thank you to the Zwartkops marshals. It can't be pretty out there. Brendan, I was just thinking about this in this cold weather. Yeah, good job, marshals. Hey, big hats up to you guys.
Oh, and the spinner under safety car.
Oh, goodness, that's car number 13.
That's the number 13 car of David Austin that got himself completely out of shape there.
But that's often the problem, Brendan, with this cold track.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the guys weaving from side to side, and you think they're just trying to emulate the Formula 1 guys. No, they have to try and keep some heat into those tyres, because at turn 1, when they become under starters orders, under race conditions, it's really treacherous with this cold track.
You can see the marshals with the spade having to clear the gravel in front of the tyres. So that car, having buried itself properly there, can't pick up the number of it. It looked like a 51 on the front, but we don't have a 51 on the timing screen. We'll see.
He has literally dug himself in, hasn't he?
Closer to the camera, we'll pick up the number of that car that buried itself there. Peter Hills with Lendl Janssen and Sean van der Linde. That's our top 3. Behind them, 4th, Brandon Hills, Theodore Vermaak, Johan Goos, Richard Carr, Marcel Blichnow, Trevor Hills, Jaden Tromp, David Austin. That's our top 10 as they come through. There's our spinner from a little bit earlier on. That's the number 13 of David Austin.
And unfortunately, due to that spin, now he is now going to have to hang on the back of that grid. He can't make up his place that he had before. So those are the rules of the road. So he'll have to. He's got a lot of effort there, and we see one of the cars coming out of the pit as well.
Let's have a re-look at that spin there. The number 13 car, just getting it out of shape. David Austin coming through. Oh, it's right at the back end of the spin.
I tell you what, if they do have a fines committee after the race amongst these guys, he's definitely going to have to drink a Sharpie, I think is what they call it.
Oh, there we go. We'll get a better view of it now. And just almost outbraked himself with the cold tyres there, almost running into the back of the car in front of him and leading to that spin. And then we saw one of the cars had peeled into the pit lane, one of the bright blue cars. So we'll we'll pick up the number of who that was.
Yeah, we'll be able to see him at the back of the formation now, because like car number 13, David Austin, he's going to have to start at the back of the grid as well. Those are just the rules. And the safety car, if you do go off the circuit under the safety car, you have to join at the back.
Well, once again, tempting fate. There's David Austin. It's a little bit of a twitch, still under safety car conditions.
So this is lap 4. Remember that these laps still count down even under the safety car. So even though, okay, the car is out the kiddie litter, that's good to see. Having literally dug himself in, the marshal's having to dig himself out. Normally they are much quicker in getting the car out the kiddie litter, but he was firmly wedged in there. And it's car number 64.
The number 64 car. The 64 car doesn't show on the timing screen, so
but
that's
Jannie Geyser,
Jannie Geyser in the car. So it gets back out onto the track
Analytics,
again.
Yes. Putting a bit of dirt onto the track, but not too seriously. So he'll have to form up from the back as well. Okay, so this will be the last lap under safety car, which will be lap 5. So they'll have 5 laps to go once they come under starters' orders proper. And Jannie also at the back of the grid as well, so they've got a lot of ground to make up. On a positive note, their tyres are going to be nice and warm because they're practically under race conditions at the back of this lot.
Right, the safety car should be coming in shortly. We're at the halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, and you'll find that now that they're going through turn 4, the safety car will start slowing it up, just to let the guys bunch up a bit and get them properly formed up. In fact, they are quite spread out. That's quite unusual. Normally they get themselves quite tight in their group to try and get some form of hole shot once the safety car peels off, and then they go under starters' orders again. So as they come across the start and finish line, it'll be lap 6. So it'll be a 4-lap sprint, basically. So you can expect to see all sorts of mayhem out in front there, because Lionel Janssen really wants that place. You saw he was looking very determined in that second car, and he wants that first place from Peter Hills.
Yeah, Peter Hill's going to have to be on top of his game when the safety car moves off the circuit, because you can see there Lionel Janssen tucking in right behind the back of that car. And it looks like we have gone racing once again. Green flags out, and it is still Peter Hills under immense pressure now, hanging on to the lead as they went through. Lionel Janssen still in second, followed by Sean van der Linde. Still showing.
Yeah, it was Sean van der Linde.
Sean van der Linde in third place still.
And I tell you what, we just saw going through turn 2, Peter Hill's holding a very defensive line, and we can see Lionel Janssen is very strong behind him, as is Sean van der Linde. Sean van der Linde is closed right up on the top of those two. So it is a good race because they realise they've only now got 3.5 laps left. So
Brandon Hill's making a move there. Yep. Looks like running through on the inside of van der Linde. He had his nose in there, but Sean van der Linde not closing the door, absolutely slamming the door on him.
Yeah, but as I mentioned before, that very defensive driving there from Peter Hills. He is blocking all the great lines. He realises everyone's tyres are not really warm yet from that safety car conditions, so he's playing a clever game there, Brandon. He's holding that defensive line, which is the perfect race line, and you can't go off it because this track is really, really cold. And they head through turn 1, and now we see Brandon Hills is also looking very aggressive. So Brandon Hills now is closing up on the back of Sean van der Linde. He tried there on the entrance to turn 3, didn't manage on turn 2, didn't manage to do it heading down to turn 3. It's going to be anybody's game basically between these first 4 in the front there. And Theodore Vermaak is also closing up, and that's a man in 5th place.
Don't count out Theo Vermaak. He's going to be just hanging there in 5th and possibly pick up any pieces.
Through.
And we finally got it through there.
So that was Lionel Janssen making that move on the inside of Peter Hills. He saw him trying to defend that line. So Peter Hills going outside there to the perfect line into that right-handed turn 5. But I tell you what, Lionel Janssen had that. He's seen that coming. But look at number 6.
Brandon Hills going around the outside now, having a look around the outside of Sean van der Linde, and we see somebody in the background that had just spun. So we've got another spinner as these guys try and get as much heat into their tires. Certainly going to be in for an interesting last couple of laps.
As they come across the start and finish line now, onto lap 8. So that is a penultimate lap. Will Lendl Janssen manage to hold off Peter Hills for that first place? It's going to be tight. And Sean van der Linde is also now in that mix. He's looking very aggressive as he looks to the inside on that right-hander. Doesn't manage to get it on that turn 2. And that allowed a little bit of a gap to open up with Lendl Janssen and Peter Hills out in front there. But we'll see what happens under slipstreaming as they go down that straightaway. Brandon Hills, is he going to get that slipstream and manage to go on the outside of Sean van der Linde?
We've had a change of position up front there again by the look of things. So just
yes,
Peter
indeed,
Hills,
we missed it.
Peter Hills having got ahead of Lendl Janssen, and Janssen will not want to lose this race. He hasn't been beaten so far this season. He has really enjoyed a great season. So a great performance so far from Peter Hills, certainly keeping Lendl Janssen honest at this stage. And the battle right behind there, Sean van der Linde and Brandon Hills still going, raging on there, and Theo Vermaak still very much in the picture as well. And Richard Carr now joining the dance party there as well.
Yeah, so Theo Vermaak better watch out, because Richard Carr's looking quite aggressive as they come around onto their last lap. It is Peter Hills holding on by a hair's breadth there from Lendl Janssen. But that battle that's raging between Sean van der Linde and Brandon Hills, and that's the battle for 3rd and 4th place, is letting a gap open as we see car number 33, that's Brandon Hill, trying to take that wide line, because that man in 3rd place, Sean van der Linde, the final of the podium places, he is holding a tight line and a very defensive line all the way through to the end of this race.
Hills looked left, he's looked right, and around the outside now goes Lendl Janssen. Can he? No, it's not going to happen. Peter Hills. Oh, we've got another spinner there by the look of things. Somebody's gone off in a big way.
Yeah, he managed to recover it though, and he's heading back onto the track there.
Possibly
so
Richard
it could have
Carr.
been Theo. Yeah, it's either they both in red cars. It's hard to pick up. So it must have been Richard Carr, because there's Theo Vermaak there, and it's Last Gasp Saloon as they head down in that the second last left-hander as they head down to turn 8. And it's the last chance that Lendl Janssen is going to have to overtake Peter Hills, but Peter Hills driving very, very defensively and having a great race there to hold on to that first place by a hair's breadth there from Lendl Janssen, and in 3rd place Sean van der Linde managed to hold it off from Brandon Hills.
Absolutely brilliant finish there. Peter Hills managing to take the race win. Lendl Janssen 2nd, Sean van der Linde in 3rd, Brandon Hills finishing in 4th, Richard Carr 5th, Johan Goos in 6th, and then Theo Vermaak. It was obviously him that dived off the track there, coming across in 7th, followed by Marcel Blichnoot. But for the first time this season, Lendl Janssen having to relinquish that unbeaten title. Great drive there from Peter Hills in the Rema 2.
And I must say as well, for an open wheeler class, it was some great racing, because with this cold track, with the cold tires, under safety car, it's always very difficult to keep that heat in the tires, and these guys did so well to keep these cars on the track. I reckon the temperature on this track can't be much more than 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. So hey, all credit to them, some great racing from them.
No, great racing indeed, and this class has really grabbed my attention, and all of the cars running 1400 VW Golf motors, Golf Mark 1 motors, so really affordable class, and these guys going out having lots and lots of fun. So that concludes race number 1 in the DOE Formula V.
Next up will be the Dunlop Hot Laps, and that's going to be interesting.
The Hot Laps that will be going out there. Let's see, that was the first of the Hot Lap sessions, so we're going to take a short break from the commentary while the Hot Laps take place.
And while we're watching the hot laps going around, just a quick bit of information for you. If you do have kids, please be free and welcome to take them down to the ice rink. Yes, you heard it right. There's an ice rink here at Zwartkops. That's next to Scrutineering, and it's free, guys. So if you want to entertain your kids, if they're getting a bit out of hand, take them down and give them some skating lessons. That sounds like a good idea. And there's a lot to do here for the family. Remember, you've got the cafe at the top of the circuit there, at the top of the pits, and they have got the full fare, and there's a bar there, so please avail yourself. And of course they've got hot coffee and chocolate, so go help yourself, guys. There's full catering facilities here at Zwartkops Raceway.
Right, judging by the sound of the cars outside, the V8s have roared into life. It looks like we are almost good to go with the first race in the mobile V8 supercars, while the track cars out on track complete their hot laps.
Yeah, Brendan, there's certainly a reason why they call it Rolling Thunder, because the windows in our commentary tower are literally rattling.
Yeah, it is. I can just almost feel the tension and the excitement starting to build up, and quite a couple of messages that had come through on social media. A big thank you to everybody that is watching the live stream, and a special welcome to Greg Maloney, the man sitting at the Isle of Man TT, filling in for him here this weekend. Just sending a shout out to everybody here. So Greg, enjoy your time over there. And we look forward to hearing all the stories from you, following all of the action live from the Isle of Man TT.
But the action is definitely here down at Zwartkops Raceway. Very nippy, but still enjoyable. As mentioned to you before, there's full bar and catering on the circuit, so please avail yourself of some hot beverages and get yourself settled in, because the V8 supercars from Mobile One are coming at you. And I'll tell you what, there's going to be some exciting racing.
Brilliant, and an exciting initiative as well in the V8 supercars. The Mobile One V8 supercars is they welcome a brand new sponsor in Sonoff Africa. Sonoff Africa that specialize in home automation have got on board as a series sponsor. So all of the cars out on track will be running the Sonoff Africa home automation stickers as well. And Mobile One celebrating 50 years in South Africa, and they've got a long relationship with the V8s. I'm still back from the West Bank modified days, which became the West Bank V8s. So lots and lots of history, and some beautifully prepared cars will be taking part here. Nice to see a nice strong field. I think we had 11 cars going out. So Julian Familiaris in the Lubnet De Matteo Racing Chevrolet Corvette that leads the championships after a dominant last round. That was at Red Star in May, and then the 55 car in the mix there as well. Andrew Kate Racing and Inspect Motors, the man who specializes in bikes and watercraft. He returns for the first time since the last round of last year's championship, and he will be taking part in the GT2 class. The GT2 cars running rev limited, their revs limited to 7,000 RPM. Where the GT2 cars limited to 7,200 RPM. The GT cars allowed to run on new tires. They get 16 tires for the year, and the GT2 cars only run on old rubber. As we see the cars still with the hot laps. It's the Jonathan Machotse Super Polo going around there, followed by the Track Taxi. So the hot laps still taking place there. I think what we heard out the window was the V8s just moving down to form up on the dummy grid. So we will get going with the V8 action. It gives us a chance to carry on chatting about all of the competitors that we're going to see out there. The number 3 car, Franco Di Matteo, the NHR Mining Jaguar XKR. He's currently 6th in the GT1 championships. But he's battling with a bad dose of flu as well as car issues at the last round. So we wish him all of the very best. Then we've got the 110 car and Tony Marks. He rejoins the action in his Riemann Africa back to Chevy Lumina. Last season he launched a late attack, and good to see him back. He very nearly took the GT2 class. So let's see if he can do the same again this year. And expecting big things. He's still got 5 rounds remaining in the championship, so lots of time to make up. Then the 21 car, familiar car of Terry Wilford, the bright red Corvette. He missed the last round of the championships. Currently 4th and in the hunt in his Fuchs lubricant sponsored Ford Mustang, and he certainly has shown that he has got the pace to run amongst the top 3. Then we've got the 77 car of Sean Holzhausen. That's the white car with a little bit of a mix of blue in it. He's sponsored by 959 Panel Beaters and Spray Painters, as well as Top Coat Automotive. He's in a Ford Falcon, very, very pretty Ford Falcon, and it just looks more aggressive than the other cars. It's certainly a standout car. He also missed round 3. He'll be wanting to get straight back into the fight for GT2 honours. Then we've got Warren Lombard, the bright orange car, very familiar, bright orange car. He's enjoyed podium finishes in all of the heats so far this year, and he's had 4 third places and 2 second places, so definitely one of the top contenders. And he's in the Pep Boys automotive sponsored Ford Mustang. Currently lying 3rd in the GT Championship, and will be going out for 2 race wins this weekend. Quietly confident is Warren Lombard. Then Steve Herbst. Great to catch up with Steve Herbst, a man that I first became acquainted to in Formula One powerboat racing circles. Steve and his brother-in-law Terry Moore, that used to race Formula One powerboat racing around the country. He is the current GT2 champion, and he's Prey Instrumentation, PPG coating, as well as QI Systems, the Chev Corvette, and this season currently in 2nd place in the GT2 class. He started racing V8s in 2004 and currently finds himself as the technical commissioner of the Mobile One series as well. Then we've got Oka Kompan, the all-white car. He leads the GT2 class in his Hurricane Automotive Ford Mustang, and he holds on to the lead despite having missed the second race at the last outing. So it's going to be interesting to see if Oka Kompan can hang on to that GT2 class lead. Then we've got the 71 car of Isak Spies. Isak having withdrawn, sorry, the 71 car. Yeah. Isak's not there in the Ultimates Chev Lumina. It was almost a guest appearance, a Class X drive for Isak Spies. So it would have been very, very good to see what he can do behind the wheel of a Mobile One V8.
And the nice thing is you've got this big battle between the Chevy camp and the Ford camp.
Yep.
I think it doesn't matter what country you race in, where there's a V8 supercar, there's always that battle between, well, in Australia it's the Holdens and the Fords, isn't it? But here it's the Chev and the Ford with one lonely outsider, hey? A Jaguar.
Correct, yeah, just the one Jaguar in the mix there. We've got the number 9 car of Thomas Rieb, the Mobile One backed Cafe 9 automotive sponsored car. He's currently in 2nd place in the championships. He's 13 points behind our leader Julian Familiaris, and he's in the ex-Patrick Seddon car, the car that Patrick Seddon used to race. Patrick, well known in Eastern Cape motor racing circles, currently residing in Port Elizabeth, and whenever there's action at Aldous Grabanti, Patrick Seddon always there watching the action and certainly keeping up to date with what's happening in racing circles. And then one of the other competitors, unfortunately, that's overseas, we heard it was business commitments. That's Sam Dahl, but he's actually racing in three series in Finland at the moment. So we wish him all of the best over there. Unfortunately, missing this round. And then another regular that we're missing is Bevan Swartz from East London in his Chev Corvette. Bevan not having made the trip up from East London for that one.
And if the name Thomas Rieb is familiar to a lot of you, him of Porsche fame.
Correct.
So you normally see him behind the wheel of a 911 Porsche, and of course Cafe 9, which is a Porsche garage, belongs to him. So yeah, from a Porsche to a Chev. Should be a song about that, but anyway.
I think from a Jack to a King is where we were going with that one. But also, just catching up with these guys yesterday during practice and this morning before qualifying. Also, such a nice vibe and gees, and everybody focused on getting the Mobile One V8s back to being one of the premier classes in the country, because, as you mentioned, the Rolling Thunder just attracts spectators, and that's what people want to see, real goosebump sounding the roar of a brutal V8.
Well, as Americans say, there's no substitute for cubic inches, really.
Absolutely. As we wait for the hot laps to come to an end, the V8s all lined up on the grid. and it shouldn't be too long before we get going with race number 1 in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Right, back to the action we go, and Dave and his roving camera and microphone caught up with a couple of the V8 drivers.
Andrew Katay up from Cape Town for this event. How's it been going for you?
Yeah, lekker Dave, enjoying it. Lekker to be back in the pits with the guys, enjoying the four wheels, but a bit of a beginner and getting used to all this big horsepower. But yeah, it's lekker just to be on the track, looking forward to a good rolling start tomorrow with the guys.
A bit of a handful around here, big V8.
Yeah, you think motorcycles are hard to ride? Let me tell you, these big V8s, they light up for nothing and you got to hold it on the road. They're very much like a motorcycle, I guess.
GD2 class, but this time I believe you've got a new class starting now in the Mobile 1 V8.
Yes, we have always had GT1, then to get more people competing we started GT2, now we've started GTX, which is an invitational class for people with cars that are similar but not quite the same, but we'd like to invite them to come and race with us to increase the numbers. So for example, Ben Morganroot's got cars, Isak Spies have got cars, and we've invited them to come and race with us. They might have 18-inch wheels instead of 16-inch wheels, those kind of things.
The Rolling Thunder is out on the track, ladies and gentlemen. You're in for a treat because these are the big boys. This is the big horsepower coming at you. And if you guys are wondering what the difference between GT1 and GT2 is, as Brendan mentioned, it is the tire rule. But also the GT1 and the GT2 are limited in different rev range. So GT1 are limited 7,000 RPM. Yes, and I can hear your minds ticking. You're thinking 7,000 RPM for a V8 is quite high. Yes, it is. Because, the V8s of old, you're probably remembering, if you got 6,000 RPM out of them, you were lucky. And the GT2, 7,200. So it's only 200 RPM, but at the top of the rev range, that makes a huge difference.
It will be a rolling start for the Mobile 1 V8, says the Ford Falcon that I was talking about earlier on. Almost a lot lower, low slung, and my money will be on that one.
So that's good to hear for the Ford fans out there, but the man that's in pole position is car number 9, and that's the one that you see behind the Toyota Gazoo Racing pace car, and that is Thomas Reeb, and that's the Chevy Lumina. Behind him is car number 1, Julian Familiaris, and he's also in the Chevy, and that's a Chevy Lubnet DiMatteo Racing GWR Chev Corvette. Then in third place, car number 6, that's the Ford Mustang, the first of the Fords of Warren Lombard, and that's Pep Boys Automotive. And Franco DiMatteo, familiar name in this former racing, car number 3 in the Jaguar SKR. As they come into starters orders, they're heading down that straightaway. Who is going to get the whole shop? And the flag is off, and Thomas Reeb really gets that hammer down very quickly and gets in ahead of Julian Familiaris. And it looks like Warren Lombard slotting into that third place with Franco DiMatteo up behind him.
Great start there from Thomas Reeb. Double waves, yellows having gone out. It looks like Familiaris, apparently. We're just having a look, see, they were double waved.
Now it looks like they all got away cleanly. I think it was just
getting
them using that as the start flags.
Yeah, just getting confirmation. Those double yellows, it's just to keep the guys all in a single file so they're not bashing and bumping into each other. Gentlemanly stuff, expensive equipment out on track. But it is Thomas Reeb that leads, followed by Warren Lombard and then Terry Wilford in the 21 car. Oh no, there's a change of position there. Let's have a look. Whoa, spinner, somebody off into the...
That was that Falcon that you were hoping on, I think.
No, it's Aoki Kompan in the 61 car that has gone farming but manages to recover it fairly easily, and back onto the circuit he goes.
So Familiaris holding on to that second place behind Thomas Reeb. Thomas Reeb has really got the control of this race. Warren Lombard is still holding on to that third place, but he is under threat. Terry Wilford is coming. Terry Wilford has gained a few places. That car number 21 of Terry Wilford is now into fourth place. Franco DiMatteo dropping down.
Wilford running very, very wide. That last shot as our race leaders go through. Di Matteo in 5th place. He's lost a position, having dropped down to 5th.
Yeah, he's all over the back though. He's all over the back of that car of Warren Lombard. He wants that place back from him. Sorry, I mean, Di Matteo is all over the back of Terry Wolford. I beg your pardon. But look what's happening behind him.
The car's still just getting out of shape. Still need to get some more heat into those tyres. But our race leader Thomas Reeb under lots and lots of pressure from Julian Familiaris as Warren Lombard, Terry Wilford and Franco Di Matteo go through now. Down towards turn 1 they go. And it is still Thomas Reeb with the advantage over Julian Familiaris. There comes my car now, the 77 car of Sean Holzhausen, the Ford Falcon.
And you saw he was just shaking a bit from side to side down that straightaway, and he was literally just trying to get some heat into those tyres. Those tyres are really suffering. Oh, and we've got a red and yellow flag out, so that means there's some substance on the track. You might find it's a bit of debris from one of the spin-offs, but that race still rages on, going through turn 4 up the hill to turn 5, and that's still Thomas Reeb holding off Julian Familiaris. Familiaris closes up under braking into turn 5. Does he manage to pull it off? No. Thomas Reeb very defensive going into that. That car number 9 of Reeb's is very wide going into that turn 6 and 7 as they head down the hill to turn 8, and they've opened up a bit of a gap now between them and the man in 3rd place, Warren Lombard.
I think Julian Familiaris in 2nd place, just playing the waiting game at the moment. He is the quickest car out on track. So sitting comfortably in 2nd place, just keep applying that pressure and hopefully force our race leader Thomas Reeb into a mistake.
And the first of the GT2 cars, just to give you an idea of the GT2 cars, the first of those is Sean Holzhausen, as we see all of our race leaders heading through that turn 8 onto that back straight. And Thomas Reeb is holding off that man in 2nd place. But Familiaris, I agree with you, Ben, and it looks like he's just playing the waiting game there. He's looking to see where he's going to pounce, because he is literally stuck all over the back of that man in front, Thomas Reeb.
Focusing on the 7 car of Steve Herbst, that car that changes color, the beautiful wrap job of that it's got. It's gold and then it's purple. But there's the action at the front of the circuit once again, the front of the race once again. And Warren Lombard now the quickest car out on track. He's quickest in the GT class and quickest in the GT2 class, Sean Holzhausen. So things starting to hot up out on circuit once again.
And Warren Lombard just doing a personal best of 102.865, and immediately responded by Terry Wilford, has responded straight away, also doing a 102.714. So the guys are starting to get a bit of heat into their tyres and starting to show some pace. As we see
the chameleon car changing colour there, that's Steve Herbst, but the action back on track now.
Yeah, that race is tight as they head up the hill towards turn 5, and Warren Lombard is visually catching that battle that's going on for 1st and 2nd place. Once again, Familiaris breaks up so close under braking, and you see he's right tucked into the tail.
Hear those tyres squealing as they go through there. Terry Wilford now got the hammer down and goes quicker than any of the others. So the guys now dropped into the 102s. So definitely getting heat there and starting to push it a little bit harder. And just having a look at the cars yesterday, there's actually a manual adjust in the cars that some of the drivers have got. You can either...
The brake bias adjust, yeah.
It's got a brake, the suspension. You can actually adjust the softness and the hardness of the suspension while you are busy in the race. So just getting confirmation that Oka Kapan had just come out of the pits. He's running further on down the field. So it was Anthony Marks. We apologise for that. So just getting the wrong information coming through. Anthony Marks that had come out of the pits. Oka Kapan running in 9th place at the moment.
As we look at that battle heading through that right-hander, that is turn 6, and it is ever raging. I tell you what, Warren Lombard is really closed up on this battle in front of him, and there's a back mark in the way. Is this going to have any influence on the outcome of this race? As we head down the straightaway now onto lap 6, and Warren Lombard is close, and there's that blue flag waved as the back marker moves over quite gentlemanly-like and lets the race continue unabated.
Yeah, great work by the camera crew following all of the action through there. This is Mobile 1 at its very best, and having a look through on the inside, Warren Lombard, no, it was Julian Familiaris. So we've got two screens here and two different race leaders. So let's go what we've got on screen there. Julian Familiaris still in second place, but he was just having a look through on the inside of Thomas Reeb.
As we saw, number 77, that was Sean Holtzhausen. He's the first of the GT2 cars on your screens as the race leaders come into sight. And they're starting to bunch up now as car number 6, Warren Lombard, closes up on number 2. Julian Familiaris, the man who holds second place. Again, they're coming up to one of the back markers. And we see that the cars bunching up as they head through that turn 8 onto the pit straight as they head down. And once again, he moves out. He sees the blue flag, moves the other way. That is awesome as they go through that left-handed corner. And he stays out of the way of the leaders that go through. And except for the guys in 4th and 5th. And that was Wilford and DiMaggio. They got held up a wee bit there behind the back marker. He had no choice. He had to come out for that left-handed turn.
DiMatteo having now gone quickest out of them. So in the top 5 cars, they've each had a turn of going fastest, but the man keeping them all guessing out in front, it is still Thomas Reeb, followed by Julian Familiaris in second, then Warren Lombard charging hard in third place. Then a bit of a gap between the bright red car, Terry Wilford.
He's through on the inside.
Finally managing to get through. Julian Familiaris into the lead he goes. He relegates Thomas Reeb into second, with Warren Lombard still in third place.
And Warren Lombard saw that, and he's also hungry for better than a third podium place as they head down that left-handed turn 8 onto the pit straight. Let's see if that whether Familiaris can open up a bit of a gap. You saw he was all over the back of Thomas Reeb the whole time. Was that just because out of a slipstreaming effect, or was he faster? A wee bit of a gap, but not a lot. But Warren Lombard now closing up that gap. It's going to be a 3-way battle for that race lead on lap 8.
But don't discount Franco DiMatteo having closed up on the back of Terry Wilford. He's once again the quickest car out on circuit, so there could be a little battle. He has a look on the inside now. DiMatteo has a look, but Terry Wilford closes the door on him, and no way through there as Warren Lombard now has a look on the inside of Thomas Reeb. So with just 2 laps left to go, certainly starting to hot up.
And we see Holtzhausen going through. Sean Holtzhausen, that's our GT2 leader. And he's a lonely race out there in the lead of that GT2. And he's 6th overall in the overall standings in this race so far.
Beautiful to see all of these cars coming down.
Yeah, they're really bunching up now.
To the main straight. This is going to be a humdinger. Last lap of the race we go. And it's we could have any one of 3 winners here. I would imagine it's going to be a sprint to the finish for Familiaris, Reeb and Lombard.
But what happened under that back marker, it allowed Familiaris to open up a wee bit of a gap there between him and Thomas Reeb, the man in second place. But again, they're coming up behind the back marker now. Will that allow the field to close up, because it is the last lap? Is it?
Yeah, we're on the last lap.
Right, and they're heading through up the hill now. Underbraking for that, and Familiaris has managed to get past that back marker cleanly, so that's just given him open cars now. He's got himself. That was well played.
Free. Away you go, and the back marker certainly coming into play there.
Okay, Thomas Reeb managed to get finally past that back marker now as they head to the checkered flag. Familiaris taking it from Thomas Reeb. Warren Lombard holding on to that third place, and Terry Wilford into that 4th with DiMaggio in 5th.
Steve Herbst coming through. Where does he finish up in the GT2 class? He comes through in 3rd place. So Sean Holtzhausen wins the GT2 class. Oki Kapan 2nd, followed by Steve Herbst in 3rd. And then let's see where the 55 car of Andrew Kate is. Still waiting for him to come across the line. It will be his first finish ever in Mobile 1 V8. He gets 9th place, and Tony Marks finishes in 10th. That rounds out our top 10 in race number 1 in the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars.
And you saw the endless, absolute racecraft there of Julian Familiaris using that back marker to his best advantage. Dive through on the inside and the entrance to turn 5, and they just held that gap open. and there was no touching him between Thomas Reeb had no chance. It was too much of a gap, and Warren Lombard holding on to that third. So those are the first 3 podium boys in GT1.
That concludes race number 1. It was a 10-lap race. Race number 2 will be 12 laps and an inverted grid. So that's going to make it really, really spicy for race number 2 in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. The action continues right away as we move on to the next class. And coming out to do battle will be the Ferro Energy 111 GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch. The cars start moving out onto the track for the Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch. Dave caught up with a couple of the drivers before the race.
Charles, you're up against some heavy competition in Class A, including longer bumps. Just tell us how that's all going.
Well, I tell you, it's a bit of a challenge because they are all turbo cars, and I have a naturally aspirated car, so we're racing Class A. But it's also nice to be in that kind of competition because it teaches you a lot. It develops your skill. I'm not the most skillful driver, but it's getting better every race, and we're thoroughly enjoying it.
How's it going this weekend?
It's going good. It's actually my first time racing on Zwartkops. First time racing, enjoying it. Track is good, nice group of cars on the track. We're having a good time today.
Your first time out there?
Not really, no. It's fun. It's all fun.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cool.
We're going out in the 111 now, the big switch from rear wheel drive BMW to front wheel drive. Polo, a golf.
Yeah, 100%. We're going out now 111s. Must make the switch, the mental switch first, rear wheel to front wheel. But yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
It's unbelievable. I mean, especially in these times, you know, the guys have put a lot of effort in. Luigi from his side, you know, there's a couple of new guys that have joined us, like Mark and Miguel Dias and Luigi, part of, you know, some challenge guys that have come in. It's also helped step up the game in terms of the drivers. So it's really starting to become quite competitive in each one of the classes. The times are quite tight. So it's really good fun, and you know, looking forward to the race.
Well, the action's certainly going to be thick and fast. A whole lot of cars going out. I think we got 47 cars that were on the entry list going out for race number 1. And a massive shout out to Luigi Ferro, the man behind the sponsorship of the Ferro Energia 111s, the GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatches. This is certainly going to be a humdinger. Let's have a look at what the start grid will look like. Lining up on the front row will be George Economides in the number 5 car. He's alongside Leonard Archer. Then on the second row of the grid, Philip Mayer lines up along the 00 car of Davi Uwalafir. On the third row,
a spin already in the warm-up
spinners
lap.
Already. On the third row,
that'll be another one. That'll be another fines committee one.
The third row of the grid, Mark du Toit finds himself alongside Troy Marais in the 86 car, and Mark du Toit in the 74. Then we have got Lucas Besaitnout alongside Andre De Lange, and we're moving on to the Class B cars now. Lucas Besaitnout lines up alongside Andre De Lange, and then we've got Ian Ehlers alongside Craig Priestley. Behind them on the 8th row of the grid, it is Wayne Lebeski alongside Luigi Ferro. Behind them, Miguel Diaz lines up alongside Jonathan Fisser, and then Francois Henning lines up alongside Wayne Robb. We'll hand over to Denver for the rest of the positions.
Right, the 11th row on the grid is Melanie Spur, the lady in the race. It's car number 64. Then up next to him is Jaden Goosen, car number 53. 12th row is Michael Krobler, and car number 40, Carl Stolzen, 37. And then the 13th row is Voto Rus, and Voto Rus in car number 1, and that is the first of the Class C cars. And Elkie van Vledder, that's car number 431. Up next to him, and then Born Gerbert, that's row 14, and they're under starters orders, and off they go.
I'm going to apologize in advance. Lots and lots of cars out on the track, lots of different classes, so I'm sure there's going to be more than one mistake. But getting out in front, Keegan Nathan in the 21 car that leads from, oh no, that's further on down, sorry, Wayne Lebeski in the number 19 car that leads Luigi Ferro and Miguel Diaz. That is the no, get it completely wrong. Lucas Besaitnout in the 51 car that actually goes out in front. Craig Priestley in that beautifully turned out BMW was right up there with him, and Francois Henning in third place.
Yeah, we saw that. So one of the first times I've ever seen Economides lose that pole, that whole shot. George is normally so quick off the mark, and that Golf Turbo of his is idiotically quick, powered by that 2-litre turbo motor, and he's back in front though. That's where we used to see him, and very quick down that little bit of straightaway into turn 8 onto the pit straight they go. The first time in anger, and it's Economides from Leonard Archer in their BMW. Then we got Philip May up behind him, then Davy Olivier, then Mark du Toit. So Mark du Toit, expect to see him making a little bit of headway through the field. And Andre de Lange has made himself a couple of places up. That's car number 111 dropping down. Troy Murray into that 7th place.
An incredible mix of cars here. We've got everything from beautiful Porsches to lots of VW Polos, Golfs. You see that very, very quick little Golf going through there now. And such a wide array of cars. So very difficult. We focus there on the 111 of Andre de Lange having gone through there now.
Yeah, Andre de Lange driving one of the X cars, the X-Class cars, and that's the VW Golf. So they sort of unclassify. Well, they're in a different class with the Class X cars.
The Class X catering for new drivers. First time out in the series for them, as we saw one of the cars getting parked up against the tyre wall. So something has gone horribly wrong there. The 64 car.
Yeah, Economides already gone through onto the 3rd lap. So George Economides is still leading up this race in Class 3. As we see car number 64, that's coming through. He is one of the Class D cars.
Melanie Spur in the 64 car, well positioned. She has got Luigi Ferro right behind her. Then it's Wayne Robb and Miguel Dias. Oh, somebody's bonnet has come blown open. That's the 111 car of Andre de Lange, the car that we focused on earlier, and he's doing an incredible job of mayhem out on circuit. We've got another spinner there. Looks like a little Corsa.
Yeah, it's one of the Class C cars.
One of the Class C. It's Goosen. Jaden Goosen in the Class C car that's gone off, and a BMW Z4 in the mix as well, chasing down a little box-shaped BMW 3 Series. And the Golf of Andre de Lange still going well with its bonnet open.
Yeah, that's Mark du Toit in that BMW Z4. He's one of the GT cars, and he's on the track. He's up to 5th place. Remember, I said keep an eye on him. How that guy see. There's someone driving with his bonnet literally covering his windscreen. That's incredible. But double waved yellow there, so they're going to have to slow down. And I dare say they'll bring out a safety car, yeah. They're going to have to bring out a safety car because that Class C car
that got himself grounded in the kitty litter there. The safety car coming out. They need to get that car out of the way, but it'll possibly give Andre de Lange an opportunity to get that bonnet off his clothes. But I mean, still going like the clappers with his bonnet wide open. So I think going by feel at this stage.
That's the most incredible form of driving. But we're seeing that tussle that's raging on between Mark du Toit. It is incredible. He's all over the back of that E30.
Davy Olivier in the 00, a little box-shaped BMW. Great to see Davy always involved in the action out there as de Lange continues to circulate around the circuit with that bonnet completely blocking his view.
And Melanie Spur still in front of Luigi Ferro. So that is a great battle that's going on between those two. And that's the beautiful thing about this class. Well, this form of racing. There's yellows. I think there's not a corner that doesn't have a yellow on it. So where are you supposed to overtake? I don't know, because the rules are that you're not supposed to overtake under yellow.
Safety car boards have gone out, so just waiting for the safety car to pick up our race leader.
I don't know if de Lange is going to see that. In fact, the fact he's seeing anything with his bonnet up, I don't know. The reason I'm laughing so much, it actually happened to me in a Datsun Bucky once, and I didn't do as well as he is. Okay, safety car officially out. We see the Toyota Gazoo racing car out on the track, and Economides up behind him. So Economides still leading up that with Leonard Archer up behind him. Philip Mayer's in third place on the track. Davy Olivier. Mark du Toit's got himself up into fifth. And Troy Murray has done well. Now he's up into sixth place. And Andre de Lange is holding on to that seventh. Quite incredibly so, with zero sighting.
Let's have a look at while the safety car's out there, an opportunity to have a look at the top three in all of the classes. It's Lucas Besaitnout that leads out Class A, Craig Priestley in second, and Mel Spur in third. That's the Class A battle. Then in Class B, Wayne Lebetsky, followed by Luigi Ferro and Miguel Dias. That is the top three there. Top three in Class C, it is Karel Stoltz, Wouter Roos, and Elke van Vledder. And then down to Class D we go, Rob Clark, followed by Keegan Nathan. Great drive there from Keegan Nathan, son of Graham Nathan. That's the two cars that are running in Class D. Onto the GT class we go. It's George Economides that leads out there, with Leonard Archer behind him, and then Philip Mayer in third place. Onto the Super Hatch A's we go, and it is Ishmael Beloyi that leads that one. Onto Super Hatch B, it is Selen Naidu, our leader there, followed by Kirishan Reddy in second place. The T2 class, it is George Aldrich that leads, and then the X class, Andre de Lange with that bonnet open, followed by Ian Ehlers.
Come on.
It's going to be an interesting couple of laps once the safety car goes off the circuit, because what it is doing is closing up all of the classes now. All the cars in all of the classes are going to be on top of each other, so it's going to be a bit of a sprint finish. We've still got 4 laps left in the race, so a long way to go still in race number 1 in the Ferro Energia Triple Ones GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch A and B.
There's so many cars out in this. The guys at the back are almost under full race pace, just trying to keep up with the pace car in front.
I just still can't believe that Andre de Lange, how he's going around there with that bonnet wide open. I see there is a little bit of a gap below the bonnet, and surely he can't have much of a view of the circuit through that little gap.
Right, pace car off, so they're going to be under starters orders as they come through. Turn 8 onto the straightaway. George Economides leads them out, with Leonard Archer still in that very close attendance. And we saw what happened in the start of the race. Leonard Archer managed to get past him, but Economides holding on to the lead as they come streaming past. So it is still Economides out in front. Leonard Archer, Philip Mayer, Davy Olivier, Mark du Toit. Watch Mark du Toit now. He's got himself into 5th place. And in that GT car of his, he's going to be gaining places. The first of the Class C's comes through. Wouter Roos.
Looks like our man with the the bonnet that had lifted up has gone into the pits. He's disappeared off the screen, so possibly been brought into the pits to attend to that bonnet that had popped open, as George Economides still leads out. That's the 64 car of Mel Spur, still going very, very well, involved in the thick of the battle.
Oh, there's some incredible dices going on through the field there. Mel Spur having that huge battle with Ferro, and it looked like Ferro might have got the better of that as they go through. One of the Class B amongst that, and that's Wayne Lebowski. So this is an incredible tussle that's heading down there, as we see that Toyota heading down, leading that Class A car of Mel Spur, number 64. Yeah, they come down the straightaway now. This is the best race that's going on the track at the moment. A couple of Class A and Class B cars all bunched together, and they are having a whale of a time.
It's anybody's positions for the taking there. That battle from 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Brilliant dice in there, and Mel Spur certainly getting those elbows out. Got Craig Priestley put in lots and lots of pressure, as well as Lucas Besaitnout very much in the mix there as well.
And Mel Spur doing pretty well. Remember that she's in a Class B car, so she's doing well to hold off the rest of the Class A cars that's holding around her. Here comes Economides down towards turn 8. And he's going to head on to the straight about. But look at the gap that he's opened up to the car in second place, and that's Davy Olivier. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's Leonard Archer up behind him, and Economides putting in his PB, his personal best of 2.134. That's an incredible lap from George Economides, and you see why he's opened that gap. And here comes that tussle that we were talking about that Mel Spur was involved with, and it is an absolute cracker. In amongst that is car number 29, and that's Miguel Diaz, and he's just behind Wayne Robb and Luigi Ferro. And in front of him in 10th place is Ian Ellis, Lucas Bazanot. That is that battle that is raging on with Wayne Lebowski amongst that lot as well.
Bazanot having slowed down remarkably now. Mel Spur having got to the front of that battle over there. But it's still got one lap left, so already on the last lap of the race. And it is Spur with the advantage. The 150 car comes through now.
And we just see Leonard Archer heading through that left-hander, but George Economides looks like he's got this sewn up, and nothing's going to touch him. Boris Spin in the last lap, which is never going to happen to him. He's a Zwartkops master, and he absolutely wins it from the man in second place. And that's Leonard Archer, and 2.134. That was an excellent race time there from our race winner. Mark Dutoy, as I said, made his way up into third place. Davy Olivier in fourth, Troy Marie in fifth, and Mel Spurn, an incredible drive from her to take sixth place.
Sixth place, and where was she in class? Let's just have a look at the side. She's actually top of Class A, so Mel Spur winning Class A, second in Class A, Craig Priestley, and third, Wayne Robb. But some fantastic driving, and it's actually quite a difficult class to follow because of all the battles happening within the race. But I'm sure it will get better as the day goes along. Let's go through all of the classes. We've done the Class A class. Class B was won by Wayne Lebeski, followed by Luigi Ferro in second. Third place was Miguel Diaz. And then in Class C, winning there were Karel Stoltz, followed by Wouter Roos and Bjorn Gebert. And then in Class D, Rob Clark with the better over Keegan Nathan. That is the Class D battle. Then onto the GT cars, George Economides in that very, very quick little Golf, winning overall and winning the GT class as well. Leonard Archer finishing in second place in the GT class, followed by Mark Dutoy in third. And then onto the Super Hatch A's we go. With taking the race win there was Ishmael Baloyi, and the Super Hatch B win going to Selene Naidu, followed by Kirishan Reddy. And then onto the T2 class we go. George Aldridge taking the race win there. And then in the X class it was Ian Ehlers that took the win there with Andre De Lange. He was still classified, but having gone into the pits after having completed 6 laps. So that concludes the manic Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons, including the Super Hatch class. Next up will be the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. This is the big one, classes A, B, and C. All of the big bangers coming out. And we should have Nick Herbst coming to join us in the commentary box. as our BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series cars move out onto the circuit for their first race. This is classes A, B and C. Let's catch up with a couple of the drivers before the race.
Andre van Vuren, Class C competitor. Sometimes this car is turbocharged and sometimes it's not. What's about that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's exactly like you say. The first session went well. Got to know Zwartkops a bit. It's the first time in this car with this on this track. Went well. The second session, I felt there was no power and the boost pipe came off. So I felt how it would have been if it was a normally aspirated car. And I can tell you, it's not nearly as fast as it should be.
But your first race was Kyle Army, where it was such a full field. But around Zwartkops now also, there's a lot of cars out there.
Yeah, it's a large field again on a smaller track, shorter track. So I think it's going to be much of the same. But that's what makes it fun, and I think that's what makes this whole series so enjoyable. Is the fact that the racing is as tight as it is, and everyone's just here to have a good time. So yeah.
Class C competitor Nick Naidu. Nick, look like you've got things going well here, not doing up too much practice.
Yes, it's weather's nice. It's nice and cool. Obviously turbocharged car, so came to enjoy myself and have a good weekend. Enjoyed time with the guys. Car's feeling good. So yeah, hopefully I can better the times later today and get a good qualifying tomorrow and enjoy what tomorrow holds for us.
And Nick, the series seems to be going from strength to strength at the moment. Eh?
Yes. It's nice to see new guys coming and joining, and we're getting a bigger group of guys, which is always nice, more competition, and it makes it more enjoyable.
Right, joining me in commentary, Nick Herbst. Nick, fantastic to have you here along for the ride, and it's going to be quite an epic race. The big bangers coming out here, some beautiful cars in the mix here.
Thanks, Brendan. A great pleasure as always. Looking forward to this race on this cold winter day here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, we just a couple of the interviews there, and Nick Naidu, that car of his, one thing that really fascinated me, I saw that car at Kyalami. I mean, he's still got an aircon and he's still got his radio in there. He was playing tunes, nice and cool, but probably be using the heater in the car today because track conditions still relatively cold. How did you find him in your heat?
I think it's the first time we haven't had to turn on the cooling and the extra fans inside there. So yeah, an interesting thing we don't see very often.
Great stuff. As they line up, it's Ryan Nijker that is in pole position, and Ryan, fresh out of the South African Endurance Series weekend down in Port Elizabeth last weekend, straight into the lead he goes and into the action. He was alongside Fabio Fedetto on the front row of the grid.
And we've got a move already there from Leon Lopescher getting past Fabio Fedetto. Fabio had a good qualifying. Leon Lopescher had some trouble in qualifying, so Fabio got ahead of him there. But looks through corner 2, made that place up, and he'll start the hunt for Ryan Nijker in that beautiful E92 M3 GTR. Fabio's still there in third, followed by Mr. Rainier Smith.
We saw a big puff of smoke out of the back of the 50 car of Gary Martin's, the Grease Monkey Motor Garage car, but that is the only diesel car in the field that I'm aware of.
It's fantastic to have him here. They had some trouble yesterday. Oof, what's happened there?
Got a big spinner.
Somebody gone off at corner 4. Let's see if we can identify which car that is, if he's gone back on track or whether we got some damage.
We'll see, but just having a look at the 208 car out on track now. Andreas Meyer, I know he's battled that beautiful classic touring car colours. I know he's had some technical issues this weekend.
Yeah, interesting to see if he can bring the performance back. Struggled with some shock absorber issues, but looks like he's putting the pressure onto Nick Makris over there. So I'm hoping he's got that sorted and he can be really competitive in this Class B field now. I can see Devin Robertson over there. He's putting great pace in that Class C category. I think he's the one to look out for today.
He's leading the C class at the moment in the number 20 car. Fantastic to have Devin Robertson, a wealth of experience out on track. and not just red flags having gone out. So I haven't seen what happened there. Maybe that car that went off is just parked in a dangerous spot there. So our first race stoppage of the day. Safety cars not coming out, but in fact it is a race stoppage, and there we just get in.
So that's the Truewood car we're seeing on the side over there. It looks like it tangled with Leonard Archer in that ACD Valcom E90 335i. Right behind it, that's Nishal Singh passing the vehicles over there. Now, is that the original incident? What are we seeing there?
That happened after the red flag had gone out. So possibly somebody just caught unawares with the slower traffic, and Leonard Archer was facing completely the wrong way around.
So drama early on here in this Class ABC race. We still don't have footage to see exactly what's caused the red flag. I'm not sure, Brennan, if you can see what's happening there.
We'll see if Paul had managed to get an action replay for us, but or possibly just hear on the radios from the marshals what the reason was, but completely unsighted as to what caused it. But at the restart,
Okay, so we've got Andre, I believe it's Skeppers van Vieren in that E90 race car. Now that car's looking like a little bit on the front left that experienced some damage there, but that's looking at the top of corner 5, I stand to be corrected, but that's beached heavy in the sand right now, and it looks like Yucky Jr. Probably involved in that incident there.
So there's our reason for the red flags, the race stoppage. The Curvent car showing a little bit of front end damage there. Guys just having a chat about what happened there, and a rather friendly chat. It doesn't seem to be any aggression going out there, and that's I've mentioned it to Bernard earlier when he was here. Just the gees and the camaraderie amongst the guys. Once again, an absolute standout for me in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series.
It's a defining character there. Sure, you get a little bit of red mist when it comes to racing, but at the end of the day, racing incidents are real things, and they can't be avoided in totality, and they're going to happen. Specifically on an incredibly fully packed race, we got 25 plus race cars in this category, like we've got in Class D and E. So the propensity for incidents, specifically on lap 1, is just so much higher.
Yeah,
so because we're not completing full 2 laps, so we'll go to a full restart.
All right, getting confirmation coming through from Paul Bedford in the Obi van that there's possibly fluid that has been dropped on the circuit, or possibly oil that has gone down on turn 5, and that has led to all of the guys spinning, as we saw the guys facing completely the wrong way around. So the marshals heading out onto the track now to go and attend to what is possibly a bit of an oil spill at turn 5.
They're working really quickly there, the guys. I imagine they've already thrown some of that cement down, and I can see the blowers already operating, so kudos to the Zwartkops team. There's no delay in that. They're getting that sorted, so hopefully we can get this race restarted, and hopefully a little bit less drama in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, that's turn 4 where they're busy, so possibly oil turn 4 and turn 5. So, as you say, high drama at the early stages of the race. Just getting confirmation that it was the yellow car, that the Curvent car, that looks like it has blown its motor, and its engine expired in a big way and spilt its oil out. I wanted to say its guts, but spewed its guts out onto the track, and a bit of a break while there's a cleanup.
Yeah, it's a sad outcome for Andre. I know that he was putting in some very good lap times yesterday during practice. The car was looking competitive. So that's a disappointing end if that is indeed the outcome, that car has met its engine demise. So we're going to lose one. I don't know if we have any other casualties in that Class C category that we've got here in front of us, but at least not too many vehicles involved. But it's going to be a lot of work for the Zwartkops team going up to corner 5 to repair that circuit in terms of reducing the oil effect.
Yeah, just picking up the pieces of the Curvent car, and just the last shots that we had there was the extent of the oil up the hill. There is a lot of oil that has been dropped down onto the circuit. So I think we're going to be in for an extended break, and just a massive shout out to all of the marshals out there this morning. I mean, working in incredibly cold conditions. When we arrived at the circuit at 6 o'clock this morning, the marshals were already out and at their posts and getting ready for a good day's racing. So just a huge massive gratitude to all of the marshals here at Zwartkops International Raceway.
It doesn't look like the Truewood vehicle is getting moving. We can't really see from the footage whether that's got any damage sustained. Like you mentioned, maybe a little bit after the fact, the Curvent car going off first, and potentially even on the follow-up lap with the double-waved yellows or the red potentially going off. So we'll see some footage on that later, but I'm not seeing if that car is going to continue moving. So it looks like we're going to have 2 cars removed from the Class C competition.
That is really a pity, because the Class C and we, as we saw in Class D earlier on, that's the tussles up front. I mean, we've got 4, 5, 6 cars, anybody in the mix, and all within, all in with a shout. So it is really a nice competitive yet almost gentlemanly form of racing.
Absolutely right. In terms of the classes that the places to be, it seems like Class C and Class D have got those honors at the moment. So Class C has long been an incredibly rewarding and enjoying category in the BMW M Performance Pass race series, and Class D is showing some very tight tussles as well now. So, like you mentioned, a bit of gentlemanship, if that's the correct word, but yeah, respect for each other and the race that's at hand, and often we don't see too many incidents specifically of dangerous driving or things like that.
And how do you curb the guys, or sort of keep reining them in? Because knowing races, as I know races, the moment that visor on the helmet goes down, it is pedal to the metal and to hell with the guy next to you, and you'll always get the let's call them hotheads that come through. And do they get sorted out fairly quickly in the series?
Yeah, our COC Eldred, he'll certainly address any reckless driving behaviour and any misfits, unfortunately, that don't fit in with the club ethos and the drive and intention of the club. So these things get addressed, but unfortunately, like we mentioned, first race plus lap 1 with a big field. Unfortunately, it's a recipe for incidents, and unfortunately, I mean, there it looks like we've got no driver behavior issue, but we've got a vehicle that's let go in a mechanical way, and the oil on the track just makes you an absolute passenger.
Yeah.
You're skating on an ice rink, and there's absolutely nothing you can do, and if you're one of the guys just behind that, just so much worse, because it comes up on you so quickly, and there's just so little you can do, and you just have to take evasive action, brace for impact, and hope your braking takes effect at some point on the track.
And with Class A, if we could just shift the focus to primarily the Class A cars, how much development is allowed? Is it open game? You can just go crazy and whatever floats your boat, you can.
Sky's the limit. So there really is not a lot of constraints in the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. So effectively our category is governed by time, as opposed to a lot of hardware restrictions and modifications. So what you'll see is we've got a great number of classes. We've got everything from A to E, and I believe we're potentially even considering an additional class to continuously keep very tight racing in each class. So you can have effectively very different cars of different capabilities in a similar class, because the ultimate race pace is what determines your position in a particular class. So here we'll see the Class A race cars, which are capable of competing on the international circuit. I mean, that car there, right, we see on our footage, the Ryan Nike's E92 M3 race car. Incredible machine. We were seeing lap times of the low 102s yesterday, if I'm correct, and that kind of lap time is incredible.
Supercar territory. And Ryan Nike, am I right in saying he's only 16 years old?
Yes, yeah. Ryan's one of our youngest drivers on the field. Really capable, and he's been showing his racing prowess over the last number of races. He's been with us. I think this is now the third or fourth event, and he's really showing race driver development.
Had an absolute baptism of fire for him in Port Elizabeth last weekend in the South African Endurance Series, and where he ended up on top of the tyre walls in the Audi R8, but came back. They got that car sorted out in next to no time, and came back and put in a very, very solid performance for such a young driver.
Yeah, it's great to see this. We've seen a number of young drivers being developed, to a limited degree in our category. So we've had Leighton and another will come to my head in a moment, but being developed before international driving performance. So I know that Andreas was cheering on our South African in Leighton in the I think it was the DTM or the M2 Cup, and the guy's doing incredibly well. But the competition in specifically Class B and Class A is really unparalleled at certain extents. You really can see fantastic racecraft being exerted on the track there.
And a lot of the guys, joining in the they're not youngsters. They're elderly guys joining that have never raced before. So here you've got a mix of super talented guys, fresh out of karting, that have done international karting, mixing it up with the more gentlemanly racer, and that's the part that I find interesting here is to how you I referred to them as hotheads earlier, but a karter is a karter, and if there's a gap, he's going to take it. So I know Ryan Nike come through the karting fields as well. So our karting at the moment is in a very, very healthy state, and they move down to Port Elizabeth next weekend for the Rock, the next round of the Rock Championship. So we'll be following that one with some careful attention.
The diversification is great. So unlike where you start become accustomed to what your colleague and your co-competitor, how they race and the typical trends and styles of a young up and coming racer, you now have everything under the sun. We've got a range of drivers in age ranging from 16 all the way to, I believe it's in the 70s. I must ask Uncle Leon, one of our top competitors, who's the top there in terms of the age category, but no, he's certainly not shy in terms of pace. And I would expect him to put up a strong competition now for this race here.
That's absolutely brilliant to hear. And there was a point I was going to make about the VW Rookies Cup, that fast tracking the karters into saloon car racing as well now, and that's been hugely successful, running in its second season. And we see the likes of Judd, Gary's son, Berthold, there we go. Berthold coming through and mixing it up here with the guys, and we've got a youngster from Port Elizabeth, Josh Moore, 14 years old, that's in the Rookies Cup already. So it's certainly going to fast track the guys into the mainstream, and it's such a great initiative from Micro and the VW Motorsport team.
Yeah, absolutely. There's certain aspirations that everybody will have, and I'm sure Formula One is probably the pinnacle. But we're seeing the examples, the results of the van der Linde brothers, Sheldon and Calvin, and the incredible results that they've experienced in the DTM and various other GT3 categories. And it's fantastic to see South African athletes featuring on the international stage. And to see where you can get to, and to be honest, when you look at the competition and what we get to see in the GT3 classes, that must be an absolute dream for somebody. So this kind of bringing competitors up from a very early age, and things from karting into saloon race cars, Polo Cup, Formula V, to name a few. Fantastic way to get an early start into saloon racing, which is at the top of the racing competition in the world.
I believe that Keegan Masters is with us today. He's we'll hopefully try and get hold of him and bring him in to come and chat to us. But I mean, two podium finishes for him in the last outings in the Porsche Cup, the international Porsche
One of my
Cup.
favourite categories, that.
Yeah, and I mean at Monaco of all places, and he's busy. He signed a 2-year deal, so he's in it now, flat out, and he's certainly starting to reap rewards and being picked up by the bigger teams and the bigger sponsors. So hopefully we can catch up with Keegan if he is here listening on the PA system, that he can pop in and come and chat to us maybe during the break a little bit later on for the hot laps. It'd be interesting to chat to him.
So it looks like that Truewood vehicle, if we take a look closer now that the Curvent E90 car of Andres Schierpers has been moved, it looks like that's got some front end damage over there, the front bumper specifically, potentially the hood as well, a little bit hurt, so I'm sure that's not going to be competing. So it looks like that's the only car that I'm expecting that they're going to continue to attempt to move out. The Curvent car is out of our picture right now. I'm assuming that's been returned back to the pit. So yeah, hopefully we're not too far away from getting back to some track action.
Yeah, we saw they had the super sweepers out on the track as well. Just in that last camera shot that we were looking at the car, there lots and lots of gravel on the circuit as well. So there's still, I would imagine, still going to be a few minutes of cleanup time before we get back into the action of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. Frustrating time to be sitting on the grid waiting. What's going through your mind at that stage?
I was looking at it now and just pondering, and there's certain times of the year at different circuits where sitting in this car is in one of the race cars is a particular experience. I think right now it's probably the most comfortable, to be honest. As time goes by, though, I think the wind chill is going to be having an impact. But usually we don't have the creature comforts like air conditioning or any sensible ventilation unless the car is moving at significant speed. So with the real cold air in right now, I'm sure those guys are at least a little bit more comfortable, but nonetheless, I'm sure they can't wait to get going again.
Yeah, unless you are Nick Naidu in the M2 with the air conditioner and radio. He's probably got the heater on there, but also the cars having been stationary for so long, all that heat that they had managed to build up into the tires has all but dissipated. So it's back to the drawing board, get that heat back in, so get some heat into those Dunlop tires again, as the super sweeper now having moved further up the circuit, and you can the gravel that I was referring to, you can see on the left hand side of the screen there.
That looks like quite a fun little vehicle there. I think if they were having hot laps, I wouldn't mind taking a lap in that super sweeper. That seems to be quite a bit of fun that guy's having, clearing that circuit. We saw the one tow vehicle return to the track now. I'm hoping he's going to be able to hook up. No, he's leaving the track there. So I wonder if they need the flatbed to move that Truewood vehicle as well. And that'll explain the continuation of this delay we're seeing right now. One more vehicle to get off the track, which is still in a very dangerous spot, and I'm sure that won't allow any racing to proceed until that's addressed.
Hopefully we can get that car sorted out and back on track. I don't think we're going to see any more of the Curvent car out on the circuit after it spilled its guts, but more cement powder going down. You can just see the dust blowing across there. So as I said, I think we're still a little bit away from a restart.
Quite a bit of wind we've got here today. We see that dust picking up, and it's not moving at any glacial pace. So yeah, plenty of wind on at the moment. It doesn't seem to be impacting or having any significant impact on the race cars right now. So we're not seeing a massive tailwind, headwind, or side draft. But with the cool temperatures, really helping these cars to produce maximum performance. So cooler temperatures mean denser air. So the engines are able to produce a little bit more power. So we're going to see, fantastic performance over here. It's always a juxtaposition. We're combating whether we've got peak performance from the track, and once it gets to a certain temperature, it's got a bit of rubber from the various classes that are racing. You get the track evolution starts happening, and cooler temperatures, specifically up here in the Highveld, really do play an important role.
Of the various tracks that you race, what would you rate as the best? Where's the best place to take the BMWs and go and race?
I think we're spoilt for choice here in South Africa, but I don't think Kyalami would be done any justice if it wasn't that top position. Kyalami is a fantastic track. It's very different in characteristic. It's a lot longer. The number of high-speed corners, the dynamics of the track in terms of camber and different types of corners there just make for a fantastic experience for the race driver. I'm not sure if the viewing experience is paralleled. I know from my family, we go to Red Star Raceway out in Delmas, and while that is fundamentally a bike track, the viewing is great because it's so flat, and you can basically see everything that's going on. So for the viewers, you can kind of keep up with the action if you're there, at the circuit and experiencing everything live. Whereas Zwartkops, there's some decent viewing over here, some nice positions which you can get to. Whereas Kyalami, because of the length of that track, you've got to choose your position wisely, and you can only keep a couple of corners in your viewing point, and I think that's what makes it maybe a little bit less attractive from a live viewing position. But for the drivers, I must admit, Kyalami is just unparalleled. It's an absolute gem, and I think if we had to do that once, twice, 10 or 100 times a year, I'd certainly be signing my name up every single time.
Fantastic to see some bra fires already having been lit on the banks, and one thing that really blew me away this morning, as I said, we got here at 6 o'clock, and there was already a queue of spectators coming into the circuit, obviously to get their favorite spot on the embankment, and even cars that were left last night. So lots of fun and games happening over there, and while the break is on, if you want to go and have a look at the ice rink that they've set up at the back of the pits, the raised pits at the back there, they've got an ice rink for the kiddies. You're more than welcome to go and have a look there. It's free for the children to go and have their first taste of an ice rink. So lots of activities happening, and then the Dunlop zone at the back here, lots going on there as well. They've got a guess the number of balloons in a car. They've got a BMW that is full of balloons. You've got to guess how many balloons were put into that car. They've got a Scale Extrix track that's been set up there as well. They've got 2 simulators, so you can go and put your skills against the best in the world on the simulators there. So lots and lots of action, and not forgetting the charity drive that Dunlop have been behind this weekend, collecting blankets, jackets, as well as tinned food, and we found out this morning that the VW, the Payar VW Challenge guys had donated 230 blankets already, and there was still more to come. So a fantastic initiative, and a massive thank you to Dunlop for putting the charity drive together, and then for all of the people that have embraced the charity drive and contributed towards it. It is certainly a very, very welcome initiative.
Yeah, fantastic outcome, and this is really it's needed right now. If you take a look at how the temperatures have just plummeted in such a short span, we've been having a mild winter, to be honest. We didn't see in May any significant temperature drops or huge cold fronts, and just over the past week or so, we've just seen the cold kind of set in, and specifically with the wind today. Once we get the footage rolled back to some of the spectators, you see how everybody is just making an attempt to keep warm, big jackets, trying to break the wind. So it's tough right now to be a loyal and devoted spectator, specifically when you're supporting one of your favorite race drivers. But nonetheless, it looks like we're still going to see some great racing here today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a welcome relief for me when I arrived yesterday. I'm based in Port Elizabeth, and I flew in early yesterday morning and left the pouring rain. We've had almost a week's worth of rain in Port Elizabeth, and got out the aeroplane yesterday to a welcome 5 degrees. I actually went and put a second pair of shorts on because it was that cold. So yeah, but when we arrived this morning, it was bitterly cold, and the wind cuts through you and straight into your bones. So it is great to see the spectators out there. The sun had come through, but the wind still a serious wind chill factor that it has got out there.
We're probably at the best part of the day. You know, we're approaching midday, just 1:45 right now. We're getting some nice footage, unfortunately, of that Truewood vehicle. Not in a great shape. I'm hoping that's not going to be too terrible for the Lee Thompson racing team to address. They look after the Truewood vehicles. But yeah, unfortunate event over there. I wonder if he was unfortunately a victim and a passenger of the oil spill from that curve end machine.
Yeah, the damage to the front end of that car rather substantial. It didn't, the way it was parked up against the barriers, you didn't realize until we saw that footage of it on the trailer. So I doubt we will see that car taking any further part. We hope they can get it sorted out and see the second of the Truewood cars out on the track.
So with that car returning to the pits, I'm sure we're going to be getting underway quite shortly. We'll see from the footage to see if there's any more work being done to the track. It looks like the sweeper machine and the marshals have done a great job. They seem to be off to the side already. So I think we're not too far away from our restart for the Class A, B and C BMW M Performance Race Series, and that'll be a full restart. So any overtaking maneuvers that were executed during that first lap, unfortunately, are going to be replaced. We can see the board go out there, so they're about to start.
Yeah, the 5-minute board going out now, so the safety car will just go around track inspection, and then 5-minute board was very short-lived. Well, there we go. Car's straight out behind the safety car. Get back into their original positions, as Nick said. And we are good to go. Racing classes A, B and C. Been an action-packed affair so far.
Take a look out for the yellow and black BMW E36 of Hein van der Merwe. It's got a big stalk sticking out the top. It makes it look like a bumblebee. So that is a 360-degree camera.
That's what it is.
Take a look after the session. I'm sure Hein will share that on YouTube and various other channels, and we'll see a great 360-degree view of his racing.
Yeah, the 360 cameras have certainly added a completely new dimension to motorsport photography, and they are absolutely fantastic.
So we've got Ryan Nijker leading from Fabio Fedetto, Leon Loebscher in third. We've got Renier Smith just behind him leading the Class B battle. Right behind him, Nick Makris from Andreas Meyer. Behind Andreas Meyer, we've got Oz Bagioni and then Jaco Storm Sr. Leading Class C, we've got Devin Robertson from Nishal Singh. Behind him, Leonard Archer, who we saw was facing the wrong direction. But let's stay tuned now into this restart with Ryan Nijker to take the honours away.
Nervous moments for the drivers, but I'm sure a lot of relief as well that they're finally getting back to the racing action as the lights go out and we go racing. You can just see the amount of cement dust blowing off the circuit. So a couple of places around the circuit that have been affected by the oil, as the number 20 car of Devin Robertson very much in the mix there already.
Looking very racy. I mean, he's looking at overtaking a Class B car there right now. So Devon is putting huge pressure. I'm not sure he'll be able to keep it up the main straight, but he's going to be leading that Class C with great confidence right now. So Leon has overtaken Fabio, putting the power down through the main straight. So he'll be charging after our race leader, Ryan Nyker. That's behind Van der Merwe over there, getting into some interaction with Jan Everstein, and they'll be going up the hill. Lots of dust being pushed up into the air with all that oil being covered.
The 92 car, second place, that is Fabio Fedetto. Chasing down our race leader, actually third place at the moment, Leon Loubser. I see there's been a change of position there. Looks like Loubser having moved up into second, and Fabio Fedetto down into third place as the timing screen updates now. So it is Ryan Nyker that leads, Leon Loubser second, Fabio Fedetto in third, followed by Renier Smith, Nick Macris running in fifth, and then that beautifully turned out car of Andries Meyer running in sixth, with Oz Biagioni in seventh, and then Jaco Storm Jr. in eighth. Devon Robertson coming through in ninth and leads the, he's dropped to second in the Class C battle, with Jaco Storm Jr. having got ahead of him.
So that right behind him is the Amtech car of Reinhard Miller, last year's Class D champion, moving into a higher powered car. We've still got green flags around the track, so it looks like we've had a clean restart. We'll need to get to lap 2 before we prevent any full restarts happening again. But we're still seeing some great performance over here. Brendan, I think we've actually got Devon, is it not Devon still leading Class C, I wonder? Or is that Jaco Storm Jr. leading Class C?
Jaco Storm Jr. that leads Class C, Devon Robertson in second, and Reinhard Miller in third. And Reinhard actually the quickest car in the NC class at the moment, with going on their lap times. So just catching a glimpse there of the De Gavea car.
Still a very tight field there. I see Jan Everstein looking up the inside of Hein van der Merwe, making the pass over there. But now they'll go up the main straight, and you'll need to defend from that turbocharged E36. Andreas Meyer a little bit further behind Nick Macris right now. He was a little bit closer during the first start.
Watching Meyer go through there, just sliding it through the corner. So tyres still a little bit cold.
Yeah, that restart's going to have that little effect. I wonder how long it's going to take before we get to full temperature. Everyone's got confidence in the track and everything. A little bit of slow exit there, and I think we're going to see the Class C lead be taken by Devon Robertson. Corner 6, and it looks like Reinhard is going to be looking for an opportunity to try and get past as well.
Yeah, Devon Robertson up into second place in Class C, and nearly dragged Reinhard Miller along for... not into second, into the lead, I meant to say, and really nearly dragging Reinhard Miller along with him.
So great move from Devon Robertson to take the Class C lead at the change between corner 5 and corner 6. Now, will he have the legs to get a bit of a gap, some breathing room over there, or is that Truewood vehicle of Jaco Storm Jr. going to make up some pace and try take the lead back? Looks like we've got some space building between the Class B race cars over there. We see Oz Biagioni with a couple of vehicles gap behind Andreas Meyer. Andreas equally behind Nick Macris in Class B, with Renier looking with a fairly comfortable lead for that Class B category.
Yeah, the lead that he enjoys at the moment in Class B, sitting at just over 2 seconds. And our race leader, Ryan Nyker, a nice gap that he's got, a 2.5 second lead that he has got out in front over Leon Loubser. Fabio Fedetto still in that third place, but this is the car that the cameras always love. That's the 208 car of Andreas Meyer, running in third in Class B at the moment.
So we're seeing the time start to drop. We've got our leader doing a low 104. Leon just behind him in the mid 104s. So we'll need to see whether Leon is going to be able to increase his pace to take the battle to Ryan.
Just watching Devon Robertson, just got a glimpse of him heading through the corner and attacking the corners very aggressively now. And then Meyer once again in the 208 car coming through He has got Ozbigiani right behind him.
Looks like we've had a change for second as well. That's Reinhard Miller ahead of the Truewood car of Yucky Storm. But yeah, Class B still looking quite stable. No close tussles yet, but we'll start to see as that develops. The times are still going to start dropping. We've got the Class B category doing low 108s at the moment, whereas our qualifying was in the 106 range. So we're still expecting a little bit more pace as the race goes by and we start getting more temperature and lower fuel levels.
Ryan Nyker, our race leader, having just banged through the fastest lap now, a 103 into the 103, it's a 103.9, so into the 103s we go now. Second place, that was Renier Smith that leads. That's Devin Robertson leading Class C in the number 20 car. Oh, looks
is that
action,
so?
Action replay.
Talk about Groundhog Day for the Storm brothers, the Storm family. So that's Yucky Jr. at the top of corner 5, and that's just where
Exactly
Yucky Storm
the same
Senior's
place.
vehicle was. It doesn't look like he's made contact with the barriers, but pulled the car off there. I'm not sure if he just outbraked himself or whether the car's got a mechanical issue. We've got double waved yellows going into corner 5 now with that Truewood vehicle out there at the escape road.
Yeah, no, that was really crazy to go to that shot and think, what, have we gone back in time? But the action continues unabated. Devin Robertson still leading Class C in the Big Boss Auto BMW.
So that's a naturally aspirated race car right there. Both in our picture we had Oz Bagioni. Andreas Meyer on the side of the road. Is that corner 2?
That looks like it's in a fairly dangerous spot there in corner 2. So let's see what happens, what decisions are going to be made.
So we've got 2 vehicles off now, one at 2, another at 5.
There. 4 laps left in the race. We've got Andreas Meyer that is off. And that car just, to me, just looks the part. The classic touring car colours, and absolute heartbreak to see it stopped on the side of the track.
Yeah, not seeing any movement there, and the same for the Truewood vehicle. So I suspect if the COC is comfortable with the location of those vehicles, we'll probably continue simply under waved yellows and allow the race to continue.
Yeah, we've got down to 3 laps left in the race.
We've got a close tussle happening here between Fabio Fedetto in Class A and Renier Smith leading Class B right now. Very close between those two. Last laps, Fabio Fedetto was a 110. Now that'll obviously be attributable to the yellow flags, but Renier Smith right behind him. They've got green flags there into corner 2, so I suspect that they are comfortable with the location of Andreas's Super Touring car on the side there, not putting anybody in danger, nor himself or the vehicle. So there's Devin Robertson, and he's chasing down Oz Bagioni. So that's going to be a naturally aspirated battle right there. Both those cars just sound absolutely fantastic. You'll hear Oz Bagioni's car come down the main straight and listen to that S54 sing at high RPM with that beautiful sequential gearbox.
Our race leader Ryan Nyker going to start mixing up with a couple of the back markers now. We have got 2 laps left in the race. On the penultimate lap of the race we are. And there the car with the 360 camera mounted on top of it. Guys just moving out of the way, let the faster car through. Great job from the drivers as Ryan Nyker goes through on the inside. Should be starting the last lap of the race now when he comes past us. We're situated in the main control tower.
In Class C, it looks like from our timing we may have missed an overtake here. We've got Jan Everstein in second in Class C behind Devin Robertson, and that's where Reinhard Miller was previously in front of Hein van der Merwe. So it looks like he's made up some positions there. We'll wait to confirm that from our footage.
Yeah, the Class C battle. Devin Robertson, that still leads there. Jan Everstein up into second with Reinhard Miller in third. Hein van der Merwe down to fourth.
So we've got Leon as well, moving through the back of the Class C category. And we'll start to see Fabio Fedetto and Renier Smith and see where that battle is lying. So a relatively uncontested challenge here for Ryan Nyker. It looks like he was able to manage the times and put in a great pace so far. Moving through the traffic, Leon still in not too far on the distance, but it doesn't look like it was ever too close in his rear view mirror or side view mirrors. So Ryan Nyker is going to take the honours over here from Leon Lobscher, with Fabio Fedetto pulling up in third for Class A, and it looks like Renier Smith will take the honours for Class B.
Second in Class B would be Nick Makris. He just needs to bring it home now. Ozbaziani will be the following of the finishers as our race winner comes through to take overall honours. Ryan Nyker wins the class and first overall, followed home by Leon Lobscher in the number 1 car, waiting for Fabio Fedetto to come across the line. A couple of the back markers having gone through. Still waiting for Fedetto.
Look how close that Class B competition is. We've got Nick Makris on the back bumper of Renier Smith. Are we going to see a move in here? Doesn't look like it. So Renier Smith is going to look after the Class B honours, but Nick Makris putting the pressure on right till the very end, and Fabio keeping ahead of those that duo.
Waiting for our third place man in Class B, Oz Bajiani, to come through, but Devon Robertson looks like will finish ahead of him and take the Class C win. Robertson wins Class C.
From Jan Everstein. So Jan Everstein got his way through. We started to see moves ahead of Hein van der Merwe, and then he must have got through Reinhard Miller. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that through our footage, but quite a few overtakes to get that second in class. But great pace from Devon Robertson to take the Class C honours, and it looks like that Class B battle started to heat up towards the end. Unfortunately, we lost our championship leader right now, Andreas Mayer, with that Super Touring car, pulled off on the side of corner 2, together with a Truewood vehicle at the top of corner 5.
There's our full list of finishers. Was a rather lengthy race with all of the delays that we had, but once things got going, lots and lots of action right through down all the classes. Bernard de Gavea managing a 12th place overall. Where did he finish? It was a 6th place in Class C for Bernard. Right, next up on the...
So we're looking forward to the grid walk now. So
yes,
we're going to be setting up those Class A, B and C cars are going to be lining up. I think it's 3 in a row. And then we'll bring through the Class D and E cars. So my car will hopefully be there to add to that. And then we'll bring in through some more of the categories. And this will give an opportunity for the spectators to come and take a walk through, kind of look and touch and take a look at the race cars in detail, all grouped up nicely together.
Yeah, 100% correct. And we'd like to invite all spectators to please make your way out onto the grid, take part in the grid walk. The marshals will be cleaning up around the circuit, and it's a nice opportunity for you to get up and close and personal and come and have a close look at the cars and meet the drivers and really enjoy the action on the grid walk firsthand.
Dunlop paid for today's sponsor, so the Dunlop is being perfectly clear. That's why they won't send to the grid walk with their sponsor.
Hi folks, a quick note to all spectators. A, thank you for braving the cold weather and coming out and supporting Zwartkops Raceway. I hope you're enjoying the racing today. But secondly, those cars that you see formed up on the grid, you are more than welcome and more than invited to go and have a look at them, meet the drivers, get some signatures, meet your heroes of the track, have a look at the race cars. It is open to all spectators, so please, all the cars are lined up there. Please avail yourself, go have a look. It's going to be a lot of fun. Meet the drivers, have a chat to them about their cars. They're more than willing to accommodate the information about it. The grid walk is open now, so please, guys, help yourselves. Go meet the folks.
As more and more cars heading out onto the circuit, folks, once again, we encourage you to join the Dunlop guys out on the track. All of the cars that are running Dunlop tyres, or the classes that are running Dunlop tyres out on the track at the moment. And once again, a massive thank you to Dunlop for putting their charity drive together, collecting blankets, jackets and tinned food for the needy. It is a very, very welcome initiative, and we ask that you all please support it. Always a need for blankets, jackets, as well as tinned food as well. And it's really a rare opportunity for spectators to make their way out onto the circuit and really get up and close with all of the cars and the drivers, and a fantastic opportunity. See the drone up in the air at the moment, capturing the moment. So head down to the main straight now, outside of the pit lane, and come and have a look at all of the cars on show.
It's over 100,000 kilometers. Yeah. I live on a farm, so that's why it looks like that. Sweet. Luckily the engine is bulletproof.
All right, good people of Zwartkops, we have the Payar VW Challenge up on the line and ready to roar. And leading the championship at the moment is car number 42, they have Chris Tate, and he's a Class C car, so keep an eye on him. And of course Wayne Masters, who, as per surname, he is the master of this track. I think he's done more laps around this track than Economides, and that's saying a lot of things. So he's up at the front of the grid. Next to him is Bevan Masters. And then we have Dean Ross. He's third on the grid. Then Miguel Diaz, Luigi Ferro, and Stuart Mack. Making up the next row is Ethan Kutsia, Sharon Rajpal. And then up behind them is Jacques Hayes and Dewald Teron. Then number 77, also in the Class B cars, Ian Walker. Then Tanai and Kube. And then Francis Ulrich and Nicole Lombard. Nicole quite down on the grid. She's in the Class A car, but expect to see her making inroads. And the first of the Class C cars on the grid is Andy Gosman and car number 31, then Judd Bertholt. And then Christopher Tate, Josh Wolford behind them, Carl Peterson, Philip Cruiser, Tyron Pillay, Mitch Kutsia, and then Cody Peterson and Dimitri Zaperio, and bringing up the back of the grid. But it's going to be some tight racing. Keep an eye on that battle in the front between the Masters brothers. And of course, unfortunately, missing Mohammed Korodia. He rode off his car yesterday in practice, so sad to see Mohammed out the race, but I guess he'll be back and rebuilt for the next one. Right down to starters' orders and ready to rock. They'll go around for a warm-up lap again, and then we will be hot lap racing.
Right, back to the action we go, and before we get going with race number 2 in the Payar Automotive Components Challenge, let's chat to some of the drivers.
Shakedown-based driver Nicole Lombard, driving in Class A here in the VW Challenge. Nicole, how's it going this weekend?
Good so far. We had a red flag last practice session, so didn't really, and a lot of traffic, so didn't get to get a hot lap in so much, but it's nice to be out on the track again. Been a while.
And having a Class A car, it's a bit of a handful around here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Class A is a bit confusing at the moment. There's about 4 different kinds of Class A cars. So, but yeah, nice fast track, some good sweeps, and a Class A car, it's fun.
The plan overall is to win, but it's tough competition out there.
And Class C has really grown, right?
Yeah, that's even from the beginning of the year. It's grown by 3 more cars.
And you find it competitive? Is it easy to drive out there with these guys? Are they well experienced?
Yeah, many of them are well experienced, and it's quite a challenge.
Andy Gosman, I'm looking at some damage on your car there. I presume that's from a previous race, and why is it not repaired?
I'll tell you, Dave, time is few, man. Time is few, especially when you're getting older, you know. But what's happened is the panel beater broke his arm and his leg. So we haven't been able to. Thank you.
How's it going this weekend?
It's going all right. The young guys have really caught up. They're doing like half a second faster than us this weekend so far. We've got to do a bit of work and see how it goes. But the young guys are really coming. Christopher Tate and Judd Bertholt, really very cool. And then there's Carl Peterson, Cody Peterson, and Tyron Pillay, and all the guys. We're having a great time. We've got 9 cars in our class, and we're going to have fun.
Well, fun indeed it should be. We are almost set to go racing with race number 2. Cars Just trying to get some extra heat into the tyres. Just had an opportunity during the short break to take a walk around the pit area and was pleasantly surprised to see how many spectators have come in here today to support the Dunlop Winter Extreme Festival. So a massive, massive welcome to everybody that has come out, and thank you for joining us here. And once again, a massive thank you as well to everybody that supported the Dunlop Charity Drive. The Sizanani Plastics car, what's happening there? Judd Berthold jumping out the car. He's completely disgusted with things by the look of things. Slammed the door closed. He's obviously got a problem, so I'm sure we're going to just have a slight hold up before we get going for race number 2. Throws his hands up in the air. Possibly a gearbox that's gone on that car. But certainly not a happy young man. See Gary Berthold in the background there. They're going to push that car off the circuit by the look of things. Absolute heartbreak for young Judd Berthold getting pushed off the circuit. He has been most impressive in the VW Rookie Cup. We mentioned him earlier on. So about to go under starters orders we go now. This should be yet another nail-biting affair.
Right, who's going to get the whole shot? Is it going to be Wayne or Bevan Masters? And just keep an eye on Miguel Diaz. Miguel normally gets a good punt off the line as well. The 2-minute board is up. The lights on and off they go. And a sad start there for Bevan Masters. Sure, very sluggish off the line there. But Wayne getting the whole shot as the Class B guys take off. And it looked like Stuart Mack got the better of that lot, as the Class A guys head down into turn 2, as the Class C guys get away, and Andy Gosman Andy Gosman was a bit slow, so it looked like Chris Tate getting a good start there. Yes, excellent start there for Christopher Tate, that youngster, having it, and of course leading the championship at the moment, as our race leaders head up into turn 4, that very fast right-hander for the first time, and they're safely through on those coldish tyres and heading up the hill towards the tabletop and turn 5. And Wayne Masters looks like he's got a measure of that one, doesn't he?
Just another brilliant opening lap there from Wayne Masters, streaking out in front. Dion Ross in second, and Miguel Diaz in third place. That is the top 3, as well as the Class A lead. In fourth place, it is
it looked like number 51. That was Stuart Mack in the Class B heading it out, and he's also got himself a fair lead in front of the man behind him. So that looked like Shireen Yajpal as our leaders head down the straightaway into that left-hander, that tight left-hander, which is turn 1, and it is still Wayne Masters out in front ahead of Miguel Diaz and Bevan Masters, who got that lousy start as our Class B guys come through, and that's number 51, Stuart Mack, heading that up. Right, the Class C guys heading through across the start and finish line there.
Carl Peterson in second place, under pressure going through. It looks like it's Christopher Tate that's looking for a way through on the inside there. It's the 43 car of the Carl Peterson in the 43 car, under pressure from the 42 of Christopher Tate. That's the Class C battle, but back out in front with our race leaders leading out Class A. It is Wayne Masters under lots of pressure from the 29 car of Miguel Diaz, and then it is Bevan Masters that is up into third place, followed by the 177 of Nicole Lombard.
Oh, that's a great start there from Nicole. She's made up a lot of places from her grid showing. And Luigi Ferro holding on to that fourth on the road. as our race leaders head down the straight now into that left-handed call. But look at Bevan Masters. Bevan Masters looking very hungry. He's all over the back of Miguel Diaz. He wants that second place back, and maybe a first. He wants to take that away from Wayne Masters. B14 heading through. That's our second place man. That's Shireen Rajpal. He's up behind Stuart Mack, and Stuart Mack is starting to open up a little bit of a gap there, Brendan.
Absolutely. That's the battle for Class B honours. And back to our race leaders, Wayne Masters, Miguel Diaz, Bevan Masters, and Luigi Ferro. Ferro, the quickest of the cars out there, having just gone through fractionally quicker. All those cars going through 114s, but it is Luigi Ferro at the quickest of them. As Bevan Masters now eclipses him, goes through in a 114.433, so absolutely nothing in it between the times of the top 4-5 cars at the moment.
Oh, there's a tussle there through turn 5. Someone taking it a bit wide there.
Clipping the curb there. The 69 car of Jacques Hayes. All sorts of pressure from
and
the
that was
hard-charging pack.
that was Devol Teron all over the place. But yeah, he managed to hold it together, and he's held on to that lead that he's got in the class.
Francis Eldridge in the 169 car, very, very much involved in the action there. As the cars head down to turn 1 now, down the hill they go.
That was Davy Teron there, and Jacques is all over it. In fact, Jacques is just in front of him.
Side by side, going through the corners. This is going to be a nail-biter. The Class B battle is where the action is all happening.
Yeah, the Class B always seems to be the pick of the bunch in terms of close racing. Those cars so evenly matched, so are their drivers. And it's just epic to watch them as they go through that turn 4. Everybody is hungry for the lead there. Everybody's absolutely hungry.
It's at this stage of the day with that camera shot with the sun reflecting off the windscreens that it becomes incredibly difficult to pick up the car's numbers, so just bear with us when we get it wrong. As the 77 moves up now on the inside, possibly making up a position. That's Ian Walker going through on the inside of Devol Teron. Makes the move work. Shireen Rajpal in the number 14 car leads that pack through.
But look at Stuart Mack in Class B. That man is heading out Class B, and he's got himself a good race distance in front of the rest of them. Stuart Mack is really, really holding on tight to that race lead, and he's putting out some good lap times there. But the fastest on the track at the moment is Bevan Masters. He's cracked it into the 113s at a 113.716, and that is pretty good going.
Yeah, the first of the drivers to go into the 113, so track conditions warming up nicely as the 31 car of Andy Gosman, our Class C leader, goes through. Focus on him now. Nice little gap that he has got over second place Chris Tate. That gap sitting at just over 2 seconds in the Class C battle, with Kyle Peterson in the 43 car down in third place.
And Chris Tate really wants to make up some of that ground in Class C that he's lost to the man in front of him, Andy Gosman. But Andy Gosman, that's a young blood versus the old. Andy Gosman's got some huge race experience around this track. And look at this tussle that's heading down.
That's Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters involved in that battle in the number 9 and the number 4 cars. And Bevan having actually got into the lead. The quickest car out on circuit at the moment is Bevan Masters.
Oh, he had the advantage there, the better line going into turn 2. Smoke pouring off the back tyre of Wayne Masters as he tried to outbrake Bevan, but didn't manage to do it. And in fact, he's actually lost another place now. Luigi Ferro looks like.
Luigi has made up a place there. So the action thick and fast out front in Class A.
It's anybody's race between these four. It is tight. Luigi Ferro has got a big smile on his face now because he's now into that second place. But look at Wayne Masters is all over the back. And let's see what happens under braking for turn 5. As predicted, Wayne Masters goes to the right. Does he manage to do it? Wow, some extremely late braking there from Luigi Ferro. Great driving, but they're almost neck and neck on that tabletop as they head into turn 6. But Wayne has to take a back seat and let Luigi go through. There's not enough space there for 2 cars.
What it did with that late braking that Wayne had to perform there, it's allowed Miguel Diaz to catch right up to the back of him. So Masters, Wayne, that is under pressure from the 4th place man at the moment. Back onto the B class action we go, and it is still Stuart Mack, Shiran Rajpal and Ethan Kutsia involved in the ding-dong battle. The gap that Stuart Mack has got, let's have a look now when they come through. I think it was sitting at about 3 seconds, so Mack not involved in the battle. It's the battle behind him, Rajpal, Kutsia and Hayes, as well as Walker that are involved in that one.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap starting to develop now between Ethan Kutsia and car number 58. He's third in the Class C's, and Jacques Hayes. They've opened up a bit of a gap. So there's groups starting to form in the various classes now as the guys lay the rubber down and the track starts warming up and their tyres start warming up. But back to that battle that's raging in front there between the two Masters.
Wayne Masters back in the lead again. He relegates the number 9 car, his brother Bevan, to second place. What's happened to Luigi Ferro?
He's down in third now.
Down in third. So positions changing up front.
And Miguel Dias, he's probably got the best seat in the house here. He's just watching all this infield fighting that's going on between, and he might be there to pick off the bones in that vulture status that he's got.
We've got 3 laps left, and it'd probably be a wise thing to do. As some back markers already going to start coming into play as well, so it's going to get really toasty now as we start running out of laps. So
it's just so beautiful to see close racing like this happening in this VW Challenge, and well done for Payar, the auto manufacturer that is sponsoring this. A big thank you to them. But who is going to take it between the two Masters, or is it going to be dark horses in the terms of Luigi Ferro and Miguel Dias, as we see one of the back cars in the A class coming through?
That's Nicole Lombard.
That's Nicole Lombard, one of the fairest sex, but doing really well.
That's our C class leader, Andy Gosman. But just before we went out a shot with the A class, almost certain Luigi Ferro had a dive around the outside of Masters. We'll pick up when the cameras focus on them. Back to the C class we go. That's the 31 car.
That's Andy Gosman, but Andy Gosman, way ahead, yeah.
The lead up to 2.3 seconds for him.
Right, the Class A battle has now caught the back markers. Are the back markers going to have any bearing on the outcome of this race? They all dive on the inside, and that's a dangerous line to take.
Flying vigorously, but it's Wayne Masters that leads them through there. Bevan Masters just behind them. Ferro still content with third place at the moment, followed by Miguel Diaz in fourth.
Oh, there was some great driving there. You see that experience of Wayne Masters. He's done so many race laps around this track. It doesn't bear mentioning. As they head through turn 3, that very fast right-hander on the back straight. Bevan all over the back of Wayne's car. Underbraking, what is going to happen into turn 4? They managed to hold it line astern. And Luigi Ferro just playing that waiting game as well. He just wants to see what happens between these two. But there's not a lot of time left. There's only 1.5 laps left to make the outcome of this race.
Yeah, the top 2 having now broken away from Luigi Ferro. It looks like they have now thrown the hammer down and going to disappear into the distance. But the action happening thick and fast behind them as we now get to virtually the last lap of the race. When they come past now, we'll be starting the last lap. White flag will be out as Wayne Masters has to go defensive once again.
And Luigi Ferro was actually got the worst of that back marker incident. The two Masters brothers dived through on the inside, and he didn't manage to close it off before the guys cut the door on him. And that's allowed a bit of a gap, but he's catching it quickly as B51 goes through. That is the first of our Class B cars.
Stuart Mack.
That's Stuart Mack across the start and finish line. He is just so way ahead of Shirin Rajpal. It just doesn't bear mentioning.
Yeah, that gap sitting at 4.5 seconds in Class B. So a big gap that he has opened up, but let's see what happens. Are we going to see the last of the late breakers from Bevan Masters?
Off it is tight, they go. Who's ever seen that? 2 abreast, and look at Luigi Ferro. Luigi Ferro is getting in there, underbraking for turn 5. What happens? Wayne Masters has got it. Bevan has a look on the inside. Wayne Masters goes a bit wide, and Luigi Ferro is having a look on the inside.
Rajpal having gone off into the kitty litter, the number 14 car, so yellow flags in that area. But coming through now, last couple of corners. Can Bevan Masters hang on to the win? He's got Bevan all over the back. So Wayne, hang on to the win. Bevan, there we go, almost neck and neck across the line. Luigi Ferro finishes third. Miguel Dias in fourth place. Nicole Lombard should get fourth in the A class.
And here comes our Class B leader, Stuart, back across the finish line, way ahead in Class B. A great ride from him, and Ethan Kutsia following him, and that's six on the road, and followed by Jacques Hayes now coming into our picture, and that big gaggle, that's Jacques Hayes, Ian Walker, Dievalteron, and Francis Aldridge, all finishing across the start and finish line as we look at our Class C leader. And of course that's Andy Gosman. Andy Gosman also a long way ahead in that Class C 31 car as he heads through that turn 8, that turn 7 left-hander and down to our last corner. And there's no ways that the man in second place in Class C, who's our championship leader, that is Chris Tate, the young Chris Tate, driving an excellent drive there, coming through second in Class C. Great drive from him.
It has been a most impressive drive from Andy Gosman, taking the Class C win. Chris Tate gets second. Third place is still up for grabs. Is it going to be Kyle Peterson that can hang on to third? He's got Philip Cruiser applying lots of pressure, and Peterson crosses now, finishes in third place. Cruiser is fourth. Fifth place should go to Tyron Pillay, followed by Mitch Kutsia, then Cody Peterson and Dimitri Safiro. That rounds out the top 8 in Class C. There's the final finishing list of the race number 2 in the Payar VW Challenge.
And the fastest time of lap time of that race was 1:13.716. That was set by Bevan Masters in that hunt trying to catch down Wayne Masters. But what a race in all classes. Well done, guys and gals.
Yeah, there was some impressive dicing going on between the classes there, and just hats off to all of the Payar VW Challenge Automotive Components races. A brilliant display of driving out there in some rather tricky track conditions, just not getting warmth into the tires on the cold track. Coming up next will be race number 2 in the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, classes D and E, and then joining me once again will be Bernard de Gavea.
HDMI cable is in, everything looks fine. I've got a yellow light flashing, green light, switch.
All right, back to the action we go, and it is race number 2 in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. Joining me, as mentioned, it is Bernard de Gavea. That's us next to me. Bernard, let's just get a chat quickly about race number 1 for you guys with the oil on the circuit. It looked like quite an interesting affair out there.
Yeah, when I came through turn 4 and I just checked clouds of dust and cars facing one way and another way, and they're like forming all over the show. It was a bit hectic, yeah. So in lap 1 of the first start of the race, as we came through turn 4, 2 cars ahead of me was Andre van Vuren, and he went wide. And I could actually see everything getting ripped off from the front of his car, his bumper, and everything got ripped off in the kitty litter. And unfortunately, he came back on track and drove all the way up to the top and then spun on his own oil. And then everyone else behind him, when there's oil on track, it's not fun. So yeah, that's what happened with them, and then we had the long wait, obviously, for the cleanup.
Yeah, an extended wait there, and it must be frustrating, but it's obviously it needs to be done. But while I've got you next to me, I've been watching a bit of BMW Club TV, and I've noticed that you've got I've seen on track now you've got a C on your car, but according to BMW Club TV,
it's a Draynard again. I'm going to cut the fee that I pay him. No, maybe my car could be in Class B with someone like Devon Robertson driving it, or Leighton Fourie, one of those guys. But yeah, for now I'm in Class C. So. But I have done my personal best this morning.
Oh, brilliant
so
stuff.
I got into the 109s yesterday, and then I did a 109.4 this morning. So yeah, I am improving. But Reynard, I'm going to catch you.
Well, hopefully that answers the question to the person that sent that question in. So final warm-ups, trying to get some heat into the tyres. The track conditions, they've obviously warmed up a bit. It has improved. It's heated
No, it
up
was
a bit.
like qualifying this morning. We were the last to qualify our group, and the track was okay. It wasn't slippery. It was actually decent. It was just now, well, obviously with our race going up from turn 4 up until 5, you either stick left or right. And I found I did one lap on the left side. When you break up there on top there, it's just so slippery. So I would just stick to the right hand side and take it a bit slower through there just to be safe.
And we've lost a couple of cars from race 1. A couple of guys having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost obviously Jaco Storm. He had I don't know if he hit someone there, but he's out. Leonard Archer and Nishal Singh bumped each other. Nishal's still in, but Leonard Archer's rear wheel is looking somewhere else. Who else was out? Andreas, I think he's still in. He said he's still in. Jaco Storm Senior's out, I said. I think that's it. Not sure now. I can't recall exactly who's out.
Right, getting ready to start race number 2, classes D, E.
So this
D
is the
and E.
This is the fun part now, because we've got the top 5 that get inverted for the race 2. Obviously they've got to be all on the same lap, so all of these guys are on the same lap, so they inverted. So race 2 is going to be quite a humdinger, I think, because now Mr. George Economides, Mr. Zwartkops, he's got to get now to the front, and he's got to go through at least 4 cars. So it'll be a nice fight now.
George certainly having a busy day as the lights go out, and we go racing once again. Race number 2 in BMW M Performance Racing Series, Class D and E. The 122 car of Oloretta Sekuda. Oh, somebody's got a problem there, pulling to the side of the track immediately.
That was our pole man.
Our pole sitter, Claudio Jardim, in the 44 car.
I hope he can move the car off there, otherwise we're going to have safety car probably through there. Well, that's one car less for George Economides to get past. So now we've got the old man in front, Craig Herbst, followed by, I think it was Bowman, then his son Nicholas. Oh, and
he stopped in a dangerous spot there.
Doesn't seem like he can get the car to move. Hopefully it'll just be a safety car. We don't want to take up too much time now, so hopefully just a safety car, get him off the...
Oh, and another one. Craig Herbst
Craig.
into the dirt he goes.
Yeah, you see those two E90s. Like I told you earlier on, these two have a lack of fight together.
Nicholas Herbst with the advantage.
But I think George is going to probably try and overtake both of them, yeah? But late braking was from Nicholas Herbst.
Oh, these guys pulling moves on the opening lap. Still fairly cold tyres. So some great driving there.
Turn 2, there's no car there in their way.
So George Economides' quickest car in that opening lap, 1:16.697. The cars.
Great work by the marshals. They seem to have moved Claudia out the way at least.
Yeah, great work indeed. The marshalling here has been fantastic. See the car now parked down the embankment there. So great stuff from the marshals once again. They really have been good. So after the conclusion,
almost 3 abreast now through turn 4. And I see Shane's keeping up with his little boxy.
Economides just squeezing his nose in there, so very much involved in the action. And as you mentioned, Shane Grobler in the 71 car along for the ride as well. So
while they're slowing down,
everybody's slowing down. Yellow flags, double waved yellows going out.
So no overtaking, but they've bunched the cars up quite a bit. So hopefully there's no overtaking going on there. Oh, Craig Herbst seems to be stuck there. I don't think he can get out.
The kitty litter over there. See the stricken number 30.
And if you look at Class E, Matthew Wadley's now gotten past Steph Cavalieri, and he's actually in the lead of Class E in the taxi.
Yeah, Matthew Wadley leading Class E. Tian van Rooyen in second place there in Class E, with Michael Krobler running in third. So the cars all in single file. This will just add another dimension, close the field up once again.
But then there must be safety car. I haven't seen a safety car board. I just saw the double waved yellows. Is there a safety car board anyway? There's the board.
There's the board out there. So safety car board has come out. So that will bank them up. But the marshals right bang on point once again. Got the car hooked up already.
Oh, need to turn the wheel the other way. Come on, Craig. Other way. There we go.
Right, he's got it under tow now.
Hopefully the Land Rover hasn't left any oil on the track. But yeah, so now they'll probably now pull in the safety car, I'm sure, after this lap, because now their car will be out the way. Still got the lights on top, so we're still under safety car at the moment. That's actually sad for Craig, because he was leading the race.
Craig was our race leader, yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what happened there, that he spun himself out of contention.
I've got a feeling that car on the left there, that's Claudio. He seems to have got it going again, but now where's he slotted in? He's just gone out of picture now. There we go, Steph Cavalieri in the rental. I suppose we can call that Avis now. Best car to drive is a rental. There's Claudio pulling off.
Claudio
He's
moves
going
off
to take the shortcut
now
and into the pits.
Right, so
Matthew Wadley still weaving the car, trying to keep some heat in the tyres for the start of this or hopefully for the end of the safety car period.
It should
still
be.
Has its lights on, so we're not sure if they're coming in or not. Looks like another lap.
Shane Grobler, that very neat little box-shaped BMW, a little 3 Series BM. Behind the Pretoria North safety car they go, and it looked like he's possibly pulling.
Oh, that's Ari van Heerden in the orange E30 that's pulled in.
Pulling into the pits as well. So it looks like we've lost Ari van Heerden in the number 3 car. Safety car board still out. You can see van Heerden in the back parking in the pit lane.
We still got Karen right at the back with little 318, so she actually does quite well. It's little 318, so it's underpowered compared to all the other cars, but yeah, she's still going around doing well. So hopefully we must speak to Ari, her boyfriend. Maybe he should give her a 325.
She has got a new engine on the way. I chatted to her yesterday, and she said that Ari is busy with a new engine for her, so she's hoping to really be able to mix it up with the boys with the new engine in the car.
Yeah, and we've got another lady, Marianne Eminis. Unfortunately, she's out. She had a knee op, so she's actually here at the track. She made it to the track, but she's like in a wheelchair. So hopefully she'll return. She also has a boxy, so hopefully she'll return to racing by probably just after Cape Town. I think she has to sit out for a couple of weeks. So hopefully we'll get her, and then possibly next year. There's a safety car in. Next year we might get an additional lady joining the series. So they're going to start now. As soon as they go through the start-finish line, then the race is on. There's a green flag.
So back to the racing action we go. Claudio Jarman going to have his hands full.
Oh, that's his split at the back that's now on the ground from Roland Hopkins. So hopefully that won't affect him too much now. Let's see, where is it? It's hanging a bit. So hopefully he'll be able to finish the race. Hopefully it doesn't fall off and damage another car. Class E, we still have Matthew Wadley in the lead, followed by Tian, if I'm not mistaken.
Tian van Rooyen in second place in Class E, that is correct. And then Michael Grobler running in third. A substantial little lead that Kobus Boma has managed to open up over Nick Herbst, and George Economides still in third place and still the quickest car out on circuit at the moment, and hitting them sideways, starting to hang the back there. But can he?
He's going to try and squeeze it.
Economides.
You see how nice that is. They leave each other some space there for each other to go through the corner side by side.
I don't know how much space was left there. It was like, I'm here, move out the way. So George Economides making up a place, moving up into second place now.
Well, he was quite fortunate that two of the cars in front of him decided to leave the track. So he's made life a bit easier for him. So now he's only got one more car to overtake. And Kobus this morning, he had the fastest lap. So Kobus he's able to stay in front.
He's starting to pull away, the gap starting to stretch that a little. It was sitting at 0.6 of a second, so we'll just keep an eye on the gap there. But fantastic to see the little box-shape BM mixing it up with the rest of them there. The 71 car of Shane Grobler very much in on the action.
And it's not that easy of a car to drive. If you speak to him, that little boxy, it's actually a difficult car to drive. It's not as easy as the
last of the late breakers. George Economides fights his way to the front.
Yeah, George is now the leader, back in front. So now Kobus and Nicholas Herbst, I think they're going to have a great tussle now as well. And I see Eddie's trying to join in at the back there. Another E46 330. So most of these cars, have actually got 330. I think all of them, Even the E30, they're all 330 motors in these cars.
Eddie Rodriguez comes along for the ride as well in the 77 car. So we've still got 4 laps of racing. We've just passed the halfway stage. So we're in for quite an interesting finish here. Lots and lots of pressure being applied out front there. Kobus Boma wants that lead back again, running right up against the back of George Economides.
I see Matthew's got a little buffer there still. He's still got Steph behind him, so he's got a buffer in Class E. So he's got a car in between him, a Class D car, so he's got a slight buffer now.
Yeah,
hopefully he can maintain that.
Enjoying a 1.5 second lead over Tian van Rooyen in Class B. So great drive there from Matthew Wadley. He'll certainly tell us about it later, I'm sure.
Let's see who's got the late braking here now. The box is catching slightly, and there Nicholas is also catching Boma in the braking.
I mean, it's great to get to this stage of the race, and it's still anybody's race for the taking. 7 cars involved in the action out front, so it really what you guys are doing, you're certainly doing right and providing a very, very good spectacle.
I must say, Class D and E has come to the party, especially Class D. They've come to the party and they have great battles. Class C as well. There's a big contingent of Class C cars. If if I had to have all of my Class E cars on the grid, there's 28 of them. So they also have good fights there. There's a big gap there now after Steph. I wonder what's happened to the rest of Class E. See, there's now a big gap.
Yeah, big gap it has.
Johan Miller's now got him past Tian.
Yes, Johan Miller's moved up into second place. Tian van Rooyen down to third. Matthew Wadley in the taxi still leads the Class E battle.
And you can see that almost equal. The taxi's got a 330 motor. So too does Steph Cavalieri in the car behind him. Both 330Rs. That wagon's got such a following nowadays, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
Everyone loves this thing.
It is a crowd favourite. Down in Port Elizabeth, we've got a BMW, not a BMW, a Volvo 850 estate in the classic touring car colours, and the people absolutely love it. It's just different to see a station wagon or estate vehicle out on track and going so well.
We used to have another one, but I don't know what happened to that car. It was a 330 with a turbo in it. So it'd be great if we could get that car back and have two wagons. Or if someone had to put an M3 motor into one and have a bit of fun.
Looks like second place man Kobus Boma has managed to just close up a little bit on George Economides. The gap still sitting at the difference between them, 0.6 of a second.
Now they're defending. George has to defend, yeah.
Pulls alongside. No, not quite.
He's showing his nose.
He's put his nose in there. The gap was there, and with the advantage now.
George has closed the door on him straight away up the hill.
So clever defensive driving there from the number 15 car of George Economides. Run it wide. Shuts down Kobus Boma once again. Second place, it is still Nicholas Herbst in that multicoloured car with Shane Grobler right behind him.
This colour is actually an art car from, I don't know how far back, but one of the BMW Motorsport art cars. So he's copied that livery.
We are on the last lap of the race, so the next time George Economides comes round, checkered flag will beckon. Will he still be in front? Looks like we're set for more position changes further on behind him. Oh, he gets the back of the car all out of shape, does George Economides. A bit of a moment there for him, but recovers well from it. And
now he's going to... is he running out of fuel? Why is he swerving
moving
like
the car from side to side? It could be that he has got a bit of a fuel issue. Can Kobus Boma capitalise now?
I think he's going to defend for his life now. I think Kobus is too far back.
Never say never. But look at the battle behind now. Herbst under pressure. Nicholas Herbst got Roland Hopkins all over him as well. So just the last couple of corners left in the race.
And Shane is waiting to pounce if they make a mistake. Is this the last corner?
This
now?
is the last corner onto the main straight to take the checkered flag. There it goes. George Economides takes the race when Kobus Boma is second. Nick Herbst gets third, followed by Roland Hopkins in fourth. Fifth place will go the way of Eddie Rodrigues, and then followed by Dewald Smith.
And guess who won Class E?
Sekudu. And our winner in Class E is none other than the taxi. Matthew Wadley. Oh, we're never going to hear the end of that one. Johan Miller finishes second in Class E, followed by Tian van Rooyen, Michael Grobler in fourth, and then fifth place going to Zahir Sidat. Sixth is Zayed Ismail, followed by Mike Grobler in seventh, and then eighth place should go to Karen Ninaber.
What a wonderful race. Nice, clean, there was no incidents. I'm so grateful there was no incidents, and they had a nice, clean race. Besides, obviously, Craig going off, but no one bashing into each other, so that's good news.
Yeah, the guys do tend to keep it nice and clean and tidy, and that's one thing that has been super, super impressive for me this weekend is the guys going out there just having fun, bringing the cars back in one piece. There have been a couple that have been damaged, and lots of work to do before your next round.
Yeah, well, our next round's in Cape Town, so we've got 2 months. We've given a nice long break. We've got 2 months to Killarney, so hopefully we'll have quite a few cars that'll go down. Obviously, it's quite an expensive outing for us. We normally just race up here in Gauteng, and we used to do Pakisa, but unfortunately Pakisa is no more for now. So hopefully, we'll get a nice 30-car field would be nice if we could go all to Cape Town.
Great stuff. And when can we expect to see you down in the Eastern Cape again?
So I think the idea is Cape Town this year, next year probably East London, and then we'll start back again at PE because we did PE last year.
Last year, correct.
And I loved that track. It was such an awesome little track. I really actually enjoyed that track. I'd love to pick it up and bring it up here.
Dean Ball, the man that has done fantastic work with building the race cars down there, a whole host of them. I think he's on number 20, 21 or something now, and really, really impressive. And the cars also going out there and performing well, and the guys also just having lots and lots of fun out on track.
Yeah, I believe he's got a couple of BMs that he's done, and some of the guys that came to join us from PE in East London last year, there was a few, and then old Murray Ellis came to join us at Kyalami. I think he's still got a smile on his face.
Yeah, driver of the day. He walked away with the driver of the day award. But some super quick cars, and Dean Ball has got a car to. You in front of the camera? Sorry, Dean Ball has got a car to compete with you guys as well.
He bought one of our cars, so it's gone down there now.
So he keeps threatening to go and join in on the action. All right, I've just been handed a couple of numbers, and I do expect them to be lucky draw numbers. Is this for the hot laps? So if you can check your ticket stubs, I'm going to start reading the numbers out.
Do you still need me?
No. Bernard,
Before
thanks.
I go, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Dunlop for an awesome event that they've hosted here today. I think the crowds really loved it. I'm sure they loved the grid walk and all the hot laps that they've provided to all the charities. So a big thank you to Joanne and her team from Dunlop, and obviously Heinz from ATS, who we deal through to get our Dunlop rubber. Big thank you to you guys. And obviously all our other sponsors, especially BMW in Performance Parts, our title sponsor, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Great stuff, Bernard. It's been absolutely fantastic having you here. A wealth of knowledge, and the man that heads up the BMW M Performance Parts series. Keep it up.
Thank you.
We look forward to catching up with you in the very, very near future.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks very much. All right, folks, we have got some lucky draw tickets, the ticket stubs for the hot laps as the Formula Vs go out onto the track. The first of the numbers, make sure you check your tickets. The first one out is number 3967. 3967. And then the second one out is 2423. Followed by 4230. 4230. And then we've got an easy one, 5080. 5080. The next one out is a 4843, 4843, and then 4823. Then we have got 4515, 4515. Next one out, 4944, 4944. I haven't heard anybody shouting bingo in the background yet, so the next one down to the last two, 4805. 4805, and then the last of the numbers, 2442, 2442. I will read them out again after the conclusion of the next race. That is the DOE Formula V partnered with CIM Lubricants. Moving back into the hot seat next to me, Denver Biggs. Has been great having you along for the ride today, Denver. It was, as I mentioned earlier on, big shoes to fill without Mr. Maloney, but I think we have managed to cope quite fine at this stage.
Waffled our way through it as we always do. Right, next up, the Formula Vs. The DOE Formula V is partnered with CIM Lubrifuel. The guys warming up their tyres and getting themselves all sorted out in their grid positions. And let's go through the grid as we have it. In pole position will be Peter Hills. Next to him will be Lendl Janssen. Let me try that again. And then Sean van der Linde is third on the grid. Up next to him is Brandon Hills. Richard Kahn fifth. Johan Goos up next to him. Fourth row of the grid, Theo for Mark. Marcel Bluchnut, then Trevor Hills, Jaden Tromp, Mile Stewart, Clinton Kane, and then Blaine Nemelian and David Austin, who had the wee bit of a spin on the first heat. Let's hope for a better heat from him. Helder Gouveia, then Reinhard van der Linde, and then bringing up the rear is Casper de Beer and Jannie Geyser. So the top 5 places all in Reamers, so that's good showing for the Reamer chassis out here today. And just having a look at the wind on those flags on the start line, it is still viciously pumping up there. Just as well, there's no motorcycle racing here today, but this is not going to affect these low-slung open-seaters too much as they're under starter's orders now. We're waiting for the red light. The red light is on. Who's going to get the whole shot? Oh, some creeping there on the grid. Let's just see what the COC says about that. But it looked like Peter Hill's got the better of that as they all head safely through down a turn 2, and that's where the action normally is. But yes, they're behaving themselves. Oh, sorry, that's a warm-up lap, remember?
No, we are racing at this stage, and it's Peter Hills that has got out in front once again. That ding-dong battle that him and Lendl Janssen had in race number 1. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of that, and possibly with Sean van der Linde very much in the mix. But he's, I think that was...
that was Lendl Janssen showing his face there.
Nose cone has disappeared. The Sean van der Linde's nose cone that came off there. So that's going to affect his handling. So I didn't see any contact anywhere in those opening couple of corners, but luckily it just blew off and went straight off the track.
It does make them look a bit weird, the Formula V without a nose cone, doesn't it? As they head down the hill into turn 8 for the first time in anger, as they head down the straightaway, it is still Peter Hills out in front. Then up right and close attendance, we have got Lendl Janssen, then Sean van der Linde without that nose cone, Brandon Hills, Richard Carr, Johan Goos, Theo Vermaak, and Marcel Bluchnut. That's as they head through there, as a little bit of a dive through on the inside there from number 17. And yeah, some close racing as always. It was Chloe Stewart having a look on the inside, trying to get past Jannie Geyser.
Yeah, Chloe Stewart running with the rookie sticker on her car, and she's had a great drive so far, and going incredibly well for the young lady in the number 17 car. The lead that Peter Hills has got over Lendl Janssen, sitting at 0.3 of a second on the last lap. It almost looks a bit bigger than that now as they come through. Brandon Hills in 3rd place with Sean van der Linde still in 4th place minus the nose cone. Behind him Richard Carr, Theo Vermaak, Marcel Bluchnut, Johan Goos and Jaden Tromp.
And we're starting to see the effects of that missing nose cone on Sean van der Linde's car. He's dropped back, I'd say, about almost half a second from the lead group, and that lead group is Peter Hills, Lendl Janssen and Brandon Hills as they head across the start and finish line. And he's starting to drop a little bit back in the clutches of Theo Vermaak. As we see, Theo Vermaak he's got a bit of hangry in his hands there, because he can see the next man, that's Sean van der Linde in 4th place. He wants that 4th place away from that man in front of him who's missing the nose cone. And we saw as he headed down that straightaway at the back there, it did affect his top speed.
In the last lap, Lendl Janssen was the quickest car out on circuit.
And he's dived through on the inside.
And he's gone through.
Yep, he's inside Peter Hills.
He's managed to get through on the inside of Peter Hills.
And look at Brandon Hills.
Brandon Hills as well, also going through. Brandon on the inside of Peter. This is going to be interesting, but Brandon backs out of the corner, lets Peter go through. So new leader now with Lendl Janssen having got to the front. As we mentioned earlier on, he hadn't been beaten up until this event, and losing his first heat of the season to none other than the number 3 car of Peter Hills.
As they head down the straight across the start and finish line to complete lap number 2 as they head out, and we see as they're going through that corner, that infield fighting has allowed Sean van der Linde a little bit of a chance to catch up on that lead group of 3. So Sean van der Linde is ever grateful for the tussle that's going on between Janssen Hills and Brandon Hills. So that's allowing him to close up a wee little bit. And let's just see behind him, it was Theo Vermaak who was making inroads onto that lead that those guys have got, but that gap has opened up again.
Yeah, Theo Vermaak running in 5th place, just behind Sean van der Linde. And van der Linde, as you mentioned earlier on, definitely a little bit slower without that nose cone, obviously affecting the handling and the aerodynamics of that car, as once again defensive driving having to come into play as Lendl Janssen tries to hold on to that lead. Peter Hills applying all sorts of pressure. Brandon Hills right there, and then the noseless Sean van der Linde in 4th place still.
Yeah, we saw that Peter Hills was taking a very wide line on turn 5, cutting from the outside to the inside, but the problem was Brandon Hills was on the inside, so he couldn't exercise his right trying to get past Lendl Janssen. It was clever driving by him, so let's just see if he pulls the same thing in turn 5 as he did last time, as they head down through that very fast right-hander onto the back straight. Lendl Janssen has the measure of this race. I'll tell you what, he is so tight. He has got extremely very tight lines, and he's got a beautiful eye for a line, hasn't he? Just
the top 5 all nice and evenly spaced out with the gaps between them, and we have still got 8 laps left in the race, so a long way to go, and lots can still happen.
And look at Theo Vermaak. Theo Vermaak being a little sneaky fifth place runner. There we go. We see that wide line that Peter Hills is taking again. But Lendl Janssen saw it coming this time.
Lendl Janssen glances
he tucked
over
on the
his
inside,
shoulder.
didn't he? He saw that coming. He saw that coming from Valhalla.
Yeah, Peter Hills carried a lot more speed through there, but then had to obviously back off as Lendl Janssen just saw him coming and closed him down.
But all that defensive driving, you see what's happened now. It's allowed Theo Vermaak even to catch up.
Exactly.
So this is great. Now we've got a 5-place battle, in fact a 6-place battle now for that lead spot. So it's anybody's race. This is Formula V racing. It is tight, yeah. And why I said 6th place is just keep an eye on Richard Carr. Richard Carr is he's driving a great race, and he's putting down some tidy lap times. But the personal best is Theo Vermaak, and that's a 1:10.408.
Vermaak currently running in 5th place, setting the quick times, and Brandon Hills just having a look there momentarily, just sticking his nose out to see what's happening.
And by the looks of it, it's all
wide now.
Cars. Sorry about that, Brendan. It's all Raymer cars out in front there, so it's a good showing. Chassis showing for the Raymer chassis, and look at Theo Vermaak, he's closed in again, so he just keeps punching those quicker lap times, and it's starting to pay off because all the guys in front of him, the front 4 in front of him, are all driving defensively.
I just wonder if Johan Goos in the 27 car starting to run out of tyres. We've seen him sliding it off the track once or twice on the last lap, so possibly becoming a tyre issue plaguing the 27 car of Johan Goos. There's a bit of a puff of smoke dust in the background, possibly having gone into the dirt once again.
And we see Sean van der Linde having to take very tight lines, missing that nose cone. Understand that does affect his aerodynamics quite a lot, as well as his top speed down the straightaways, and that's allowing Theo Vermaak to close up on him. And we can see every time he comes, the gap between them was less than a second, and it is closing.
We've got a new race.
Peter Hills in the front.
Hills having got back into front. Lendl Janssen, incidentally, in the last lap, having just banged down the fastest lap. But it was all for naught as Lendl, as he gets overtaken, or got overtaken by Peter Hills, so have to do all the hard work again. Brandon Hills still very, very much in the mix in that 3rd place in the 33 car. Just sitting pretty, biding his time. We've still got 6 laps left. We're only at the halfway stage of the race now. So this one, as I said earlier, going to get very, very interesting.
And I reckon that Brandon Hills has got the best seat in the house. He's just holding station in that 3rd place. He's right behind them. He's close enough to attack if the front 2 guys make a mistake, because they keep swapping places, and that's allowing him to maybe sneak through on the inside in the dying moments of the race. And we're starting to see also further down the field there's a bit of tire degradation going on, as we see number 73, and that's our man that had a bit of a spin on the last time. As they head through there, some of the back markers coming through, and that's Clinton Kane
in the 73 car.
And all these guys are the same class. It's just different chassis manufacturers. That's the glory to go for here. As we have a look at Brandon Hills, having a look on the inside of Lennel Janssen. Does he pull it off? He leaves his braking really late. Is he still there? No, he gets the door shut on him. But that's allowed Peter Hills to open up a bit of a gap.
I think I've got a funny feeling that this one could end in tears for one of the drivers, or maybe possibly two of the drivers, because they are going to put it all out, hang it all out on the line. 5 laps still left in the race, and we've seen starting to make a move now.
Yeah, and I think turn 5 seems to be the corner that these guys favour. Yeah, that allows him to do that late braking, because uphill, as one of the back markers very nicely moves out of the way, and that was very gentlemanly of him and the wisest thing to do, because these guys are driving in anger. Theo Vermaak ever closer. That gap is down to comma 3 now, so keep an eye on that red car of Theo Vermaak. That's the number 9 car at the back of this lead trio, as Brandon Hills has another look on the inside. That's car number 33, Brandon Hills. That Dago green, that Rossi green car of Brandon Hills, he's hungry. You can tell he's hungry, and he might be the dark horse in this race.
Absolutely, still nothing in it between the top 4, and with back markers now coming into the mix as well, it just adds yet once again another dimension to the excitement factor that is starting to build here with just 4 laps left in the race.
The back marker once again moves out of the way. Some very tidy driving there from the back marker, and that was Yanni Geyser by the looks of it, as our race leaders head across the start and finish line to complete. So they're now onto the penultimate lap, and now you can see Lennel Janssen now is winding up the wick. He's right all over the back of Peter Hill's car. He's onto that gearbox into turn 2, but look at Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills is also looking very aggressive. Sean van der Linde, unfortunately, it's such a sad thing to see that nose cone missing, because he would have been in this mix. And I see Theo Vermaak might have cooked his tyres as well, because he's backed off a bit.
Yeah, it's actually 3 laps. 3 laps still. We still need to start the penultimate lap, as Peter Hills, having gone through, setting the quickest time now. So,
and Janssen's through on the inside.
Janssen through, and
he's taken Brandon with him. And look at
Brandon. Let's see who's going to come down to the last of the late breakers.
How clever was that?
Brilliant driving there from Brandon Hills. Snatches the lead,
and then shuts the door firmly in his face. That was excellent driving. Oh, Lennel Janssen sneaks through the inside.
Side by side they go. As I said, it's going to get interesting, and the man with no nose cone, Sean van der Linde, is still very much in the action as well.
He ain't giving up on this race.
And Theo Vermaak just sitting back waiting. So we start the penultimate lap of the race now, and this is going to be 2 laps of non-stop action up front, guaranteed.
But look at Brandon Hills. I mean, he got past on the inside in turn 6, and look at him. It's when we talk a gap, it's probably only about 2 car lengths, but in Formula V racing, that's an eon. That is a lifetime. And look at him. He's through turn 3, and he's legging it.
Yeah, the gap's sitting at half a second already, so you just wonder. I wanted to comment earlier and say it looks like he's possibly got the longer legs out of the top 3 cars, and he's certainly showing it now. Just bided his time. Very clever driving from him, and the moment he got in front, he's now just managed to stretch that lead a little bit. So
and look at Sean van der Linde on the outside. Can he pull that off into turn 5? Yes, he does. Sean van der Linde, that was heroic driving. He must have forgotten his brakes.
Keep the wheels on the black stuff, I don't know.
Lennel Janssen relegated to 4th space. I never thought they would come out of my mouth.
There's lots of dust in the background. Looks like somebody's gone farming in a big way.
Oh, let's hope it doesn't affect this race, because this race is juicy. I'm telling you, it's going to go all the way down to the wire. Lennel Janssen's all over the back of that car of Sean van der Linde. He wants that 3rd podium place back from him. Theo Vermaak making a late come as well.
Starting the last lap of the race, or we are already on the last lap of the race, and it's all about Brandon Hills. Peter Hills in 2nd place, Sean van der Linde in 3rd, and the man that up until this race meeting was unbeaten suddenly finds himself down in 4th place.
And Lennel Janssen having a look on the inside as they went into turn 3. Did he pull that off? We're going to see as they come down the straight. Look, he's obviously going to have the better advantage coming down the straight without that nose cone on Sean's car. Yes, he does. So he got his podium place back. So into 3rd spot, but I don't think he's anywhere near close enough to Peter Hills to make any inroads that better than 3rd place. But he better be careful, because Sean van der Linde is a hungry man, and he wants to prove that he can outdrive him any day.
Down to the last 2 turns of the race we go. And it's going to be an incredibly great drive here from Brandon Hills, having set the quickest time on the last lap. Comes through round the corner, sees the checkered flag.
Oh, what an epic drive there from Brandon Hills.
Brilliant drive. The hand up in the air. Brilliant driving there from Brandon Hills, taking the race win. Peter Hills finishing in second. Lendl Janssen getting third. Sean van der Linde somehow managing to hang on to a 4th place finish, followed by Theo Vermaak in 5th. Then it was Kyle Watt in 6th. Marcel Blichnoot finishing 7th. And we've got a spinner. That's the number 13 of David Austin. David Austin has spun there.
I think in the same corner as well, isn't it?
It looks like in the same corner again. So where we with the finishes, Richard Carr and Johan Goos having gone through. It looks like battling to get that car. I just saw a bit of a flame shooting out the exhaust there for David Austin. So but get that car started. But Denver, that was absolutely epic racing. And you know, these guys in these little cars certainly put on a brilliant show.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, in terms of technicality, I think all credit must go to Brandon Hills. And here's the thing, in the last lap of the race, he broke into a 109. How incredible is that? So 109.594 in the last lap. That is just absolute great showing, and well done, Brandon. That was really good tactical driving. And listen, all credit to Sean van der Linde. He managed to hold the front of that car on the black stuff without a nose cone. I know we've kept harping on about it, but you have no idea how the aerodynamics of these cars are affected just by the loss of that piece. Next up, ladies and gentlemen,
will be the Ferro Energia Triple Ones, the GT Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch. And once again, I'm just going to run through the numbers for the ticket stubs for the people that have won themselves hot laps around the circuit, the Dunlop hot laps competition that's running. So the numbers that we have got, check your ticket stubs now. 3967, 2423, 4230, 5080, 4843, 4823, 4515, 4944, 4805, and then the last number 2442. So check your ticket stubs, and if you are one of the lucky winners, you make your way to the Dunlop hospitality area and get yourself ready for a memorable trip around Zwartkops Raceway here at the Dunlop Winter Extreme Festival. Right, onto the circuit we go now for the second heat of the Ferro Energia, your green energy partner, 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and Denver Big's going to take us through the first half of the start grid.
My goodness, there's so many cars in this series. It's probably going to take us half an hour to go through the start grid, but it's George Economides, of course, in pole position, and Leonard Archer. I'm hoping that they've got those woes that they had sorted out.
Leonard is out, apparently.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it's Philip Mayer in the second row with Mark du Toit next to him. So that's going to be interesting. Remember, Mark du Toit, I think, started in 7th or somewhere like that, and he got himself into 4th in the last heat. So keep an eye on that Z4 of Mark du Toit. That's the black car, number 74. Then on the third row, we've got Davy Olivier, then Troy Murray, then up behind Mel Spur and Craig Priestley, then Wayne Lubowski, Ian Ellis, Luigi Ferro, Wayne Robb, and then 8th row of the grid is Miguel Dias and Francois Henning. 9th row is Carl Stoltz with Wouter Ruiz and Bjorn Gebert and Chris Smith in 10th on the grid.
On the 11th row, Michael Krobler lines up alongside Elke van Vledder. Behind them on the 12th row, the 171 car of Mike O'Sullivan is alongside the number 13 car of Rob Clark. Then row 13, we've got a Jonathan Fisser in the 212 car alongside the 21 of young Keegan Nathan. And then behind them, row 14, car number 11, Seaton Naidu alongside the 44 car of George Eldrish. On the 15th row of the grid, it's the 227 car, Marius Malherbe, that lines up alongside Kirisen Reddy in the 36 car. Row number 16th of the grid, car number 57, Henry van Vledder, lines up alongside the 66 car of Ishmael Baloyi. Then the 17th row of the grid, car number 18, George Aiselin, lines up alongside Lucas Besaitnote. Behind them on the 18th row, it's the 53 car of Jaden Goosen alongside the 111 of Andre De Lange. And then the last row of the grid, row number 19, car number 63, Ishmael Peck, lines up alongside Charles Veyers. So it should be 38 or now 37 cars lining up for the start of race number 2.
Right, and of course you got your different classes. So the first 6 cars up to 86 is the GT class. Then starting with car number 64, which is Mel Spur, down to, let's see, Wayne Lubowski in 9th. Those are the Class A. Then you got that X car, the Formula X car of Ian Ellis. Then the first of Class B on the grid is in position 11, and that's car number 10. That's Luigi Ferro. Jeez, Luigi Ferro must be tired at the end of the day. Is there a class he doesn't race in?
Very, very busy day for Luigi, and a massive thank you to Luigi for the sponsorship of the Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloon, including super hatches.
And I suppose if you're sponsoring the class, you've got every right to be as busy as you want.
Just having a look, there's another busy man in the number 5 car, George Economides, who's had a great day. And this little Mark 1 Golf of him has been super impressive so far this weekend.
And man, is it quick. So it's a 2-litre turbo and it's super fast. But I think George Economides is another one of those souls that has had gazillion laps around Zwartkops. Right, under starters orders, the lights are off, and let's see if anybody can beat Economides off the start line, because that man is a super hole shot man. As the rest of the classes feed down, we see the very quick Class A car going through, that Repsol car.
Economides leads Class A, and it's Mel Spur that's leading the Class B group going through.
And that's good to see one of the fairer 6 heading up the class in this form of racing. We always welcome. And Economides is heading down into turn 4. That very fast right-hander is heading up the hill. Economides super quick, and he's getting that Golf Turbo of his, sponsored by Wealth Avenue, heading up the hill to turn 5. And one of the first of the Class C cars inside there, and that's Carl Stoltz, I think. As they head up the hill now towards turn 5. As the car starting to bunch up now, we see that very quick 924 Porsche as well.
Oh, the action happening thick and fast. Positions starting to change. Cars running side by side. bumper to bumper. Michael Grobler goes through in the number 40 car. Solid row.
The class is starting to bunch up there as we see the class leaders starting to come through. But Economides heading them out as the Class B guys and Class C guys come through. And remember the great dice that they had the last time out.
George Economides leads from Philip Mayer in the 23 car, who's in second. Then it's Mark du Toit in third place in the 74 car. The People Porsche of Philip Mayer going through, and then the BMW Z4 of Mark du Toit. Impressive looking car.
He's starting to catch, eh?
He is indeed, but right behind Mark du Toit, none other than Davy Olivier in the 00 car, the little box. Running out of talent there. Philip Mayer just straight into the kitty litter. Looked like he outbraked himself completely and should be able to recover, albeit a good couple of places down. Oh, and then we've got more carnage.
I hope there's no debris on the
number
track
19. There. You just wonder if where's Wade Labocci that's gone off there as well, and you just wonder if there isn't something on the some liquids that has been spilt on the circuit that has caused the guys to go off. But everybody else seems to have got through relatively okay. Just looking for the 000 car up into third place for Davy Olivier. So with
yeah, remember, Brendan, now that the long shadows are starting to hit the track, the track is starting to cool, so that's going to affect the tyre wear and as well as the tyre grip. As we see number 70 going through, that is that very quick Porsche, and that is Chris Smith. So Chris Smith doing well in Class C there, and
Chris Smith, the quickest of the Class C cars at the moment, a 1:16.9 from him. So we'll keep an eye on that battle happening down there. He's got Voda Roos ahead of him, and then Karel Stoltz that leads the Class C challenge.
And a couple of Class X cars going through. That's car number 91, one of the X cars, and that's Ian Ellis, and he's basically heading up the Class X, and that's that very quick VW Golf of Ian Ellis. He's right up behind that Repsol Toyota, and he's getting held up there, I think, a little bit there by that Repsol Toyota. So he's all over the back of that, but yeah, that's super quick car, that Golf.
The little Polo, the 93 Polo of Francois Henning, that's just ahead of the 91 car.
Very tight racing between them, but Henning holding on to that. Henning in a Class A car, so that Polo, it's a very quick Polo for a Class A car. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see that very fast car of Ian Ellis getting past that VW Golf once he hits the straight.
George Economides, the quickest car out on circuit, and rightfully so, as the race leader. A 1:08 for him now. 1:08.397 for Economides, so really got the hammer down. But really fantastic to see these little Golf Mark 1s out there and going so well. That's the 111. Yeah, it was his bonnet that flew open in the first race. That's Andre De Lange. Kept us all entertained in race one with the bonnet that was open for the duration of the race.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better now that he can see where he's going, isn't he, just?
Well, that's the action happening there. With the Mel Spur just waving to Craig Priestley behind her.
Yeah, that's Philip Mayer. And remember, he was the one who had the spin up at turn 5, so he's got a lot of ground to make up. But make up he has. He's got past number 64. He's got past Mel Spur, so he's heading out towards. Look, he's got himself into 5th place there, but I doubt he's going to catch Troy Marais, who's a lot further down the road. But look at the speed of that Porsche. That's quick.
Still got 5 laps to go, so a good portion of the race still remains.
Yeah, and you see this the distance that he's already made on Mel Spur. That is quite a quick Porsche. This is one of the old 924s.
Yeah, it's a 924 and very neatly turned out.
And it sounds yummy as well. I'm not sure whether it's turbocharged or not, but it is a well turned out motor car. Considering its age, I take a stab at about a 94, somewhere around that era.
Yeah,
so yeah,
Philip Mayer doing a good job behind the wheel of that.
So race leader still George Economides, as we see that very quick Porsche of Philip Meyer, who got past Mel Spur. So he's off and chasing the man in 5th place, and that's Davy Olivier, but he's got a long way to go because there's something like 6 seconds between them, as we see Marc Dutoy. That's our man in 2nd place, heading through in the camera shot there with our 3rd place man. That's Troy Marais and Davy Olivier in that 00 car. That's a very quick little E30 BMW.
Our race leader continued out in front. I was going to say there's a car going slowly in the background, but it's a car on a trailer leaving the circuit.
Yeah, that had me going as well, I must admit. Don't feel bad.
George Economides, the lead that he has got, sitting at 7 seconds now over Marc Dutoy. So a substantial gap that he has managed to pull in that very quick little Golf Mark 1 of his.
And again, another fastest lap of his, and a 108.368. I mean, that is incredible. And understand, you saw the back markers he had to get past in that previous lap. I just want to see what lap times this man produces when he's got a clear trap, like the man in camera shot now, which is Philip Meyer in that very quick 924 Porsche.
Mel Spur still with the advantage over Craig Priestley in the 46 VW Polo.
Yeah, Priestley having a good outing in this second round of the triple ones, and he's got himself up into 7th overall, which is pretty good showing. That's car number 46. That's a white car of Craig Priestley. Good outing this time out for him.
Mel Spur has certainly made me sit up and take notes. We watched her at Kyalami. She put in a great performance at Kyalami, but today she's just sort of pulled out all stops and going incredibly well.
And hasn't she developed such a strong confidence behind the wheel of that motor car? You can see by her lines, her braking points, it's all on point. I don't know whether it's practices or just she's doing so well. And that's Mel Spur, so that's the first lady in the race, and she's in 6th place on the track, as we see that car number 1, and that's the C-Class car of Wouter Roos. And I think Wouter's still first in Class C, isn't he?
Let's have a look at Class C. It is Karel Stoltz that leads. Wouter Roos is 2nd. Chris Smit in 3rd, followed by Elke van Vledder in 4th. Bjorn Gerbert is in 5th place, ahead of Mike O'Sullivan in 6th.
And Mel Spur diving through on the inside, and that was a good move there. She dived through on the inside of Philip Meyer, so that was a good move. Under braking, that was a classic. Zwartkops move. So she's showing a lot of maturity behind that wheel already.
Sirocco being overtaken there by the Porsche. As we focus once again on Mel Spur, this has been a great ding-dong battle up front. Craig Priestley all over the back of her car once again. And right behind Priestley, Wayne Robb in the 225 car pulls up alongside him, and possibly going to be an overtaking move.
It looks like he's going to lose that place, doesn't it?
He has indeed.
And he did.
He has indeed. It looks like the little Ford Focus has, or the Fiesta has got, it's a Focus, has got through, managing to gain a place there over Craig Priestley. So up into 7th place goes Wayne Robb.
Yeah, another classic Zwartkops overtaking maneuver up the hill, under hard braking into turn 5, and he got through on the inside. Basically, the car on the outside has got nowhere to go, so it's some great driving there. Mel Spur diving through on the inside of one of the back markers and using that back marker to good advantage. Again, that is such a mature move. I am so impressed by this lady.
Clever driving there. Blue flags getting waved vigorously. But
Economides coming through.
Economides is flying through.
Wow, that car of his is so quick. I mean, look how far up the field he is. He's backmarked so many people already. And let's just look at the fastest lap of the race. Troy Marais in that 3rd place. 107.9. That's the first 107 we've seen today out of this class. So an excellent drive there from Troy Marais. And that's a man in 3rd place.
Flag having gone out. Just incidentally, Troy Marais are going to get a penalty for that because the fastest you're allowed is a 108. Right. So it takes George Economides takes the race win. Marc Dutoy finishes in 2nd. Troy Marais finishes in 3rd place, but there's probably an impeding penalty coming there. We're waiting for Davy Olivier to cross the line. He crosses now, followed by Philip Meyer, and then our lady driver. Great performance from Mel Spur, going through in 6th place.
Yeah, and some spirited driving there from Wayne Robb, that number 225 car, into 7th place. Francois Henning coming 8th. Craig Priestley knocked down to 9th. And Ian Ellis in that X car in 10th place.
Mel Spur incidentally wins Class A. Wayne Robb would be second in Class A, followed by Francois Henning, the third of the Class A cars. Class B goes to Luigi Ferro, followed by Miguel Diaz in second, and then Michael Grobler in third place. Class C, waiting for the Class C cars to
just across the line now, yeah.
And there, Carl Stolz crosses the line now, gets the race win over Wouter Roos in second. And is it going to be Chris Smith? Yes, it is indeed. Chris Smith that finishes in third place. Then Class D is Keegan Nathan. Great job getting the better over Rob Clark this time around. And then on to the GT1 class. Oh, no, it's the GT1 class. The mobile supercars have suddenly popped up on screen already. So we'll unfortunately won't be able to give you the Super Hatch results as they came through. But fantastic driving there from all of the drivers in the Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloon Car Series.
All right, next up is the Dunlop Hot Laps, and I think Brendan's just going to call those numbers out one more time just to see if you have won. Have a look at your ticket stubs, haul it out your pocket or your purse, and who knows, you might have won a Dunlop Hot Lap. And if you have, head down to the Dunlop
Hospitality area.
That's at the end of the pits, next door to the cafe.
Yeah, you can't miss it. All the yellow flyers, the banners are all up there. There's lots of activations going on. You can guess the number of balloons in the car. There's a Scale Electric set up there. There's two racing simulators, so lots going on at the Dunlop Hospitality area. Let's have a look at those numbers once again. 3967, followed by 2423. Then we've got 4230, 4843, 4823, 4515, and then 4944, 4805, 2442, and then the last number 5080. If that's one of if those numbers match on your ticket stub, head straight down to the Dunlop zone and jump in for the hot laps that are about to happen. Right, the action continues unabated at Zwartkops Raceway for the Dunlop Winter Extreme Festival. Race number 2 of the Mobile 1 V8s about to happen. Cars already out on the circuit, and it has been for race 2. It's a little bit of a change up from race number 1, an inverted grid for the top 5 cars in each class, and it will be 12 laps, not 10 laps as per the first heat. So a little bit more action expected in race number 2 in the Mobile 1 V8s, V8 Supercars. The grid positions as we have got them on the front row will be Terry Wilford alongside Warren Lombard. Second row, Thomas Reeb alongside Franco Di Matteo, and then the next row, Julian Familiaris alongside Andrew Katay, and then it's Steve Herbst alongside OK Kupon. And then we have got the 77 of Sean Holzhausen alongside Anthony Marks on the back row of the grid. So 5 rows of the grid will be used, 10 cars going out to start race number 2. And just when the cars started up in the pit boxes, I just had a look out of the commentary box window, and how fantastic it's to see, and exactly what those people are doing at the moment. The amount of people standing there with their cell phones busy filming the cars just proves once again what a massive, massive draw card the V8 Supercars are, brought to you by Mobile 1. And that one in particular, the 110 car of Anthony Marks, the late clutch replacement for that car early this morning didn't make it out onto the start grid, started from the pit lane, and at least we see him joining the action now in race number 2.
Yeah, with this inverted grid, Brendan, it'll be interesting to see how the likes of Thomas Reeb, who's starting in third place on the grid, and Franco Di Matteo, how they do in that whole shot for the line honours, because they're coming down now. The pace car pulling off. We've got an early spin. Sorry,
early spinner on the
That's
warm-up
up at the tabletop. Yeah,
Anthony Marks.
It was between 5th and 6th. But you see how slippery his tyres are as they are understood as orders now. The red lights are on. Who is going to get the whole shot? That power. Listen to the sound of those V8 Thunders as they head down into that turn 1. Well, the guys take it fairly gingerly, because cold tyres with all this horsepower, I mean, that is 500 horsepower going down onto the tarmac there.
Terry Wilford got away incredibly well. Nice gap that he's opened up over Warren Lombard. So, as you say, feeling their way around the first couple of corners, just get into grips with the colder conditions. The sun started
to the sound of that roaring thunder as it heads down the straightaway.
Beautiful.
It is just too beautiful.
Absolutely goosebump stuff for Franco Di Matteo in the number 3 car. Has a look on the inside of Thomas Reeb. Pulls up, I thought he was going to pull up alongside him, but Terry Wilford having got away well at that start, and just a little bit of a twitch in the back of the car for him. And then positions 2, 3, 4, 5, nothing in it as they head through. Julian Familiaris in the number 1 car at the back of that pack.
And again, that big sideways there from Anthony Marks. There seems to be problems with the handling of that car. I seem to guess. Some big braking there.
That's the 77 of Sean Holzhausen, the Ford Falcon.
Rather spirited braking, as they might say. As our race leader Terry Wilford heads into that left-handed turn 1, followed up by Warren Lombard. But Terry Wilford's got himself not a big gap, I'd say 2 car lengths. But a bit of argy-bargy there as the number 110 comes through. Oh no, that's the back marker of Anthony Marks.
Steve Herbst leading that group, the GT2 battle there.
Yeah. As Terry Wilford showing a clean pair of heels going up the hill towards turn 5. Under braking now, you see Warren Lombard with some late braking, and there's a bit of a dice between Thomas Reeb and Franco Di Matteo. They're almost neck and neck as they head down towards turn 6, but Thomas Reeb having to back it off a little bit as he gets the door closed firmly in his face.
Terry Wilford looking well set out in the lead. Gap that he's got over second place man Warren Lombard sitting at almost 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds, and then Steve Herbst enjoying a 0.6 second lead over Kumpan in the GT2 class.
But look at that dice that's going on for the lead, and that's the one that we can see on our screen right now. That is the one between Warren Lombard, Franco Di Matteo, and Thomas Reeb. It is hot. Every single person wants the best points that they can get out of this series. Terry Wolford showing a really clean pair of heels, and Warren Lombard catching a wee bit, and he's left Franco Di Matteo and Thomas Reeb to fight it out.
Oh, there's smoke coming from our lead car. Terry Wolford has got a problem. Wolford seems to have a problem, unless he just outbraked himself from a long way out. But a big puff of smoke out the back of the lead car, and somebody's gone into the dirt. Is it possibly?
I wonder if that wasn't Terry.
It wasn't possibly Wolford with a problem.
And let's just hope that doesn't have an effect on the outcome of this race. In fact, it is Wolford, yeah.
It looks like it is our race leader, Terry Wolford, that has gone off the circuit. Just wait, there he's parked there. There was a lot of smoke out of the back of the car, so I would assume there's something terminal wrong with that one, and he has ended up deep in the kitty litter.
Now, I wonder if he's in a dangerous place, whether COC will deem that as a dangerous place. Let's hope not. Let's hope this race carries on as it is, because now it is hotting up. So Warren Lombard is the new leader, and that's car number 6 out in front there, the red car. And then you've got that wee bit of a gap of 1.8 or so seconds to this dice that we're seeing now, and that's Franco Di Matteo, Thomas Reeb, and Julian Familiaris.
Familiaris all over the back of Thomas Reeb's car at the moment. But now focus on our race leader, Warren Lombard. Comes past, just glances over to where Terry Wolford is parked in the dirt.
And Brendan, I saw a change of surface. That yellow and red flag that you see being waved there, that denotes a change of surface. So I'm wondering if there was a wee bit of oil dropped or something by Terry Wolford as he expired at the top of the hill there. But the good thing is that the race is still running under yellow caution flags at that corner. So at least it's still going now.
Steve Herbst coming past in the chameleon car, as I like to call it. One moment it's purple, the next moment it is gold. Beautiful sticker wrap job on that car. The number 7 car of Steve Herbst. He leads out, no he doesn't, he's down to 4th in the GT2 class. Antoine Marks leads the GT2 class in the the 110 car. Our early spinner on the warm-up lap finds himself leading the GT2 class. In second it is Oka Kumpan, and then Sean Holzhausen in third, with Steve Herbst in fourth, followed by Andrew Katay in fifth.
And it looks like Terry Wolford, am I correct in seeing that he's gone across the start and finish line? He's showing up on the screen, but he's 2 laps down. But okay, the safety car's out. Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like Terry is moving. He's still 2 laps down. He's still buried deep in the dirt. So unfortunate to see him going off the track after that brilliant start that he had, and
wow,
he was
what a race he was
continued to open up that gap. He had it was an over 2-second lead that he had, as we see the 77 car, the Ford Falcon of Shane Holzhausen, going through the very, very impressive car that is just waiting for our safety car to pick up on our race leaders. It will be Warren Lombard in the number 6 car that will slot in right behind the Toyota safety car, the Gazoo Racing Pretoria North sponsored safety car that we have got here today.
Just as hope it doesn't take too long to get that car out of the Kalili. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he's still firmly wedged in there.
Once again, the marshals on top of their game, getting to the scene of the accident in a big way, in a very quick way. They'll have that car under tow in no time, and we'll be good to go racing. Still 7 laps left in the race, so a nice long part of the race still left. As I said at the beginning, this is a 12-lapper. Race number 2 was only 10 laps, so race number 2 with the inverted grid, a 12-lapper, just to mix things up a bit.
And it's so good to see Anthony Marks have got that car of his sorted, and he was leading the GT2 class before the safety car came out. So well done, Anthony. He got that car sorted now. Whatever handling maladies he did have, they are sorted, because he's doing well.
Yeah, early morning they realized that the clutch wasn't working and had to get that replaced. So his team, having done a great job getting the clutch replaced, just didn't make it out to onto the start grid for race number 1. Started from the pit lane, and it's been a great comeback performance from the man that leads the GT2 class here today, Antoine Marks, in the 110 car.
And a good-looking car it is indeed. Right, we're just waiting for the Land Rover to pull that V8 supercar out the kiddie litter so we can get the race underway before we lose too much time.
And 20 marks in the Riemann Africa. That's a Chevy Lumina. So it's there are three Luminas in the field here today. It looks like the Terry Wilford car has been safely removed from the circuit there. It's in the pit lane now, so safety car should be coming around on the next lap. Still got 6 laps left in the race. So when they come in, we should have 5 laps. It will be a 5-lap dash to the finish. Will Warren Lombard be able to hold off the fighting Franco Di Matteo and Thomas Reeb, as well as the number 1 car of Julian Familiaris? The guy's trying to get as much heat into those tires, scrubbing them from left to right.
Don't forget the 2 people who got the most to lose in this former racing is Familiaris. He's heading up the GT class. And Compound, he still leads the GT2 class. So those are the guys who want to hang on to their championship leads as they stand at the moment in the Mobile 1 V8 supercar class.
Yeah, Oka Compound in 2nd place at the moment in this race. So, I see that you were correct. There is some fluid that has been spilt. I see the cement powder that's been put down there. So Terry Wilford, when we saw that puff of smoke out of the back of the car, that was obviously his engine waving goodbye and dropping oil down on the circuit. And that was the result of him ending up in the kitty litter.
Right, we should see the pace car pulling in after this lap. So it means they'll get going in anger again. And that'll be completing lap 7. But it'll be very interesting to see, Brendan, now that Warren Lombard is going to lose that lead advantage that he's got. Whether Franco Di Matteo and Thomas Reeb will be able to catch or pass him.
Yeah, I was just watching Franco Di Matteo, who's now in 2nd place. Just the way that he was bringing the car through the corner, it was like very aggressive and carrying lots of speed through the corners. So I think you're absolutely right. Now with the restart, Franco Di Matteo would want to tuck up right against the back of Warren Lombard's car and possibly get the jump on him as they head down the hill into turn 1. Safety car lights are out. It should be coming off the circuit now. We should be good to go. Green flags will be waving as the safety car peels into the pits.
And Warren Lombard very wisely putting the hammer down early so he can get himself clear of that field. That was some good driving, but you see those early brake lights of his, so the guys are still a bit wary of those cold tires as they head down that very fast turn 1. You don't want to lose it there because that is a very fast corner. As we see the class, the GT2 cars coming through, and Tony Marks getting the jump on that and across the start and finish line. Oh, there's some there's some very close double there for turn 2.
It looked like Sean Holzhausen wanted to go around the outside of Oka Compound, but having none of that.
But look how much closer Di Matteo is behind Warren Lombard, Brennan.
Yeah, just Lombard very, very early on the brakes there, allowing Franco Di Matteo. This is where Di Matteo was so good. Nice camera shot that we get there. So as they start really getting up to speed, 4 laps still to go. We'll see how De Matteo tackles that corner next time around, but it was certainly carrying a lot more speed through, wanting to close up on our race leader Warren Lombard. It's Thomas Reeb that's still in third place, Julian Familiaris down in fourth, and then Antoine Marks in fifth, but leading the GT2 class.
Just having a look at how early Warren Lombard's brake lights came on there, I'm just wondering if he wasn't pulling a Sorrel van der Merwe on the crowd. That was Sorrel's favourite trick. He used to lose, obviously from rally driving, he used to use his left foot just to tap the brakes to give that false impression that he really was braking.
Yeah.
But no, he's not. So maybe he's pulling, they call it sandbagging, I think. But he's got the measure of the race now. He's not so cautious. You see those brake lights coming on really halfway up the hill, heading towards turn 5. I think he's sandbagging personally. No, he's not. He's very ginger through that corner there. I think there might be some problems there, brother.
Matteo, whoa. Who is that?
It looks
Jonathan.
The profile looks like Anthony Marks. No, it's the chameleon.
No,
car,
that's Steve Herbst. I see the
Yeah.
colour, the car changing colour. That's the number 7 of Steve Herbst that has gone off the circuit.
Okay, the car's starting to bunch up now. Warren Lombard is definitely a lot slower. You can see that by the way that the cars behind him, De Matteo and Thomas Reeb, are bunching up behind him, and it's anybody's race. It's turning out now. Whatever melodies that Lombard has got out in front there seem to be telling, because the guys are closing up behind him. It's going to turn into an exciting race. We're on lap 10. There's 2 more laps to go, and we're having a look at De Matteo. He's starting to show a nose there, so Warren Lombard definitely slowing up.
That's where De Matteo is so good. I mean, that corner, just the line that he takes through that corner, he manages to close right up on our race leader, Warren Lombard. Lombard having put in the quickest lap time, but only just quicker than Franco De Matteo. So I think we're in for an exciting last lap. When they cross now, we'll be starting the last lap of the race.
And the back marker in the way, there looks like Kate in the way there, and they all get safely past him. But yeah, Lombard getting the best of that passing maneuver pass across the back marker, and they're on to the last lap now. So will Lombard hold on to it? I think he's got enough of a lead pace to do it. De Matteo is very determined, and he's going to do some really strange stuff. And we look at Thomas Reeb, is very up close, but look at Julian Familiaris. He dives on the inside of Thomas Reeb.
Oh, it's a fantastic overtaking move there from Julian Familiaris.
And he managed to get past Thomas Reeb, but Reeb is not letting him have it. They almost go neck and neck into turn 4. That is not going to compute.
Certainly making Familiaris work for that third place is Thomas Reeb.
And Lombard is under threat now from De Matteo. And look at Reeb on the inside of Familiaris, and he pulls it off. Whoa, a bit of a tangle there. And Familiaris got into the dirty stuff, so that disturbed his braking, and that was a great move by Thomas Reeb. De Matteo didn't manage to get past Lombard, and Lombard leading it into the last corner, and I think he's got it sewn up and into the bag. And off he goes across the start and finish line.
Great drive there from Warren Lombard, taking the race win from Franco De Matteo. Thomas Reeb gets third, and coming across the line in fourth, it's Julian Familiaris, the number 1, the man that leads proceedings at this stage in the championship.
And the GT2 class coming across the start and finish line, and Tony Marks having a good comeback kid mark there. Sean Holtzhausen through into second place in the GT2 class and 6th on the road. Okay, Kampan, the championship was the championship leader, so we'll have to check where that lies now. He's in third place in the GT2 with Andrew Kate finishing his second race. Nice.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be, I would say, historic, but I think a very, very happy Andrew Kate finishing both heats today for his first time ever. So a great performance from him, and can't wait to see what he can do when the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars move down to Killarney for the next round of the championship.
So some spirited driving there from Warren Lombard. I think we called it right, with a bit of sandbagging on the brake lights there. Oh, not a silly idea. It worked for Sorrel for how many years?
Yeah, it did indeed. So let's move straight on to the next race of the day, and it'll be the last time that we see the BMWs out on circuit. This will be the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, the classes A, B and C, and we wait for Nicholas Herbst to jump into the hot seat. in the commentary box. We have got the start grid on the front row of the grid. It is going to be the number 92 car of Fabio Fedetto alongside Leon Loebscher. Then we've got the very quick Ryan Nyker in the 93 car alongside Oz Biagioni in the 25 car. That's the second row of the grid. The third row of the grid, the 48 car of Nick Makris alongside Renier Smith. Then on the fourth row of the grid, it is Andreas Meyer alongside Nick Naidu. Then next row, the fifth row, Hein van der Merwe in the 94 car alongside Reinhard Miller. Then row 6, it is Jan Everstein alongside Devon Robertson. Then we have got the number on the 7th row of the grid, Bernard de Gavea alongside Neil Reynolds. De Gavea in the number 80 car and Reynolds in the 57 car. And then 8th row of the grid, Troy Cochrane alongside Yaku Storm Jr. Then we have got Gary Martins alongside Nishal Singh. That is the 9th row of the grid. That makes up our full grid of classes A, B and C in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. I see that the car's out on circuit. We're back with our live pictures. Classes A, B and C in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series race number 2. Looks like absolute heartbreak there. Pulling out of the race by the look of things. We were hoping to see Andreas Meyer out there, but after the problems in race number 1, obviously not happy with the car and moving back into the pit area. Joining me once again, Nicholas Herbst. Nick, race number 2 for you guys, another action-packed affair, lots of drama.
Yeah, a bit of a family affair in the beginning. Poor Claudio got an issue with his gear stick lever and left the doors wide open to start taking the lead. Craig took that comfortably, and then on the as we start racing, Craig suffered a brake disc failure at the top of corner 5, putting that car into the kitty litter and bringing out that safety car. So it was some tight racing before that, but yeah, it was looking to be a potential Herbst 1 and 2, which would have been great. But unfortunately, a brake disc failure really thwarted that opportunity. Tough racing, close racing again. I had to do a lot of defending. I would have preferred to have done a lot more attacking, but yeah, we had some great racing, and kudos to George Economides for winning both heats, and some great driving from my fellow E90 race driver Kobus Bomer.
We saw Andreas Meyer pulling into the pits there. Any idea what problem he's battling with there?
Unfortunately, I didn't get an update on exactly what the issue is afflicting that car, so I'm hoping to get some better details afterwards.
Right, Fabio Fedetto on the front row alongside Leon Loebser. This one should be interesting from the moment the lights go out. Ryan Nyker on the third row of the grid, the very, very quick Ryan Nyker, no, not in the third row, on the second row of the grid in third place alongside Oz Biagioni. So it should be quite an interesting drag race from the moment the lights go out.
It'll be up to Leon to keep the lead together. Let's see if he's ready to hold it together. Fabio's going to do his best to see what he can do over there. But those two big power Class A cars are going to become roaring just behind him, and we're going to see huge pressure coming into the first couple of corners.
Right, waiting for the lights to go out. They go out and we go racing. And as you said, it's a Ryan Nyker very quick on the money there, closing up on the back of Fabio Fedetto as they head down to turn 1.
Jan Everstein looking racy as ever, putting a move on the outside of the Miller car, competing for that Class C honours again. So we saw Devin Robertson in the last race taking the honours. Are we going to see something repeat there? Obviously with the reverse grid, so he'll be starting from 5th position and having to work his way back up. Fabio's still leading the race over there.
Yeah, a nice little lead that he has got. And you mentioned Devin, it's just he's an all-round competitor as the Warden's car fights its way through. See, there's a little bit of cement dust out on the circuit.
We're going to have a great battle coming up there. We've got Jan Everstein and David Robertson, and those two are absolute veterans in terms of racecraft. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these two pan out in terms of the competition right now.
Devin Robertson in class, sitting down in 5th place at the moment, so a lot of work for him to do to make his way through the field.
Similar job for Renier Smith. So after winning Heat 1, he's got the big work to do to come back from 5th position and try to take a 2 from 2. So he's sitting comfortably behind Oz Bagioni now, with Nick Makris leading out Class B.
Ryan Nike having made up a place up into second, he has gone. Leon Loubser having dropped down, he finds himself in third, and Nick Macris also having moved up a place, and Oz Biagioni having moved down. So that's at the conclusion of the first lap of the race, and the quickest car out on track at the moment, as predicted, will be Ryan Nike, 1:10.7 from him. He has now gone into the lead, so disappearing into the sunset for Ryan Nike in the 93 car.
So Leon Loubser lost out in that first part, leading from Ryan, but unfortunately losing out in that position before them getting past Fabio Fedetto in Class A. So he's going to have the work really cut out from him. If he wants to bring a win today, he's going to have to get past Ryan
Devin
Nike.
Robertson already up into second place in the C-Class battle, so he's already made up a whole chunk of places. So
wasting no time at all.
The racecraft and experience coming to the front there and fighting his way through.
So he's got Hein van der Merwe in front of him there. He'll start to put pressure from that side. We've got Jan Everstein, who's fallen behind Nick Naidu in that beautiful BMW M2 race car. Let's see if he's able to bring the challenge back for the honours in that class.
Ryan Nike in the leads the Class A, almost a 2-second lap that he has managed to open up over the rest of the field once again.
And not to forget, Class C, we've got Gary Martins in that diesel-powered BMW M2 race car. He's putting huge pressure now onto the back of that little tussle between Reinhard Miller and Jan Everstein. And I'm sure he's going to be looking for the earliest opportunity to get through there.
Yeah, currently sitting in 6th place is Gary Martins. Reinhard Miller, as you said, Jan Everstein just ahead of him.
Everstein going down the inside. I'm not sure if that had to be a defensive move or not, but he's still behind Nick Naidu over there after the previous couple laps jostle with Devin Robertson. So he's going to have, again, work cut out for him. He's going to have to get past that M2 and try keep Reinhard Miller with that Amtech E36 car behind him.
Just a bit of steam coming up there. I think it's the diesel car of Gary Martins. I just noticed a big puff of steam from underneath the bonnet. So hopefully nothing too serious going on there. I noticed one of the cars yesterday, an automatic gearbox in it as well. Somebody's trying something different.
No, that's right. I mean, the new age automatic gearboxes are just incredibly fast. So gone are the days where automatic didn't have a life at all, even in amateur motorsport. Right now, you simply can't match it. So we'll start to see a lot of those entering into the fray.
Overtaking move late on the brakes there, but just not quite making it work there for Reinhard Miller.
Everstein not giving a bunch, and he's going to push him to the inside, but Reinhard will certainly have the pace up the hill.
Devin Robertson closing up on the back of the 94 car now. Hein van der Merwe going defensive there, crosses across to close that line down.
Everstein continues the defense over there. It's a great battle going on right now between Reinhard Miller and Jan Everstein. Looks like Reinhard's going to have the inside line, and he'll move to take that position.
Really cutting the curbs there was Reinhard Miller that time around. Cutting the apex of the corner, trying to gain any little bit of advantage.
There we saw Devin sitting on the back bumper of Hein van der Merwe. So he's going to be looking for the next opportunity. We saw some dust popped up there. I'm not sure if Devin's just pushing a little harder. There he goes.
He's gone.
Move complete, and he's got the lead of Class C, and that's into lap 3, lap 4 right now.
Yeah, 6 laps left, so lap 4 that we are in. So yet again, as you said, the experience and racecraft certainly coming to the fore for Devin Robertson. A little puff of smoke out there from the car as he got onto the brakes there, and actually cement powder as they head up the hill.
Incredibly tight pack here. We've got the video really focused on the Class C battle. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 cars jostling for position. There, Jan Everstein gets past Nick Naidu in a late quarter 5 little challenge. He'll be hunting after those 2 turbocharged E36s now in the form of Reinhard Miller and Hein van der Merwe. They trail Devin Robertson, who leads Class C.
I see Hein van der Merwe dragging some body parts. So the action has obviously been a little rough out there as well. Robertson starting to break away from them now. 1.08 second lead over the second of the Class C cars. That's Hein van der Merwe in the 94 car. But back to our race leader leading our Class A. That's Ryan Nike.
Ryan looking after a very nice race at the moment. No evident pressure from Leon Loubser right now. So I wonder if he's going to make very much a repeat of race 1 with a comfortable race victory. But if anything goes wrong, Leon's going to be right there to snap up the victory.
Fabio Vedetta still sitting in 3rd place with Nick Macris in 4th.
So we've got Renier made up to 2nd position in Class B. So it'll be between him and Nick Macris to take the honours over there. We've got Osbagione shortly behind that. So a small Class B field right now, only 3 vehicles. But right now Nick Macris holds the honours for leading that category.
We have got still got 4 laps left in the race. And the lead that Nike has got.
That battle is starting to heat up. We see Fabio Vedetta.
3.5 seconds.
Fabio Vedetta in the picture right now, and look how close Renier Smith is to Nick Macris for that Class B lead.
Pulls up alongside, slots tucks in behind him. He looked a lot closer than that camera.
I think Nick must have been great on the brakes over there.
Yeah, it looked like it. The number 5 car, Renier Smith, putting on a great display.
Slightly bigger gaps growing in that Class C battle, so I wonder if they've established their true pace positions right now, but it looks like Reynard is still in the hunt for that Class C honours, so he's going to be going after Devin Robertson. Devin hasn't built the biggest of gaps just yet, so there's still opportunity for anybody in Class C. So any mistakes right now are going to be absolutely punished with a whole train of Class C competitors right behind him.
Yeah, Robertson's lead sitting at 1.5 seconds, so it can still be done. Being hunted down by Reynard Miller.
So from our timing, Nick Macris still leads that Class B challenge with Renier right behind him. They are really neck and neck. I'm sure we're going to see some changing of position between those two over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, Osbagione still in 3rd place, followed by, our 4th place man didn't come out. That would be Andreas Meyer, that unfortunately didn't make the start of race number 2. Robertson running a little bit wider there that time around, using all of the track and a little bit more.
What do they say? The curbs and everything, part of the racetrack. You may as well use it. So next, still looking after that Class B honours right now. Renier is ever close. So opportunities are going to be snapped up as soon as they become available. Let's see how many laps he can hold on for. It's really difficult right now having a car that close in your rear view mirror.
We've got about 1.5 laps left, and that gap just 0.4 of a second. So it's going to be quite a tight finish in Class B. 48 car, that's Nick Macris that leads Class B, and then right behind him Renier Smith in the number 5 car. Oh yeah, we've got somebody that's gone off in a big way. Car number 33, Jan Evertstein, that has gone off, I imagine. Gone farming in a big way. He was sitting 4th in Class C.
So that's Jan back on track over there, but quite a bit further behind. So I'm sure he collected it, but he's just in front of Bernard de Gouveia, running in 13th overall right now. Behind Bernard, we've got Troy Cochran in that awesome-sounding BMW E36, and just behind him, Neil Reynolds in that Valve Hospital BMW E46.
We have already started the last lap of the race. Let's see who...
Oh, what's happening there? Is that Osbagione with a problem? Looks like he's slowing down. I'm not sure if that was the correct vehicle over there, but we had 2 cars pass him at very slow pace over there.
But there's our race leader coming through now. That's the 93 car coming through to take what should be the checkered flag. Yes, it is indeed. So winning Class A as well as the overall win going to Ryan Nike. Leon Loubser is 2nd overall and 2nd in Class A.
So Fabio will collect third over there, and Nick Muckris has looked after the Class B challenge over there from Rainier Smith. Rainier will come through in second. We've got Devin Robertson still leading Class C. Let's see how tight the battle and how close the gaps are at the end.
Yeah, the gap was 1.3 seconds, so it looks like Robertson should comfortably take the Class C win over Reynard Miller. There they come now.
So that'll be a 2 from 2, and great racing throughout today. Robertson is no newbie to racing, and his racecraft is really showing in these couple heats today.
Yeah, it has been a great performance from him. Reynard Miller takes second in Class C, and third place, I would imagine Hein van der Merwe crosses now in third. So second, it was Nick Macris that took first overall in Class B, and in second place Class B, Rainier Smith, and then Ozbajiani should be the next of the finishers, waiting for him to wait for Ozbajiani to come through to take third overall in Class B. So Ryan Nyker wins it first overall, Leon Loubser second, Fabio Fedetto takes third, then it was Nick Muckris, Rainier Smith, Devin Robertson, Class C car coming through in sixth overall, followed by Reynard Miller. Great ding-dong battle that they had. So that concludes our action from the BMW Series. Once again, a massive thank you to Nicholas Herbst for joining us in the commentary box and giving us an extra insight into the goings-on out there and exactly what makes the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series actually tick. And it is, as I've mentioned more than once today, a really fantastic class. And all the best for the rest of the season, and we wish you all the best as you head down to the Fairest Cape in a month or two's time.
Thanks, Brandon. Looking forward to it, and we'll continue to watch some great racing here at the Big Z.
Right, moving on to the last race of the race meeting here at Zwartkops Raceway, the Dunlop Winter Extreme Festival. There has been a fantastic day of racing, and the last race, the Super Hatch Invitational, should be yet another humdinger. Front row of the grid, we've got the 93 car of Francois Henning. He lines up alongside young Keegan Nathan. And the second row of the grid, Mike Sullivan alongside Kirisen Reddy. Then we've got Rob Clark alongside Selen Naidu, George Aldrich alongside Arthur Thorne, and then Ismail Baloyi. He lines up alongside, he's alongside Arthur Thorne. Then Mark de Toy will line up alongside Francis Aldrich. So a nice mix of cars in the action here, providing lots of entertainment for the very appreciative crowd that have come out to support the racing here. And just a massive, massive thank you to all of the spectators that have watched the action live. And then a big thank you to those other people that deserve a massive round of applause, enjoying all of the action around the circuit in rather chilly, windy conditions out there. The wind has dropped off a little bit, but as soon as the sun disappears, so the chill factor will once again pick up. But they've enjoyed a great day of action-packed racing across all of the classes. The Super V racing has been brilliant. The Mobile 1 V8 Supercars, to me, a particular highlight. And then all of the BMWs, lots and lots of BMWs, and then the Payar VWs as well. Great, great racing across all of the classes as we wait for the lights to go out, and they do indeed. And whoa, a brilliant start there. Somebody was Argy Bargy bumper. It is can't pick up his number as he went through there, but it was down, possibly the number 11 car. We'll pick up the number as they head through turn 2.
I tell you what, Kirsten Reddy getting a good jump off the line there in that very quick little Honda Civic, hey? Some pretty tidy driving, because he was only fourth in the grid and got himself slotted into second place. So it's Francois Henny out in front from that man that we were talking about, Kirsten Reddy, in that lonely Honda amongst all the VWs by the look of it.
Yeah, Keegan Nathan from the front row of the grid finds himself down in fourth place. So he was one of them that got caught out there. He just slots into his fourth place there. Francois Henning that leads in the 93 VW Polo.
And really having a good dive. Did you see that on the entrance of turn 6? That I haven't seen before. I tell you what.
Doing, and
my goodness, that was some spirited driving. He really actually made it work. Yeah. He pulled that one off. Oh, look on the inside there. There comes Nathan, is it?
I just want to check the number. That is the...
No, that's the Opel.
That's Seton Naidu. That was the guy that had the brilliant start.
Yes.
I mean, he caught them all napping and finds himself in second place now. So our race leader, Francois Henning, suddenly down in third place, but brilliant driving there from Kirisen Reddy. That move certainly caught our race leader unawares.
And it's actually quite cool to see this in the Super Hatch series, because it's normally a VW showing, isn't it? And now you've got Kirsten Reddy out in front there in the Honda, and then Stefan Naidu in the Opel, and then Francois Henning. I think he got caught with his pants down proverbially because he got duffed up. He got seriously duffed up in that start couple of laps.
Arthur Thorne in the 32 car, having made up a couple of places, he finds himself in sixth place. So challenging for the lead there momentarily was the 90. Oh, it's challenging for second place. Sorry, our leader.
Yeah, that was Francois Henning trying to get his place back.
He wants to get his place back again. He's probably slamming the steering wheel because he got caught sleeping.
Yeah, I think he was nurturing his tyres a wee bit. I think everyone's obviously in these late hours of the afternoon. The track surface is very cold, and these guys are a bit wary of their tyres tearing up and cold tyre temperatures. But I think he was a bit overcautious. He's having a look on the inside of Naidu as he heads down into turn 3, but he's not able to do anything about it. So he's going to have to pull that move again under braking for turn 5, because that seems to be the place where he's the strongest.
Yeah, Kirsten Ready with the hammer down, setting the quickest lap of the race, 1:17.27. He's got a nice clear track in front of him. So the lead that he has got, almost a second, just under a second lead that he's got over Seaton Naidu. And then Francois Henning pushing, trying everything. Oh, it looks like Henning has got that second place back again. So things happening up at the front side of the race. The sharp end of the race as we see the 168 of Francis Albrecht go through.
Yeah, and I'll tell you else who's looking hungry is Keegan Nathan. He had a bit of a slow start in the first 2 laps, but look at him. He's now not onto the back, but he's catching up closely to Surfer Naidu, and I think there's going to be some action there as well because, I know his dad. he's probably learned some tricks from Graham. He has.
Yeah, serious pedigree there for Keegan Nathan, and fantastic to see the next generation starting to move through.
Isn't it great? I mean, Graham Nathan's got a wealth of experience behind a Polo Cup car, and he's handed down some good genes in the form of Keegan Nathan. And as we speak, Keegan is right up onto the back of Sefan Naidu's car, and I can tell you what, there's going to be a change in place pretty soon if he keeps this pace up because and look, I've just had a look at the timing screen. Francois Henning had just popped his PB, and that's a 1:16.066, so they're going to be breaking into the 1:15s pretty soon.
Yeah, pace certainly starting to pick up now. We've still got 12 laps left in the race, so a nice long one for the Super Hatch Invitational class. And Nathan all over the back of Seaton Naidu now.
And Rob Clark is also starting to put in some decent lap times there. That's a man in 5th place, that's car number 13, and he's starting to put in some decent lap times now, so keep an eye on Rob Clark. I think as their confidence grows, Brendan, these guys now, their tyres are getting a bit warmer. They've got a bit of confidence in the car, sliding less. As I say that, have a look at, looks like Keegan Nathan's on the inside of Naidu. And does he manage to pull it off? No, he has to slot in line astern. He got the door closed firmly, shut firmly in his face in turn 8. And we've got a good race going on there between Rob Clark and Francis Aldrich. So these dice are starting to light up all the way down the field, which is great.
Mark du Toit in 8th place at the moment in the 33 car.
Oh, it's good to see Mark du Toit amongst this lot as well. But Reddy has got problems on his hands because Francois Henning has got his teeth back. And having said that, having a look on the inside is Keegan Nathan, and he pulls it off. Yep. He was always going to do that move, that's for sure. So that was in the entrance to turn 5, which is a brave move at that speed. And heading up the hill now, look at that, he's already opened up a bit of a gap between him and Naidu, and he's going to be in the hunt for that first place. I can tell you that for free.
Yeah, right up against the back of him now. And 11 laps left, so a long way to go. And I guarantee we're going to be in for lots of action. Is this the move that we've been waiting for late on the brakes? Has a look through on the inside. Does the 93 car of Francois Henning, but not managing to just get close enough. Kirsten Reddy keeps him honest for yet another lap.
Kirsten Reddy has got such a smooth driving style in that Honda Civic. I don't know whether it's the car or the driver, the combination of both, but he is looking so smooth in that car, and it's good to see youngsters mixing it up like that. But I tell you what, he's going to have to drive his heart out because Francois Henning is now a very determined man. He wants that pole position back again. And because he lost it through some cautious driving in the first couple of laps, obviously scared of those cold tyres. But you know what? To finish first you have to finish, and that is the rule of racing.
Absolutely.
But look how late that really was braking going into that corner. Oh my goodness, turn 4, he almost forgot his brakes. He braked so late. But now, having a look.
Pulls up alongside. That's going to be the last of the late breakers. Who's it going to be? He gets the door closed on him. That still keeps it nicely positioned.
Kirsten Reddy was so late on the brakes here. My goodness, he's got some late braking maneuvers. I tell you what, there's a lot of people who've been taking driving lessons from him. He forgets where his brakes are. Coming down to turn 8 onto the pit straight they go. That's the dice of the day, I reckon, between those two.
Mark du Toit in the 33 car, all over the back of Arthur Thorne. They're involved in their own little tussle further on down the field.
Oof, a bit sideways and a bit all over the place was Arthur Thorne. He knows he's got some huge pressure from the BMW that Mark du Toit is in, and that's the battle for 7th, believe it or not. I mean, this is how spirited the driving is all the way down the field, but it's great to see. And Mark du Toit is certainly all over the back of Arthur Thorne's car.
Certainly keeping him honest, and it is still Kirsten Reddy that leads out over Francois Henning in second, as the battle focuses further on down the field. Arthur Thorne and Mark du Toit, back to the front we go. It seems to have closed up at the top of the field. Rob Clark in the number 13 car, still going well. He's in 6th place. This is our battle for the lead. Kirsten Reddy doing everything in his power to keep the hard charging Francois Henning behind him.
And having a look on the inside is Francois Henning. Is he able to pull that one off? No, once again, Reddy is the king of brakes. I tell you what. And a bit sideways there, coming out of turn 8 onto the pit straight.
Starting to force the mistakes now. Just looking at the balance of that Honda Civic just seems so great, and you can certainly lean on it through the corners.
Yeah, it is really low slung and low down to the ground, and that's a good center of gravity that he's got. But Francois Henning looks the most composed out of the two of them. And I think he's putting on a bit of pressure there. Reddy's looking a bit untidy in the corners. His braking is supreme, and that's exactly the problem that Francois Henning has. He cannot beat that man under brakes. He is king of brakes. We gotta I don't know. We'll call him Ferrero Reddy from now on.
44 car of George Eldrich down in 9th place at the moment.
That's the B168, and that's Francois Aldrich. He's got himself into 3rd place. We missed that move, and I tell you what, that's some spirited driving. And Henning is through. He's made it pay. He's made it pay. That's endless pursuit and endless harrowing all over the back of Reddy, and I tell you what, it had to pay dividends sometime.
Francis Eldrich in 3rd place, the reigning champion in the VW class last year. Oh, a bit of a...
Yeah, a bit untidy there from Reddy.
Last year. Sorry, you're just getting it a little bit skew there. Almost had me swallowing the throat lozenge that I've got in my mouth when he just ran the back wheels over the curb. That was Kirsten Reddy. Let's have a look when they come round what the gap is between them.
While you're looking there, I dare say that Kirsten Reddy might have overcooked his tyres. There was some spirited driving, yes, but he started getting a bit out of shape towards the end of those last couple of laps, and I think he might have overheated those tyres. Remember, a cold surface, for those of you guys who don't know, the cold surface like this really tears up tyres. It is punishing on tyres. So I think that Kirsten, he should just back it off a little bit. Just follow Francois Henning. Back it off a bit and let those tyres recover. And Mark du Toit is through on Arthur Thorne. So Mark du Toit has eventually got past Arthur Thorne. And well done for Arthur for holding off that challenge for a long time.
Yeah, the lead that Francois Henning has over Kirsten Reddy sitting at just on a second, 9.53. So comfortably in 2nd place there, but I think you're spot on with the tyres. He's just backed off the pace slightly. Quickest man out on track is Francois Henning. As we have a look at the 21 car of Keegan Nathan once again. Nathan in 4th place behind Francis Eldrich, who's in 3rd.
And just having a look at their 2 lap times, they're pretty similar. Keegan Nathan a spot slower than Aldrich is in terms of lap times, but he needs to up the pace if he wants to get a podium place. And please believe me, he'll try. Like I said, he's made a Nathan blood. He's gonna try and get some podium placing out of this race. There's still quite a lot of time to go. So
6 laps.
Yeah, 6 laps still to go. So he just needs to put in constant lap times, and we'll see what it is next time he comes around. And up behind him is the battle between Stefan Naidu and Stefan Naidu, Seaton Naidu, I'll get it right just now, and Rob Clark. Sorry, Seaton, it's late in the afternoon.
Naidu with the number 13 car of Rob Clark, hunting him down. Just Keegan Nathan just went through and shot there in the red and white car.
I've just noticed something. That's a Honda Ballard with a boot in Super Hatch. Am I missing something? I don't know. There's something in the rules that missed me. But anyway, it's all part of racing. I love it. It's close racing. I love close racing. But Francois Henning now putting in another PB, 1:15.401. So Francois Henning is, I tell you what, he's not giving this race up. He's putting in constant hot laps, and that is the way to win a race. But Kirsten Reddy, he's not letting him get away with it. I think he's doing exactly what I thought he should do, and that's just back it up a wee bit, let those tyres recover, and then put in a charge at the end of the race. That's number 66 going past. That's Ishmael Beloy, and he's down in 10th spot at the moment, ahead of Mike O'Sullivan. And we're just waiting to see. I was going to have a look at Keegan's lap time. Yeah, Keegan Nathan still in a 1:16.9, and Francis Aldridge is in a 1:16.4. So yeah, I think Nathan is going to up the pace if he wants to make inroads into that podium placing that Aldridge has at the moment in third.
Kirsten Neddy already having closed up a little bit. The gap now down to 0.7 of a second. So, it had got to 0.7, but now
he was a bit untidy through that turn 8 there, Brendan. That was the problem there,
so just when he had made up a couple of hundredths of a second, all gone to naught once again.
Yeah, I think those tyres have cried enough. He did let them recover a wee bit, but you saw coming out of turn 8 there, it was very untidy, and I think those tyres have cried enough, personally. But he's not giving up, and I love that about him. He's not giving up anything. You see that extreme late braking, but that, again, on a cold surface like we got there, that is just tearing up those fronts. And we saw the understeer coming out of turn 8. That's where that car is battling now. That understeer is doing him nasty. But I just love his braking. I'm going to change his name to Ferodo. Ferodo Reddy.
We've got just over 3 laps left in the race, and it is still all about our race leader, Francois Henning, that leads out in the front over Kirsten Reddy in second, Francis Aldrich in third, followed by Keegan Nathan in fourth place. So,
okay, back to that battle that I was looking out for in third and fourth. So Francois Aldrich 1:16.205, and Keegan Nathan was he's dropped off 1:17.5. Okay. There's a lot of differential, and I'm seeing a bit of dust there.
Yeah, somebody who just ran
a bit wide.
Exit in turn 8.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it wasn't Kirsten Reddy. Remember that turn 8 was his problem.
It was Francis Eldridge that ran it wide.
Keegan battling to turn it in there. You notice that? Maybe outbraking himself, turning a little bit too late.
You can see that off-track incident has made that gap suddenly a lot bigger.
Francois Henning, he looks like he's definitely got the make of this race. That gap has opened up now. It's almost a second. So really trying he's sliding it into turn 6 there. Through that left-hander, that side of the car is okay. And let's just have a look as he comes through down into turn 8, because this is the telltale sign on his car. Thanks, Dave.
Camera changed, but we started just about to start the second last lap of the race. Onto the penultimate lap we go now.
And we see Nathan into turn 8, tying it up there. There comes Rob Clark into turn 8. And followed by Seaton Naidu, and then Mark Dutoy. And Mark Dutoy has caught up quite a lot in the back of Seaton Naidu's car. I don't know if it is close enough to do any difference to it. That 6th place that Seaton Naidu has got. But yeah, it's all good.
He has definitely closed that gap up. It was sitting at 5 seconds. It's down to just 1.8 now. So Mark Dutoy on a bit of a charge.
Well, if you look at his lap times, he's in a 1:16.7, and Seaton Naidu was a 1:18.2. So that's quite a big differential in lap times. As we see our 10th place man, there's Ishmael Beloy. That's car number 66, come across the start and finish line. Through turn 1 and turn 2 he goes, and he's having a bit of a lonely race out there at the back of the field. And here comes our race leader into the last turn onto the pit straight for, I think this will be the
last lap of the race.
Last lap of the race.
Start now.
And if you look at Kerrison Reddy, he's just too far back to make any difference. So I think he should wisely hang on to that second place.
Settled it down now. Just bring it home in one piece. He's had a good run. Certainly kept our race leader Francois Henning honest for a long time. Made him have to work incredibly hard for that first place.
And talking about working hard, there's Seaton Naidu is definitely having to work hard because he's got a very, very fast Mark du Toit up behind him,
chasing him down.
And that'll be for sixth place in the race. So Seaton Naidu having to put in a last ditch effort to keep that sixth place from Mark du Toit, who is lapping in a full second quicker than he is. As our race leader comes now in through turn 5 and turn 6 into turn 6, Francois Henning, an immaculate race by him. He took it easy in the front in the first couple of laps, lost a couple of paces, conserved his tyres, but it paid off in the end because on this cold track, tyres are king. Into turn 8 he goes, and he's going to be coming up to take that checkered flag, and a great race there from number 93, Francois Henning.
Very, very impressive drive from Francois Henning, taking the checkered flag. Kerrison Reddy kept us all entertained. He finishes in second place. Third place going to go to the number 168 car of Francis Eldridge. And then fourth place going to go to Keegan Nathan, who's going to be the next of the finishers. It should be Rob Clark. Yeah, Rob Clark comes across in the Honda Ballard. Seton Naidu behind him. Mark du Toit just not managing to get past them. And then Arthur Thorne heads out, sees the checkered flag. He ends what has been a relatively long race for the Super Hatches. That's what the results look like.
Francois Henning from Kerrison Reddy and Francis Aldridge and Keegan Nathan in fourth. Rob Clark, Seaton Naidu, Mark du Toit, Arthur Thorne, George Ulrich, Ishmael Baloy, and DNS from Micah Sullivan.
Very mature drive there from Keegan Nathan. Certainly a man to watch for the future. Well, folks, that concludes our race day. A massive, massive thank you to our title sponsor, Dunlop, for putting this event together, the Winter Extreme Festival. To all of our classes that have been out there, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, the Payar VW Challenge, the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, the Ferro Energia Triple Ones, GT Sports and Saloons, including the Super Hatches, the DOE Formula V partnered with CIM Lubricants. A massive, massive thank you to all of the sponsors. But I think one of the biggest sponsors, the biggest thank yous that need to go out there today is to all of the marshals that have been out on the circuit. They have done an incredibly job in some trying conditions. The competitors have kept them relatively busy out there, having to work very hard. So just a massive, massive thank you to all of the marshals. And then the guys behind the scenes, all of our race officials, race secretaries, everybody that has got any sort of role in the background, a massive thank you to all of you as well. To Dave Peterson and Paul Bedford for putting the live streaming together. Fantastic job once again, guys.
Yeah, big applause to them.
And then a big thank you to my guest commentator. It has been an absolute pleasure working.
And to you too, Brendan Kelly.
Denver Biggs, big thank you, and I hope to work with you in the very, very near future once again. It has been an absolute pleasure. The prize giving is going to take place, they said, in about 30 minutes after the last race. It will be up at the pit box. So we look forward to catching up with you at the pit box a little bit later. Maybe have a quiet social drink and just
a wee bevy or two.
Yeah, just discuss all the war stories that have happened out there. So
a massive thanks have got to go to these spectators that came today. Wow, what a turnout, eh?
Yeah.
And again, some very chilly conditions, I might add.
Correct.
Well done, guys. A big thank you to you for supporting motor racing, and a huge thank you for that.
And also to Dunlop once again for their charity drive, having collected At this stage, over 300 blankets, a host of jackets, as well as tinned food as well. So a fantastic initiative. And thank you to all the spectators as well, the competitors and the spectators that have supported that initiative. We hope to catch up with you a little bit later at the prize giving for those that are going to stay for that. But that's it from us, from me, Brendan Kelly. It is goodbye until next time.
And myself, Denver Big, stay safe out there and stay safe on the road, folks. Cheers. Good one. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Emma. That was
fun.
It was.